Chapter 876. Zhou Xiaoduo roared in his heart. Mo Yin, hang in there. You must hang in there. You must hang in there. We're coming to help you. What he was most worried about now was the situation of Mo Yin and Duginer. If they were all ready, it would be too late. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu were also running madly, but their position was even further than Feng Hai's group. The other parties were rushing with all their might, and they were at the back. By this time, Li Chenglong had already caught up with Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the others. All of them hurried on with their journey, not saying anything unnecessary. Among the people of the Zhou group, Zhou Xiaoduo had already reached the border of the White Mountain. Naturally, he was in the first echelon. However, the second echelon was not made up of Li Chenglong and his group, but Li Zhongming alone. The location of the Dragon Soul High Martial Arts Academy was closer to the White Mountain. Everyone, gather at the foot of White Mountain. We'll take action later. Li Chenglong said in the group, we need to have a plan. Zhou alone is enough to make some noise. Except for Zhou, no one else should act rashly. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and Li Zhongming responded after a while, indicating that they understood. Zhou Xiaoduo was like a sharp arrow, rushing straight into the White Mountain area. He quickly located the direction of White Mountain City and continued to rush without stopping. That Moyin's current state was really unbearable. Ever since he rushed out of the main hall, he had been carefully hiding in White Mountain City. Occasionally, when he reached the point where he had no choice but to expose himself, he would make a prompt decision and kill. Mo Yin was very clear. The more people that were searching for him, the safer he would be. Now was not the time to kill, but to protect himself and wait for Zhou Xiaoduo's arrival. The Void Transformation Stone given by Boss Zhou was indeed heaven-defying. Sometimes, he would follow behind the people who were searching for him and walk for a long distance without worrying about being discovered. If he really carried out an assassination, he believed that many people in White Mountain City would have died under his sword. However, killing wasn't his goal. Instead, it would expose him. As long as he and Yin were not caught together, the other party would compromise and continue this game of hunting. Mo Yin had already deduced this when the other party had forced him to drink the wine. Mo Yin was a little introverted, but he wasn't stupid. The Two-Winged Heart Sutra was given to him by Teacher Wang. Combining all the things that had happened so far, it wasn't hard for Mo Yin to deduce that the whole thing was a conspiracy. Since the last time they had entered the secret area around Feng Hai, when Teacher Wang had given the two of them the Two-Winged Heart Sutra, the plot had already begun. What he said at that time was quite good. Both of you may not be together when you enter the trial together. As long as you have some small achievements in this cultivation, when one of you is in danger, the other will be able to sense it telepathically and rescue you in time. You must practice it well. When Mo Yin and Yin had received it, they both felt that it was a good thing. They didn't stop practicing it and really managed to sense it telepathically. They couldn't help but be grateful to Teacher Wang. Until Teacher Wang volunteered to bring the two of them out for training, but it didn't have any effect. Until Teacher Wang brought the two of them into White Mountain City. And when the cup of wine was placed in front of them, with Mo Yin's willpower and cultivation, when he saw the cup of wine, he felt a strong urge to drink it. However, he was clearly not someone who liked to drink. Thinking back to the past, Mo Yin instantly felt danger. He immediately made a decision to pull out his sword and kill, rushing out of the main hall. Up until now, Mo Yin still felt like he was breaking out in cold sweat when he thought about the situation at that time. If his reaction had been 1 second slower, it would have been unimaginable. There was only one thing he didn't understand. Why didn't they directly capture him and force him to drink? If Pu Guanshan had directly attacked him then, he really wouldn't have been able to resist. As for this question, he couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that this kind of wine required the person to drink it willingly to produce the corresponding effect? But if that was the case, even if they captured him now and forced him to drink, what was the use? Mo Yin wouldn't know at all. This was an extremely evil secret technique. It devoured the souls of true spirits of lovers who had reached a certain level of cultivation and talent. As long as the plan succeeded, the devourer would obtain great benefits. As for Yu Moyen and Deguener, if they drank it when they were unprepared, their hearts would be filled with happiness, sweetness, longing for the future, and the peace of mind of finally having a partner in life. Under such a state of mind, the effects of the soul of true spirits would be the best, and it would also be the most helpful state. And if they devoured it at this time, the devourer would naturally benefit the most. However, if they were forced to drink it, their mood would be completely different from what they expected. In the end, the effect would be almost non-existent, which was completely against the expectations of the person who set up the trap. Naturally, they would try to avoid it as much as possible. At this moment, Umo Yin was carefully hiding his tracks. In the whole White Mountain City, the only people who could make Umo Yin feel threatened were the four people, namely Feng Wuhan, Feng Wui, Yin Piaoliu, and Yin Piaolai. These four people seemed to have a way to find him. No matter where he hid, these four people could always find the right direction and chase him relentlessly. He wanted to rush out of White Mountain City, but he couldn't do it. The whole city was covered by an inexplicable force. If he wanted to break the cover, he would have to exert his full power. But if he did that, he would be exposed to all the enemies, and there would be no way for him to escape. The whole White Mountain City was full of masters. While he was hiding, Yu Moyen had sensed hundreds of powerful auras. Every single one of them was much stronger than him, much stronger than he was. Over there, in the sky, Yin Piaoliu suddenly appeared with a small red bottle in his hand and pointed. That was where Umo Yin was hiding. Umo Yin quietly shifted his position, leaving his original hiding spot. But under Yin Piaoliu's command, Umo Yin couldn't get rid of it. Even though the Void Transformation Stone had perfectly concealed his aura, the other party was still able to accurately pinpoint his every hiding spot. Although he could see Yin Piaoliu's location, he would avoid it immediately, but this situation was extremely dangerous. Umo Yin could guess what was in the red bottle. Every time he thought about it, his heart ached so much that his body trembled. That was Yin Er's blood. Only Yin Er's blood could make him feel it under the enemy's secret method, and thus, the enemy could locate me. If I don't die today, the whole White Mountain City will be destroyed. Umo Yan's heart was bleeding, and extreme hatred made his whole body burn. Clang! The bell rang. Puguan Mountain's voice suddenly sounded in the sky. All disciples of White Mountain City, gather in the main hall. No one is allowed to stay in the city. Return to the mysterious flying sky. Stand in the sky according to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The disciples of White Mountain City in all directions responded to the order and stood in their respective positions. Damn it! Umo Yan's heart suddenly turned cold. He could hide with people's help because of the void-changing stone, but if there was no one in this area, how could he hide? In the sky, Puguan Mountain was wearing a purple cloak, looking graceful. Young Master Yin, what do you think? This is the only way to deal with the void-changing stone. Yin Piaoliu held a small bottle made of an unknown material, and there was blood inside. He smiled and said, "But with this woman's heart blood as a guide, that man can't run away no matter what. This is the secret of the cauldron's 2 hearts connection. This man and woman are grasshoppers on the same string." Puguan Mountain said, "Are you satisfied with these 2 this time?" "Yes." Yin Piaoliu laughed, very satisfied. "No matter if it is talent, cultivation, or temperament, I am very satisfied with them. Although there was an accident during the process, and it was difficult to achieve a perfect result, after capturing this man, we can get an extra void-changing stone, which is a pleasant surprise." On the other side, Feng Wu flew over Yin Piaoliu after we captured him this time. "How do we divide them?" Yin Piaoliu said unhappily, "Didn't we agree that this pair will belong to me? And you wait for the next pair?" Feng Wu frowned and said, "But the quality of the next pair will not be as good as this pair, right?" Yin Piaoliu was furious. "We agreed on this long ago. Are you going back on your words now? This time, 1 for your family, 1 for our family. Cauldron's 2 hearts, the soul of a true spirit, is not something that can be easily seen. Let's divide it equally." Feng Wu said, "After consuming it, We can use this soul of a true spirit to open up the path to the sky. You want to keep it all to yourself? No way. Yin Piaoliu was furious. Feng Wu Yi, this is fate. These two are here now, which means my opportunity is here. We agreed on this long ago, but you want to go back on your words now? You can't do it like this. Feng Wu Hin said, I said, one for each family. We will divide it equally. What's so hard about it? Yin Piaoliu. Put yourself in my shoes. If it was our turn, would you let go of such a high-quality soul of a true spirit? Yin Piaoliu snorted heavily, but didn't argue. Seeing that the Feng brothers were so persistent, Yin Piaoliu had no choice but to agree. All right, but after the soul of a true spirit is connected, you can't devour it immediately. You have to let me have some fun first. Feng Wu Hin snorted. You are so dirty. All right, we owe you a favor anyway. We will let you have some fun this time. Chapter 877. On the other side, Pu Guanshan's face was full of joy as he said, I didn't disappoint the four of you. Old Pu, you've helped us so many times. We won't mistreat you. Yin Piaoliu smiled and checked the blood-red bottle carefully. He smiled and said, Have they all retreated? They've all retreated, Pu Guanshan said. He was quite confident in the effectiveness of his orders. Yin Piaoliu looked at the black needle in the small red bottle. It kept changing directions. Suddenly, the black needle vibrated and pointed to the southwest. Yin Piaoliu said seriously, Attention, get ready. The entire southwest area can be retreated. Yin Piaoliu looked at the needle that was still rotating in the southwest direction. He said softly, Those below the mystical returning realm. Don't attack. Don't give him a chance. Mystical returning realm cultivators work together and destroy the southwest area of White Mountain City. Force Umoyan into the sky. He said slowly and looked at the small bottle. I didn't expect this Umoyan to be so difficult to deal with. The legendary Void Transformation Stone is indeed mysterious. But it's useless now. It's settled. Pu Guanshan said, Good. If you still can't catch him, I'll have to send a message and ask my guards to come in. Yin Piaoliu smiled gently. Not many people know that we're in White Mountain City. I don't want to make it public. If it gets out, it'll be bad for Master Pu. Thank you for your concern. Pu Guanshan said, But the golden soul pill that Master made. Yin Piaoliu said lightly, After this, the 3 pills I promised you can be delivered at any time. There's 6 transformation golden pills. There's 6 transformation golden pills made by Ancestor Yin himself. With these 3 golden pills, you'll be able to reach Dao Reunion Realm. 3 golden pills. 6 transformation golden pills. This was beyond Pu Guanshan's expectations. Pu Guanshan was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Yin. Let's move. More than 30 returnants, profound realm experts, had quietly surrounded the entire area. All the buildings connected to it had been neatly destroyed, leaving behind only an isolated island. Umoyan knew what the other party wanted to do, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't even dig a tunnel. He only felt his heart turn cold. Was he really going to die here today? His figure moved at high speed and rushed to one side. Even if he had reached the end of his life, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to find a few people to accompany him in death. However, in the next moment, a shockwave suddenly appeared in the air. After space lock, attack immediately. Control your strength. Don't kill Umoyan on the spot. Understood. Mount Pu Guan's purple robes fluttered as he rushed into the sky. As Mount Pu Guanshan opened his hands, a huge amount of energy gathered below. Slowly, the air in the entire region became viscous. Flying Skylock, an indescribable and mysterious aura that belonged to a realm suddenly became thicker in the air. Disdain flashed across the eyes of Yin Piaoliu and the others. This Mount Pu Guanshan's sky-soaring realm cultivator really didn't live up to his name. If a genius reached the sky-soaring realm, he would only need to raise his hand, and the air below would become as hard as steel. But Mount Pu Guanshan could only do this when he used all his strength. He was really too weak, it was hard to describe. Little did he know that Pu Guanshan was also helpless. The area of space that he controlled was really too big. It was almost as big as a village. To lock down such a large area. Even if I am a flying cultivator, I am still unable to do it. Yu Moyan, who was in the middle of the situation, felt the air suddenly become viscous. He actually showed signs of being unable to move. Shocked, he subconsciously gathered all the spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, an order came from the sky: attack. With a loud explosion, the experts in all directions attacked at the same time. 1/10 of the entire White Mountain city was instantly turned into ruins. All the houses and buildings were completely destroyed. In the midst of the ruins, Yu Moyan's body let out a long cry of despair as he rushed into the sky. This was something he had no choice but to do. 36 Ascension Realm experts attacked at the same time, directly destroying the entire space. Everything that was affected by their power was pushed into the sky without exception. With just Yu Moyan's strength, how could he resist? It was already very lucky that he wasn't killed by this force. Looking at the figure flying into the sky, Yin Paliu laughed loudly. He's out, he's out. Yu Moyan, even if you're a mouse, I can still force you out. Yin Piaoliu, Feng Wu Hen, and Feng Wu Yi all smiled. The situation was set. Right now, it was like a group of cats facing a mouse. Mount Pu Guanshan stood in the sky like a tall mountain. His voice was loud like a bell as he ordered, "All of White Mountain City, listen up. Capture Yu Moyan." "Yes, sir." Over 100 figures, all Ascension Realm experts, including 2 Sky Soaring Realm experts, surrounded Yu Moyan in the sky. Everyone's face was cold. Long swords were everywhere, shining with cold light. In the middle, Yu Moyan floated in the air, a sword in his hand, shining with cold light. His face was pale, but his eyes were calm. Since he was already in a situation where death was certain, he could only fight to the death. What a pity. Boss Swa, you can't go on adventures with your brothers anymore. Who would have thought that I, Yu Moyan, would die here today? I thought that I was destined to be buried on the battlefield, sacrificed in the battle of the Wu people. Who would have thought that I would die in the hands of the astral souls? What a joke, what a pity. Ha ha. Yu Moyan laughed crazily, his hand holding his sword tightly. He said coldly, "It's fine if I die, but it's a pity that I've never been on the battlefield. This sword hasn't been stained with the blood of the Wu people. It's a pity." The long sword flashed. Yu Moyan's body instantly turned into a flash of lightning. Facing the encirclement, facing hundreds of strong enemies, Yu Moyan actually took the initiative to attack. Dang, 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 sounds continued. Yu Moyan flashed to the air like a ghost, his sword flying out, sword chi flying everywhere. The Ascension Realm experts fighting against him all felt their hearts tighten. One Ascension Realm expert's face suddenly turned pale, his body swayed, and he retreated 3 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Yu Moyan's sword chi had actually injured his own origin. This brat, who was only at the late cloud transformation realm, was actually able to injure a Ascension Realm expert with 1 sword. Everyone attacked at the same time, but Yu Moyan's movements were nimble. He dodged left and right in the encirclement, his sword flashing. He was attacking with all his might, dashing left and right. 2 Sky Soaring Realm experts, one on the left and one on the right, were watching the battle. Although Yu Moyan's talent was unbelievable, but in this kind of battle, there was no need for the 2 Sky Soaring Realm experts to take action. This is a genius. This is a true genius. Yin Paliu looked at Yu Moyan, who was able to kill a Ascension Realm expert with 1 sword under the encirclement of hundreds of experts, his body floating around like an illusion, and could not help but praise this kind of talent, this kind of nature, this kind of tenacity, this kind of mentality. If this brat grows up in the future, I'm afraid he will be another heavenly king of the Astral Souls continent. It's a pity he will not have that chance in this life. Yin Piaoliu's heart was filled with joy. Who would have thought that the 2 Hearts Cauldrons would be able to kill a future heavenly king of the Astral Souls continent? This was too good. Heavenly king? Even Pu Guanshan's heart shook. Yun Piaoliu's evaluation of Yumoyan was actually so high. Did I just kill a future heavenly king of the astral souls continent? Thinking of this, Pu Guanshan suddenly felt very complicated. Pu Guanshan did not doubt Yun Piaoliu's evaluation because he also saw Yumoyan's potential. Regardless of age, talent, current cultivation realm, especially the performance of his battle strength, everything pointed to the fact that he was indeed a rare genius. Pu Guanshan had never seen such a genius in his life. This age, this level of cultivation, this level of battle prowess. What a pity. Even though they were enemies, Pu Guanshan sighed in his heart. There was a boom in the air. Yumoyan, who had killed 2 people in a row, was attacked by 3 returnants, profound realm experts. His body quickly twisted and turned, but in such a tight encirclement, he could not dodge all of them. With a boom, the sword chi and the attack collided. Yumoyan groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body somersaulting in the air. Suddenly, the sword light became dazzling, forming a mottled dragon, roaring and whistling. Body and sword as one. What a genius! Yun Piaoliu praised from the bottom of his heart. But in his heart, he was even more excited. The more talented Yumoyan was, the more advantageous it would be for this plan. This 2-heart cauldron should be the highest quality in so many years. Not bad, not bad. On the side, Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wui looked at Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan with jealousy. Because only 2 people could enjoy it, each of the 2 families had to send a representative. So Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wui would not be able to enjoy it. At this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. But this time, the sound came from the direction of the city gate. It was as if a super bomb had suddenly exploded at the city gate of White Mountain City. Everyone in the air turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. Why would there be a commotion at the city gate at this time? What kind of attack could cause such a big commotion? On the other side, smoke and dust filled the air as far as the eye could see. The entire city gate and the city wall had completely collapsed. There was a ripple in the air, and the sky ceiling cover had completely disappeared after the explosion. One attack had smashed the city gate and the sky ceiling cover. Who was this? Pu Guanshan's pupil shrank, and he was a little surprised. Yun Piaoliu and the others also looked at him in surprise. In the endless smoke and dust, a young man in white rushed up to the sky of White Mountain City like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the battle that was in full swing. His shout was like a thunderclap that shook the sky. The snow around White Mountain City rose into the air. Yumoyan, brother is here. This is great. Please vote for me. Chapter 878. A thunderous roar shook the sky. Umo Yan's body trembled as he heard the roar. He cried out, Zwa. For a moment, he wondered if he was in a dream. How long has it been? How did we get here so fast? Follow me. Zwa. Xiaoduo laughed as he rushed towards the encirclement like a meteor. Pu Guanshan's eyes flashed with cruelty. Kill him. Instantly, dozens of Returnant's Realm experts rushed towards him. Zwa Xiaoduo rushed forward like a meteor, his eyes filled with killing intent. A shout. Countless weapons slashed towards Zwa Xiaoduo's body. But at this moment, Zwa Xiaoduo roared, hammers. In the sky, 2 unimaginably huge hammers appeared. These 2 huge hammers, one above and one below, completely covered Zwa Xiaoduo's body. When they first saw it, they thought, these hammers are so huge, they're like water tanks. Are they shields? Then Zwa Xiaoduo's sky-pointing hammers fell, and the earth-pointing hammers rose. A whirlwind magnetic field was formed in an instant. Before he could even finish his ascent, a huge vortex had already appeared around him. In the sky, Zwa Xiaoduo and the hammers could no longer be seen. Only black light and white smoke could be seen swirling in the air. Boom, boom. The first Returnant's Realm expert who came into contact with the hammers didn't even have time to scream before his entire body and weapon was smashed into pieces. Then the second, the third. Zhua Xiaoduo was like an unstoppable whirlwind. With an unimaginable explosive force, one man and two hammers charged into the encirclement. "Follow me and break out," Zhua Xiaoduo roared. Umo Yin didn't say anything and followed behind Zhua Xiaoduo. The two of them were like meteors as they rushed forward. However, they didn't turn back to escape through the city gate. Instead, they chose to follow Zhua Xiaoduo's momentum and charge forward. "Break out!" Pu Guanshan wanted to make a move, but after looking at Yin Piaoliu, he felt that it would be beneath his status if he did it himself. So he yelled, "Take him down." Boom! One of the Skysoar realm experts from White Mountain City, the Vice City Lord Chung Guannan, slammed his staff onto Zhua Xiaoduo's hammer. Zhua Xiaoduo's body trembled as he felt his internal organs trembling. Blood was about to flow out from his 7 apertures. The staff was also a heavy weapon, and this Skysoar realm cultivator staff weighed over 500 kilograms. When he swung it at high speed, the force behind it was unimaginable. Although Zhua Xiaoduo was also known for his strength, in this extreme collision, he was still slightly inferior. After all, the difference between their cultivation levels was too great. Zhua Xiaoduo roared and spun his twin hammers. The sun and moon yin-yang hammers were unleashed, and Bai and Jiu rushed into the hammerhead. A black and white whirlwind suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom, 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 that hundreds of hammer strikes were unleashed in a series of extremely violent strikes. Puff, puff, dot. The two Skysoar realm experts at the front were unable to resist and were forced to retreat while spurting out blood. Zhua Xiaoduo and Yu Moyin yelled and swung their hammers, turning the 13 people in front of them into dust. Their flesh and blood fluttered in the air like pink snowflakes. When the sun and moon hammers were unleashed, the dead experts of White Mountain City didn't even have their souls floating out. However, Zhua Xiaoduo didn't have the time and didn't notice it at all. Whoosh! Yu Moyin pushed Zhua Xiaoduo's body from behind, while Zhua Xiaoduo carried Yu Moyin and activated the Sky Origin Evasion to rush forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the left side of the city wall. Pu Guanshan couldn't hold himself back anymore and yelled, "Junior!" Before he yelled, he was already in front of Zhua Xiaoduo. Zhua Xiaoduo yelled and pushed the spiritual energy in his dantian to the limit again. He poured the second layer of the flaming sun scripture that he had painstakingly cultivated into the two hammers. The hammers intertwined with yin and yang, black and white, and a fiery red color mixed with a blazing temperature. They fiercely smashed towards Pu Guanshan. One hammer, two hammers. The two hammers became smoother and smoother. After hundreds of hammer strikes, Pu Guanshan yelled and felt his body tremble. He couldn't stop himself from flying backwards. Zhua Xiaoduo's last hammer strike even sent him flying back along with his sword. He yelled, "Old thief, just you wait." Zhua Xiaoduo roared and swung his hammer again. He actually managed to blast a huge hole in the city wall that was a few meters thick. In the midst of his roar, Umo Yin and Zhua Xiaoduo disappeared into the snowstorm outside White Mountain City. A gust of wind and snow suddenly flew in from the hole in the city wall. Puff! A mouthful of blood. After Zhua Xiaoduo rushed out of White Mountain City, he spat out the blood from his mouth. Facing 3 Skysoar realm experts and hundreds of returning Spirit Royal Realm experts, Zhua Xiaoduo was fighting with his life on the line. All of his spiritual energy was used up. All of his meridians were injured. His dantian was in pain, and his vision was turning black. Fortunately, he had the Heavenman Stone to replenish his energy and repair his body. He took a deep breath, and the Heavenman Stone's effect was activated. After rushing out of the city wall, he didn't stop. He pulled Umoyin and rushed out. The two figures were instantly sucked into the snowstorm outside. Not far behind them, Pu Guanshan's body was still in the process of flying backwards. His face was full of shock. The sword in his hand was only left with the hilt. The young man who had suddenly appeared to save Umo Yin had continuously swung his hammer 300 times. Even though he was a Skysoar realm cultivator, he didn't feel like he was able to block the young man's attacks at all. All he could do was passively retreat as the young man smashed his hammer. The power unleashed by the opponent's twin hammers had reached an unimaginable level. Pu Guanshan could clearly sense that the young man's true cultivation was at most a peak god, reigning realm cultivator, or a returnance realm cultivator. However, as a Skysoar realm cultivator who was at least an entire realm higher than the young man, he was actually unable to suppress the young man's violent attacks. The 300 hammer strikes forced him to retreat. Then, under his gaze, the opponent smashed the other side of White Mountain City's wall and broke out of the encirclement. This kind of power made everyone's mind tremble. The opponent's strength was outstanding, but the opponent's aura was even more earth-shattering and shocking. Chase! Pu Guanshan's face was flushed red as he angrily shouted. Needless to say, the hundreds of experts belonging to White Mountain City all rushed out through the gap in the city wall. Until now, high up in the sky, Yin Piaoliu and the other three who were watching the battle finally came back to their senses. The four of them looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. They only felt that their hearts were beating wildly, and they couldn't control themselves. None of them had thought that in White Mountain City, under such a tight encirclement, there would be such a fierce person. One man with 2 hammers, breaking through the encirclement and breaking out of the encirclement of hundreds of experts. It was like smashing out a path of blood. Even after the opponent had broken out of the encirclement, the 4 of them still couldn't believe what they had seen. Everything seemed so unreal. Could it be real? One man with 2 hammers. The first hammer directly smashed the city gate and shattered the heaven-sealing shield. Then, he rushed up to the sky and attacked the top experts of White Mountain City who had already formed an encirclement. In just a few seconds, he smashed more than 20 high-level cultivators who were surrounding Yumoyan to death and broke out of the encirclement. Then, he continued to move forward in a straight line. The 2 hammers turned the entire space pink. He also attacked fiercely while being surrounded by 2 Ascension Realm cultivators. In the end, under Pu Guanshan's attack, he continued to attack crazily until Pu Guanshan was forced to retreat. He even smashed the city wall with 1 hammer and left. What kind of earth-shattering might was this? Who is he? Yin Piaoliu felt that his heart was beating fast. Yin Piaoliu was from a famous family. He had seen a lot of martial arts masters. However, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful and violent young martial arts master, especially this kind of aura, which could even shatter the sky. It was something he had never seen before. What shocked him even more was that the opponent was very young, much younger than him. He could even be considered a teenager. His age was the most shocking part. Pu Guanshan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He flew up into the sky with anger and shame on his face. The enemy had faced their strongest lineup in their own headquarters, and they had even faced off against him, their strongest combatant. Despite that, they had still been able to slaughter their way out, and even a Skysoar realm expert like him hadn't been able to stop the enemy from leaving. He didn't even slow down his opponent's pace. Not even for a second. Apart from being shocked, it was also too embarrassing. Not only these people, but all the experts who had participated in the battle were also in a state of confusion. Even those who had chased after Pu Guanshan were in a state of confusion. It was too cruel. It was too cruel, wasn't it? None of the people who had been smashed to death had a complete corpse. Not even the slightest bit of complete body remains could be preserved. After being smashed by such terrifying hammers, no matter if it was their weapons or their bodies, they were all smashed into a bloody mist. There was no exception. 35 experts of White Mountain City were all smashed into a bloody mist. 23 God-reigning cultivators and 12 profound returning cultivators were killed. Such a battle record made everyone's heart sink. They had a vague feeling that a disaster was about to befall them. This wasn't an ordinary battle between God-reigning and profound returning cultivators. Instead, it was a battle led by 2 Skysoar realm experts. Furthermore, the city lord of White Mountain City, Pu Guanshan, had personally joined the battle. So many people had died, and the opponent had still managed to break out of the encirclement and escape. Even if they had caught the enemy by surprise, the opponent had still managed to escape unscathed. Furthermore, he had even brought another person with him. That roar, in particular, seemed to be reverberating in the air. That roar was filled with killing intent. It was like the roar of the Grim Reaper. Old bastard, just you wait. Chapter 879. Who is he? Who is he? Pu Guanshan held his broken sword and felt pain in his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys. I don't know. I only heard you Mo Yin call him. Zwa. Someone answered. The person who spoke had lost an arm, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of fear. He was slightly further away from the encirclement, and only his weapon had touched the outer edge of Zwa Xiaoduo's sledgehammer. But as a mid-level Gui Xian expert, he had paid the price of having his weapon shattered on the spot and lost an arm. To the people of White Mountain City, this young man's entrance and exit was simply a nightmare. But compared to the others who had fallen, he was still lucky. After all, he had kept his life. There was a sweetness in the bitterness. Zwa. Yun Piaoliu frowned and said lightly, "Could it be Zwa Xiaoduo?" Yun Piaoliu and the other three had also experienced the trial in Crown Prince's Academy, but they had entered the spirit-dominating area. Although they weren't in the same region, they were still aware of Zwa Xiaoduo's ferocious reputation. He had single-handedly suppressed the prodigies of the 3 continents in the Soul Transformation region. When they returned, the Soul Transformation prodigies of the Tao Alliance all looked as if they had seen a ghost when they mentioned Zwa Xiaoduo. After that, there were many hot topics about Zwa Xiaoduo. Gradually, everyone knew about this peerless, ferocious person who had dominated the Soul Transformation area. At the mention of Zwa Xiaoduo, the 4 people recalled Zwa Xiaoduo's many achievements and could not believe it. Zwa Xiaoduo, didn't he enter the trial in the Soul Transformation area? How could he be so strong? This does not match the rumors. If he is so strong, he should have wiped out all the trial takers from the other 2 continents. How long has it been? Looking at his combat strength, he is at least in the Sky Realm. He might even be at the peak of the Sky Realm. Feng Wuhan frowned and said, "From the looks of it, this Zwa Xiaoduo has indeed obtained an extraordinary opportunity in the trial space. It makes sense that you Mo Yin, as his little brother, would possess such a rare treasure like the Void Transformation Stone." As soon as he said that, drifting clouds, and Feng Wuying's eyes lit up. Their previous dejection disappeared. Pu Guanshan was curious. Who is Zwa Xiaoduo? Yin Piaoliu's eyes gleamed as he explained. I didn't expect to catch such a big fish this time. We're already satisfied with you Mo Yin and Dugu Yin'er's harvest. Now, here comes another Zwa Xiaoduo who might have a huge secret. One unexpected surprise. We must take him down. Yin Piaoliu took in a deep breath. His face was red with excitement. Old Pu, as long as you help me take down Zwa Xiaoduo, I can guarantee that your cultivation journey will be smooth sailing. You might even reach the level of a heavenly king. Pu Guanshan's eyes immediately flashed. Is young Master Yun's words true? Of course. Yin Piaoliu made a solemn vow. The 7 ancestors of our family are most proficient in pill refinement. It's said that the Lightning Patriarch can use divine lightning to refine pills, and it's said that the barrier-breaking pills he refines have reached the level of 7 transformations. Mountain Lord Pu, if you can capture Zwa Xiaoduo this time, the 4 of us promise that we'll support you all the way to the Tao integration stage. When you reach the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage, we'll obtain 2 7 transformations barrier-breaking pills for you. We'll help you break through the shackles of the Tao integration stage and enter that mysterious level. Pu Guanshan took a deep breath. That's a promise? That's a promise. Pu Guanshan's entire body seemed to be on fire, and his aura continued to rise. The level above Tao integration stage. This time, it was only because I caught him off guard that I was able to take advantage of him. If I had been prepared earlier, then even if that little bastard had extraordinary methods, he would definitely not have been able to escape from my grasp. Don't worry, leave this to me. Pu Guanshan was instantly filled with confidence and high spirits. In these 10,000-li white mountains, there is nothing my Mount Pu Guan cannot do. Right at this moment, there seemed to be explosive sounds of battle coming from the snowstorm outside. Could it be that the pursuers had discovered Zhuo? Everyone immediately looked toward the source of the sound. In the middle of a snowstorm, at the bottom of a slope, Gue Xian realm masters of White Mountain City were lying on the snowy ground in pieces. Their bodies were completely shattered, and their heads and limbs were scattered in different places. On the snowy ground, there was a line of words written with boiling blood that had melted the snow. Hand him over. Just as everyone saw this line of words, a deafening roar sounded from the main gate of White Mountain City. Pu Guanshan, old bastard, I'll give you 1 incense stick's worth of time to hand him over. Otherwise, I promise you that this White Mountain City won't be spared. Men, women, old, and young, your entire family will be wiped out. His voice was filled with an extremely violent, murderous aura that surged to the heavens. That kind of unbridled sharpness, that kind of unbridled arrogance and domineering spirit caused the world to fall silent, and even the gods and ghosts to fall silent when they heard it. Yun Piaoliu and the others moved again and quickly returned to the direction of the city gate. Looking down from above, he saw 2 people standing side by side a few hundred meters away from Baishan City. They were Zhuo and Yumoyan. In front of them was the broken city gate. Yun Piaoliu raised his voice and said, "Is that Zhuo?" Zhuo looked up and said calmly, "It's me. Good boy, come over and kowtow to me." Yun Piaoliu was not angry. Instead, he smiled gently and said, "Zhuo, I'm really surprised by your progress. As far as I know, you were just at the level of nascent soul not long ago. So I'm curious, how did you improve so quickly from the level of nascent soul to your current strength? Now, it's only been a little more than a month since the last Mysteryland trial. I'm really surprised that you've improved so much." Zhuo laughed wildly. "It's none of your business. Son, come on, tell me your name. Let's see if the name your mother gave you is suitable for me." Yun Piaoliu squinted his eyes. "Zhuo, young man, it's not good for you to be so arrogant and overbearing." With a flash of white light and a cold breath, Pu Guanshan jumped to the sky and looked down at Zhuo. He shouted angrily and was about to rush over. Zhuo had already taken Yumoyan and used the Tianyuan escape skill to rush out. Only 1 sentence was enough to shatter the snowflakes in the air. "Pu Guanshan, let him go. I'm warning you, this is your last chance." His voice was still reverberating in the air, but he had already disappeared. Pu Guanshan missed his attack and fell to the ground. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Bastard, I'll kill you." Yun Piaoliu landed gracefully and said, "Master Pu, it seems that the woman we caught is quite useful." Pu Guanshan knew what Yun Piaoliu meant. He said, "Don't worry, Master Yun. There's no turning back. Just wait and see. I'll do it well." "Good." Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 entered the secret room. Dugianer was locked in here. Her right middle finger had been bandaged. She was sitting on a chair in the room. Her pretty face was covered with frost. 2 teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts were guarding her in the room. "Yenner, we have no choice. In the future, if you and Yumoyan go to hell, don't blame us." A teacher, surnamed Zhao, said, "Yes, it's done. There's no turning back. It's your fault for having such good aptitudes and cultivating the 2-winged hearts technique. You're so compatible." The other teacher, surnamed Wu, said hypocritically, "I don't blame you." Duginger said coldly, "Because you don't deserve it. You don't deserve to be a teacher or a human being. You don't deserve to be hated by me. You are 2 pieces of trash. You 2 bastards." Duginger's voice was calm, but her words were vicious. "Slap." Zhao Zilu slapped Duginger's face and said with a hideous smile, "Is it up to you to say whether we deserve it or not? Do you think you're still the daughter of the vice principal? We still have to spoil you? Duginger, you're too naive." Duginger slowly turned her crooked face and said indifferently, "That's all you've got." Clap, clap. The sound of applause came from the door. Yun Piaoliu slowly clapped and walked in. He smiled and said, Miss Dugu, you're indeed a fierce woman. I admire you more and more. Dugu snorted and turned her head away, ignoring him. Miss Yin, you're really smart. Yin Pialiu praised her. You noticed the problem with the match between Heart Sutra at the first moment and cut off the telepathy. I have to say, I admire your decision. Dugu Yin did not respond. It was as if she did not hear him. Since you're here, I'm sure you know there's no chance for you to get out. Miss Yin Yin Pialiu smiled and said, Actually, we don't intend to endanger your lives. In fact, this matter is very simple. Our original intention was to let the two of you cultivate the match between Heart Sutra without the two of you knowing and become cauldrons at the same time. We only need the two of you to cultivate the match between Heart Sutra and drink the same heart wine. We'll use the secret method as a medium to absorb some of the energy we need. That's enough. Although this will cause a certain degree of damage to the two of you, it won't affect your lifespan. Moreover, after this matter, all memories related to this matter will disappear from your minds. So, Miss Yin what do you think? Why do we have to make this so serious and tense? Yin Pialiu said, As long as Miss Yin opens the door to your heart and restores the telepathy connection with Yu Moyen, let Yu Moyen come over and we'll settle this matter. We promise that we'll send the two of you back as soon as we achieve our goal. Chapter 880. In the future, you two can still improve your cultivation and walk side by side on the path of cultivation. You can still play the zither and stay together for the rest of your lives. You can still have children and live a happy life. It's beneficial to us and not harmful to you. Why not? Yin Pialiu smiled and said, But if this stalemate continues, the hatred between us will only grow bigger and bigger. In the end, it will only lead to a situation where only one of us will die. Why bother? With Miss Yin-er's wisdom, it's not difficult for you to see that we have our own background. Otherwise, why would Mountain Lord Pu bow down to us? If you insist on being tough, it will only lead to a matter that can be settled peacefully into an extremely bloody end. And the inevitable result is that you too will pay with your lives. Why bother? It's up to Miss Yin to decide. Please think about it. Yin Pialiu's words were reasonable. He used emotion, reason, and threat. His words were unscrupulous, and he was forcing Dugu Yin to submit. If it was a woman with weak willpower, she would probably be bewitched by his nonsense. Naturally, Dugu Yin did not believe a single word of this nonsense, but she still felt happy in her heart, because she could read a message from Yin Pialiu's words. They did not catch Yu Moyen. Yu Moyen had escaped. He was safe. Dugu Yin-er's heart, which had been hanging in the air, suddenly calmed down. She had expected that she would not be able to escape this time. Trapped in White Mountain City, which was full of experts, the chances of her surviving were very slim. But as long as Yu Moyen was alive, even if she died, it would not matter. She raised her head and smiled sweetly. She said, Young master, with this long speech, you're telling me that Yu Moyen has successfully escaped, right? You didn't catch him, did you? Haha, that's great. Thank you for bringing me such good news. I thank you here. Even Yin Pialiu was shocked by Dugu Yin-er's smile. Yin Pialiu said from behind, So what if Yu Moyen has escaped? You're still in our hands. As long as you're still in our hands, we have countless ways to make you talk. He gloomily said, Miss Dugu should know that there are some things that a woman cannot accept. For example, chastity. Dugu Yin smiled faintly. You wouldn't dare. Her tone was extremely certain. Don't dare? Yin Pialiu sneered. Why wouldn't we dare? What are we afraid of? We even dare to set you up to be our cultivation furnaces. What else do we not dare to do? Dugu said calmly. Why do you have to put on an act? You didn't even force us to drink the so-called conjoined wine. Why would you do such a thing as taking over my body? Dugu Yin recalled a lot of things during the time she was imprisoned. She understood a lot about the concerns of Yin Pialiu and the others. Instead of saying that you don't dare, it's better to say that you won't or you can't do it. As far as I'm concerned, although the benefits of your plan are great, there are many taboos in it. For example, You need the happiness and sweetness of you, Mo Yin, and me. That's why you had the conjoined wine at the beginning. If you take over my body, our conjoined wings and hearts will be destroyed immediately. In this way, all your schemes will become empty talk and in vain. So you won't, can't, and don't dare. Dugian looked at Yin Pialiu calmly and sneered. Maybe you'll do some dirty things after you've achieved your goal. But as long as Mo Yin is not caught by you, I'll be safe. You won't dare to do anything. You won't do anything. You won't do anything. Dugian sneered. Her eyes were filled with disdain. So, even if I scold you to your faces, calling you a bunch of bastards who were born to a mother but didn't have a father to raise you. You can only listen. She raised her chin high and said disdainfully, Am I right? You bunch of bastards? Bastard, you bastard. Slap. A heavy slap knocked Dugian to the ground. Feng Wuhan shouted angrily, You're right. There are some things that we can't do now, but we still have countless ways to torture you. We'll torture you until you're in so much pain that you'd rather die than live. Dugian fell to the ground. She touched her face with her hands and smiled mockingly. You won't dare. I won't dare. Feng Wuhan was about to rush forward. Dugian said indifferently, If you dare to touch me again, I'll kill myself. I mean what I say. Instead of being tortured by you, I'd rather do it myself. Do you think I won't dare? Feng Wuhan's body froze. The mockery in Dugian eyes became more intense. Why won't you dare? Didn't you say you'd torture me? Come on then. Although my cultivation is restricted now, you've never hurt my body in order to achieve your goal. Under such circumstances, as a martial artist, I have countless ways to end my life. For example, I could bite my tongue to commit suicide. For example, I could find a way to disfigure myself. For example, I could kill myself by hitting my head. For example, I could destroy my own heart meridians. For example, I could hang myself to death. For example, I could die from the destruction of my soul. From a moment you didn't dare to completely control me because of your plan, I saw through your concerns. If it weren't for that, you would have controlled me, tied me up, dislocated my chin, and sealed my soul so that I wouldn't even be able to die. But you didn't do that. This means that your plan requires me to maintain a good physical condition. Dugian said indifferently. If you touch me again, I guarantee that the next time you see me, you'll only see my corpse. Feng Wuhan was stunned. From the moment they met, he had always felt that this girl was soft and weak. He didn't expect her to be so scheming, so decisive, and so intelligent. Since you're so smart and have seen through everything, why don't you die? You're still unwilling to die. No matter how much you say, you're still unwilling to die. Feng Wuhan sneered. Dugian retorted arrogantly, Why should I die? Since I have the ability to live, I won't die unless I have no other choice. Moreover, Mo Yin is still alive now. Why would I seek death? I'm here and I've been caught by you. But so what? If he can save me, why should I die? If I can't be saved in the end, would it be too late to die then? She looked at Feng Wuhan with cold eyes and said indifferently, Do you really want me to die? Why do you ask? Do you dare to nod? If you nod, I'll let you see my corpse tomorrow. Do you dare? Guess if I dare or not. Feng Wuhan's handsome face flushed red. Nod? He really didn't dare. If he nodded and this woman really died, he would probably be beaten to death by the other three. He had planned for so long and was about to succeed. How could he let the key person die so suddenly? Feng Wuhan felt suffocated. He snorted and left. Out of sight, out of mind. Dugian mocking laughter came from behind him. If that's the case, Miss Yin can stay here. Yin Pialiu was relieved as long as Dugian didn't seek death. We'll find a way to bring you Mo Yin here and reunite with Miss Yin as soon as possible. Chase these two bastards out. Dugian demanded. I don't need them to watch over me. I can't run away and I won't die. I don't need these two bastards here to disgust me. Looking at them makes me feel bad and disgusted. I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop myself from killing myself. She pointed at Zhao Zilu and another teacher with the surname Wu and shouted angrily, Bastards! Get out! Both of them were furious, but they didn't dare to do anything. Yun Pialiu said indifferently, "If that's the case, you can leave now." Zhao Zilu was furious. "This bitch." Yun Pialiu glared at them and shouted, "Get out." An aura suddenly erupted. The two of them had no other way out. They were polite to them because of their self-restraint, but they were rude to them because of their status. Yun Pialiu was afraid of Dugayina, but he didn't care about them at all. Zhao Zilu and the teacher with the surname Wu felt a chill in their hearts. They shrank back and left without saying a word. Their faces were red, and the speechless shame made them feel so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. They couldn't help but think, if I were a good teacher in the school and taught the students properly, I wouldn't be humiliated like this today. However, now that they had taken this step, there was no turning back. No matter what Yin Piaoliu and the others did to them, they could only endure it. There was no other reason. It was because there was no way out. Even if they knew that they were on a pirate ship, they could only stay on it and pray that this pirate ship wouldn't capsize. The descendants of Taoist Yun and Taoist Feng were here, that no matter what, their safety could always be guaranteed. However, they couldn't go back to the past. Yesterday's me changed in an instant. I can't stay here anymore. Yun Piali nodded politely to Duga Yin with a smile. Please have a good rest, Miss Yin. I'll take my leave first. Duga Yin sneered with a cold face. Yun Pialiu and the others also left. The door closed slowly. Duga Yin seemed to have lost all her strength. She sat weakly on the chair, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Could they still get out? Was there any hope? Although she acted tough just now, she was just holding on. Duga Yin was not afraid of death. She had wanted to die a long time ago. As long as she died, all their plans would be in vain. Yu Moyan, who had nothing to worry about, would be safe. However, there were two reasons why she didn't want to die. One was the faint hope in her heart that she could get out, be rescued, and see her beloved again. Chapter 881. The other reason was that today, Zhuoxiao Duo had barged in with an earth-shattering momentum. That shout that shook the entire White Mountain City had given Duga Yin unlimited hope. Zhuo was here. Zhuo had arrived in time and saved Yu Moyan. He would definitely find a way to save her. Since Zhuo knew, the others must know as well. There were so many people who wanted to save her. She might be able to get out of here alive. Besides, Duga Yin had another concern. As long as she was alive, Yin Piaoliu and the others would still have hope that their original plan would work. However, if she really killed herself, how could those people whose hopes had been completely dashed really let it go? They would definitely be enraged and would no longer have any scruples and take revenge without restraint. The first to bear the brunt of their revenge would be Yu Moyan and even her own family. With the strength they had shown and the background behind them, the consequences of everyone were almost foreseeable. This was also something that Duga Yin did not want to see it outside. Yun Piaoliu and the others walked for a while. Feng Wuhan suddenly gnashed his teeth and said, "After we catch Yu Moyan and extract the soul of the true spirit, I will kill her." Yun Piaoliu said firmly, "I will be the first." Feng Wuhan said, "Then I will be the second. Damn it, I will be the scapegoat for you. This woman is so arrogant. If I don't teach her a lesson, it will be hard to vent my anger." Yun Piaoliu frowned and said, "The most important thing now is to catch Yu Moyan and Zhuoxiao Duo. This is the first priority. However, based on the current situation, it is impossible to do it with only the people of White Mountain City." Feng Wui said, "Yes, I have this feeling when I saw Zhuoxiao's escape speed. It is too fast. If we want to catch Zhuoxiao Duo, we need at least 4 Space Lock 4 flying beasts to ensure that nothing will go wrong. However, there are only 3 Space Locks in White Mountain City. It is beyond our power. With Zhuoxiao's extreme speed, he can come and go as he pleases without Space Lock 4 beasts. It is too fast. Coupled with his astonishing combat strength that far surpasses his peers, it's simply unrealistic for us to take him down." Although they had only met Zhuoxiao Duo once, they were still shocked by the speed and strength that Zhuoxiao Duo had displayed. That was an incomprehensible and unimaginable speed. Then let's have our guards do the final work. 8 people are enough for 4 guards. Yin Piaoliu sighed. That's all we can do now. However, after this matter, he might be punished by the family. Feng Wuhan sighed. I don't think so. Feng Wu muttered to himself for a long time. At present, the 2 continents are in an alliance. Our family won't allow us to do such a thing, destroying the relationship between the 2 continents. They have warned us many times about this topic, Yin Piaolai said. Moreover, Xiaoduo is the person on the human relations token. Flying heavens cannot be killed. Perhaps it's just talk. Feng Wu said indifferently. The 2 continents may be in an alliance, but when has the astral souls ever put our family in their eyes? It's just a temporary measure. Besides, even if this matter blows up, the 4 of us will at most be grounded by the family for a period of time. It won't be more serious than that. Compared to the benefits we'll gain, being grounded is nothing. Feng Wu said. That's true, but it's better to be careful. If you do something like this in the future, try not to let the family know if you can. After all, devouring true souls is an evil cultivation technique that the family strictly forbids. Of course, once we pave the path to ascension and reach the Sky Sur realm, we won't need to use such a cultivation technique anymore. Nonsense. Even if you want to continue using it after you reach the ascension realm, where are you going to find a suitable cauldron? At that time, you'll need a cauldron at the ascension realm or ascension realm. That's not going to be easy. You're dreaming. Huh? The 4 of them didn't take the matter to heart at all. They chatted and laughed as they walked out. The entire Baishan city was filled with scouts. Groups of martial artists were wantonly searching for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Yu Mo Yin. Pu Guanshan and the others were quite confident that the 2 of them wouldn't go far. With Dugi and in their hands, they wouldn't give up. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Yu Mo Yin were hiding in a secluded cave covered in snow. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo had finished listening to Yu Mo Yin's story. This matter, you haven't told teacher Luo or your school about it, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. No, Yu Mo Yin sighed. I don't dare to use my phone during this period. Pu Kaishan said that the sky's ceiling canopy can probably block the signal. So Xiaoduo smiled to express his understanding. Before he arrived, Yu Moyan needed to hide perfectly and stall for time until he arrived. At that time, Yu Moyan would not dare to take out his mobile phone to send a message in Baishan City. Even if he didn't have the sky ceiling canopy, the light from his phone screen was enough to expose Yu Mo Yin and kill him. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Boss's Void Transformation Stone that I was able to survive until now. Yu Mo Yin still had lingering fears when he thought of this. If he didn't have the Void Transformation Stone to hide his aura, he wouldn't be able to resist at all in Baishan City. He might not even be able to self-destruct and ask for death. Yu Mo Yin wasn't Zhuo Xiaoduo. His combat strength was only a Cloud Transformation Realm cultivator. With such strength, he would be instantly shackled by a Sky Sur realm cultivator. He wouldn't even be able to ask for death. You don't have to say that. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, it's time to inform them. I need to contact Cheng Long and the others to finalize the follow-up plan with them. This was necessary. So Xiaoduo purposely chose this place to hide far away from Baishan City so that Yu Mo Yin could have the chance to inform them. This kind of thing was related to Yu Mo Yin's daughter. How could he not inform them in time? Especially now that it was related to the problem of the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts University. It was even more impossible to suppress it and not inform them. But Jade Sun High Martial Arts University shouldn't get involved in this matter. So what Xiaoduo said calmly. With Jade Sun High Martial Arts University's strength, even if they come to Baishan City to participate in the rescue, they'll just be courting death. So, we'll handle the details. As for Jade Sun High Martial Arts University's decision, they need a relatively safe plan. You must tell them this seriously. Yu Mo Yin also thought of this point. He nodded solemnly and said, but Jade Sun High Martial Arts University can't stay out of this. He took out his phone and began to report the news. Zhuo Xiaoduo also took out his phone and reported the news in the new group. Yu Mo Yin has found Dugi and in Baishan City. Where are you now? We'll reach Baishan Mountain in an hour. Long Yuxing said. We still need 2 hours. Li Qinglong waited. I'll be there in half an hour, Li Changming said. Come quickly, but don't rashly expose your whereabouts. The enemy is strong and has many people. Once you're exposed, you'll be in danger, especially Changming. You're alone, so you must be careful. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. The message was sent. He opened Zhuo Xiaoyan's message and said, I'm at Baishan Mountain. I'm coming at full speed. I'll be there in half an hour. Zhuo Xiaoyan said. The situation here is very dangerous. I need strong helpers. What's the cultivation level of your followers? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. They're all God-reigning cultivators. There's also a profound reigning cultivator. But this person has ulterior motives. I don't like him, Zhuo Xiaoyan said. Ulterior motives? Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately understood. A love rival? He immediately typed and sent a message. Well done, Nian Mao. You actually brought a love rival this time. Are you taking the opportunity to do me a favor? Let's see how you explain this to me. I'm telling you, if you don't do a cat's ear and tail dance, I won't forgive you no matter what. Get lost, Zhuo Xiaoyan replied. Aya, little puppy, I'm so scared. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately put away his phone after sending the message. On the other side, Yu Moyan had also notified Jade Sun High Marshal and teacher Luo Yinling. As Yu Moyan reported the dangerous situation, the entire Jade Sun High Marshal exploded in an instant. This kind of thing actually happened. It was a super scandal. A martial arts teacher colluded with the enemy to set up a trap for their own students. It was premeditated and planned for a long time that, as the saying goes, a small clue reveals the whole picture. The school's management couldn't help but think that Wang Qingbua is really a bastard. Originally, in all these years, Jade Sun High Martial Arts has also produced 4 other pairs of genius couples, and Wang Qingbua has always been very fond of these couples. He often tutored them individually, and without exception, gave them the matching Wings Heart Sutra. I see. This bastard's ambition has been hidden for so long. Those couples of students also suddenly disappeared without a trace. I thought it was an accident, but in fact they were all killed by Wang Qingbua. Bastard, capture Wang Qingbua's family immediately, and Zhao Zilu's and Wu Xuanqing's families. Quickly organize a team and prepare to rescue Yu Moyan and Dugian in the school's meeting room. The principal, vice principal, master, teachers, and others were all gathered in the room. Teacher Luo Yinling's eyes were already red and swollen. But when it came to the rescue, everyone couldn't help but be silent. While everyone was inexplicably indignant, they also realized that this time it was no different from a head-on war with White Mountain City. White Mountain City had always been recognized as the #1 martial arts organization in the Whitehead Mountain area. The difference in strength between the two sides was almost like heaven and earth. There was no need to fight this battle at all. Everyone knew that Jade Sun High Marshal would definitely lose. There was no room for a fight. Once the battle started, there would only be one result for everyone who participated in the battle, and that was death. As long as there was a little bit of hope, everyone wouldn't hesitate. But now, they were facing a dead end with no solution. I'm writing in a hurry, looking for monthly votes. Today's monthly votes and tomorrow's monthly votes, guaranteed monthly votes. Thank you. I'll try my best. Chapter 882. Let's start with morality first. The principal immediately decided. I'll call Pu Guanshan first and ask him what he wants. At the same time, inform Star Shield, the garrison, the security bureau, etc. Then, I'll contact Marshal Beigong's army. See if Marshal Beigong can help. As the principal spoke, he sighed. Why did he have to contact Marshal Beigong? At this moment, the northern battlefront was in full swing. All the forces of the Northern Army had been pressed to the front line. Even if he could contact Marshal Beigong, how could he ignore the overall situation of the battlefield for such a small matter? At this time, it was simply unimaginable to pull people from the battlefield. Vice Principal Dugi Yushu stood up and said lightly, Principal, please help us think of a way. Yinling and I will go and take a look first. No matter what, our daughter has been captured. As parents, Even if we know that we will die, we have to go and rescue her. Don't be too stressed about this matter. After all, the gap between the two sides is too big. No matter what, we will appreciate it. My fellow comrades, we'll take our leave first. Dugi Yushu cupped his fists and saluted. Then, he walked out side by side with his wife, Luo Yinling, and rushed into the sky, rushing in the direction of Whitehead Mountain. The last salute was the salute of the pugilistic world. I understand. I don't have the power, and I can't bear to let everyone die with our family. So, we will take our leave. Everyone's faces were burning. The principal slammed the table and said loudly, "If you can't do it, you won't do it? Let's go. Let's go and see what Baishan City wants to do. If you are a man, come with me. At most, we will sacrifice our lives. What can we do?" Before he finished speaking, he had already stood up from his seat and walked out of the room. Behind the principal of Jade Sun High School, hundreds of teaching staff stood up together. "Let's go." Everyone's blood was boiling. 3 scums from Jade Sun High School have tarnished its reputation. Then we, the rest of Jade Sun High School, have to erase this shame ourselves. As a teacher, you don't even want to help your own students when they are in trouble. You are a teacher in vain. You can't drop the ball at such a critical moment. Let's go. We're all fucking from the battlefield. We've been alive for so many years, and we're still not satisfied? White Mountain City was nothing. Even if I die, I can splash a city gate with my blood. As the principal walked, he called the various departments to report the situation. Leading 400 to 500 people, he rose into the air and chased after them. The so-called call to Mount Pu Guanshan to reprimand him had long been tossed to the back of his mind. Now that the two sides were on opposite sides, it was already irreversible. What was the point of making a call? Dugi Yushu and Luo Yinling flew in front, feeling extremely depressed and anxious. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting loudly behind him. Both of them turned to look at the source of the sound, and their hearts warmed. The principal and the others are all here. Luo Yinling's heart was filled with warmth as tears welled up in her eyes. Luo Yinling was a little resentful when no one caught up with her. How could no one step forward at this juncture? But now, everyone had caught up with him. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. When they wanted to live and die together with the couple suddenly felt that they couldn't. They couldn't do this. Why would they implicate all the teaching staff of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy to their death for the sake of their family's life and death? If something went wrong, they would break the roots of Jade Sun High Martial Arts. "Go back," Luo Yinling shouted loudly, tears streaming down her face. "You're all here. What about Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy? You're still teachers. There's still the school and the students. We appreciate everyone's good intentions. We, husband and wife, will forever be grateful, but please go back." Dugi Yushu's eyes were filled with tears. The principal flew over first and laughed loudly. At the moment of life and death, who would still think about the school? "Everyone, let's go and see what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms Mount Pu Guanshan has to actually dare to do such a heinous thing that angers the gods. We are the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. Aren't you Mo Yin and Dugi Yin are students of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy? As teachers and elders, it's natural for them to stand up for their students. If we shrink back today, how can we still have the face to be teachers? If you want to fight, let's fight. If we die, then we die. If we die, there will naturally be someone to take over Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. In this world, without anyone, the school will still exist. But this matter, we can't ignore it. Let's go together." All the teaching staff of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy were full of smiles, without any fear as they rushed towards Whitehead Mountain. Everyone's blood was boiling, and their emotions were surging. Luo Yinling and her husband were especially shaken. "Principal, you should stop everyone. This is too impulsive. The consequences are too great." The principal smiled and said, "Yushu, we're not doing this purely for the two of you, nor purely for you Mo Yin and Yin. It's for Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. Even if all of us die in battle this time, the students of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy will definitely remember us forever. We, the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy, sacrificed our lives to protect the students like them. Only in this way, in times of danger, will everyone step forward bravely. This is Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. If we just watch your family die without doing anything, then what's the difference between us and Wang Chengbo, Zhao Zilu, and the others? We're all people who are wise to protect ourselves. What face do we have left to stand on the podium of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy? What are we going to teach the students? Teach them to be greedy for life, afraid of death, and wise to protect themselves? Or teach them to shrink back in the face of danger and hide when they're in trouble? If we don't go, Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy will no longer have steel bones. And if we go, although we can't personally preach to the students, we can still teach by example. This time, all of us are going to give the students the best and most lively lesson. In the next thousands of years, as long as Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy still exists, as long as there are students who enter Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy, then this lesson will never fade. This is also my greatest pride as the principal. In the future, Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy will become the pride of all the students of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. And in the pugilistic world, in positions in the army, when others hear that these are Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy students, because of our actions today, they will also think highly of our students. The principal smiled and said, "If we give up this life, we can nurture generations of geniuses and set up Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy's benchmark in the entire continent. It's worth it. It's worth it." This principal's hair was white, and as he flew, his old face was blooming with radiance. "Principal, I understand." Dugi Yushu and Luo Yinling bowed at the same time. "Thank you, Principal. We, husband and wife, on behalf of our daughter and Yu Mo Yin, thank the Principal for his righteousness, and thank all the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy for their righteousness." The Principal laughed loudly. At this moment, someone shouted from behind, "Wait for us!" Everyone turned back to look, only to see the three teachers who were originally guarding Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy, rushing over as fast as lightning. Only, their bodies were overflowing with an indescribable joy and indescribable carefreeness. Just now, the whole school had moved, and only these three people did not move after a discussion. Now, they were full of murderous intent, and their bodies were covered in blood. "You, why are you here?" The principal frowned. "The reason why we didn't come immediately was because we want to slaughter the families of Wang Qingbua and the others." The three teachers laughed and said, "It's not that we didn't want to come, but we felt that. If all of us died in the battle, it would be a small matter, but if we let the family of the sinners get away with it, we would die with regret. So, although we knew that we would kill the innocent if we went on a killing spree, we still killed the three families without sparing even a chicken or a dog. Anyway, this battle with White Mountain City was no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. So, we did it, and before we die, we can have a good time, and we can also collect some interest for Vice Principal Dugu and Teacher Luo. We know that we went overboard, but what's done is done, and we don't regret it. Principal, we have broken the rules. You can punish us in our next life." The three teachers laughed ferociously and threw the heads out one by one from the sky. Blood dripped. All the teachers were speechless. Originally, they were thinking that since everyone was here, why would these three people, who were usually the most irritable and the most unscrupulous, be so cowardly in such a situation? This did not fit the basic character of the three of them. Could it be that everyone had misjudged them, or that they could only know their faces but not their hearts? Who would have thought that these three people were not cowardly and did not want to avoid the battle, but they were even more unscrupulous? They actually went to slaughter the families of Wang Qingbua and the other two teachers. They were really unscrupulous and unscrupulous. Facing the actions of these three people, all the teachers were speechless, including the principal, Dugi Yushu, Luo Yinling, and her husband. They all suddenly felt speechless. Honestly speaking, from a teacher's point of view, the actions of the three of them were indeed too much. Even if Wang, Chenghua, and the others were crazy, and they deserved to die for betraying their own students, slaughtering their families, but not at this time, how could they say anything about punishment? The principal paused, and his face finally showed a furious expression. The three of you. Good, you are really fucking good. The principal nodded furiously, gritting his teeth. Let me tell the three of you, if you all die there this time, it's fine. But if you all come back alive, I'm telling you, the three of you are done for. The three of them laughed heartily and actually flew ahead of everyone else. They said loudly, "Of course we know that this method is overboard. We gone too far. That's why we're charging at the front. Let's fight to our deaths." Chapter 883. Yes, those three families may be innocent, but we have already done it. Instead of wasting our breath, we might as well use our strength in this battle. However, even if we die, we won't be paying for their lives. These are two completely different matters. This is a clear distinction. As long as the people of Jade Sun Empire know about it, they will never be bullied like this. Those who tarnish the reputation of Jade Sun Empire must not be forgiven easily. This is the price they should pay as the family of the sinners. We were wrong, we admit it. But if we do it again, we will still kill all of them. We are all going to die in battle. Why should we care so much? The three teachers laughed and rushed into the snow. The hundreds of people behind them all lowered their heads and rushed into the snow. This serious atmosphere only lasted for a few minutes before the crowd became lively again. Teacher Lee, when I was promoted last year, I gave a gift before you. Are you still angry? It's nothing. The windows of your house were smashed for a month, but the culprit was still not found. I did it. I'm already so honest. You won't be angry, right? Duh. Teacher Huang, last year the class teacher of the top class was originally you, but I took it in the end. You don't mind, right? I mind. How can I not mind? But no matter how much I mind, I will have to wait for my next life to settle the score with you. Old Goo, I have always disliked you. I can't stand your lifeless personality, so I always find trouble with you. I didn't expect that you would become so manly today. I won't target you in the future. Fuck, you have dissed me your whole life. You expect me to thank you just because you said something nice? Be grateful? Do you believe that I will spit on your face? Old Fong, back then, we were rivals in love. Although I won in the end, you were still single for the rest of your life. Sigh, now that I think about it, Wan-Er's life is really tough. No matter who we choose, she's going to be a widow after today. Haha, if you don't mention what happened in the past, I can die more comfortably. Fuck off. Go to the side and stop hanging around in front of me. Old son, you old bastard. You married your own student. I still want to scold you for being an old bastard. If I don't scold you now, I won't have the chance anymore. It's good to scold you one more time, isn't it? What the fuck? I'm speechless. I'm about to die. What does this have to do with you? My student took a fancy to me because I have charm. Charm is something given to me by my parents. What can I do? Your charm is indeed very strong because I also like you. Scram, I'm not gay. The group of people from Jade Sun High Martial Arts flew straight to the white-haired mountain while laughing and joking. Looking at the lively situation, it didn't look like they were going to seek revenge or fight to their deaths at all. It was more like they were going for an outing. Principal Han Wankuei's wrinkled face revealed a bright smile as he cursed. What kind of people have I been leading all these years? Dugu Yushu and Luo Yinling couldn't help but smile. He only felt that the pressure that filled the sky, the grief and indignation that filled his heart, actually did not exist at all at this moment. The sky was high and the ground was wide. With a group of like-minded brothers who would live and die together, life and death were not to be feared. This battle, life and death, was just that. The only important thing was that everyone was still together. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's also nothing to be sad or indignant about. Luo Yinling held back her tears and laughed loudly. I can't repay my brothers in this life. If we have a next life, I'll be your wife in this life to repay you. Dugu Yushu was shocked. Wife, you can't say this carelessly. But the other side was already as lively as a nest. Luo Yinling, I'll remember this. I'll remember it too. Roar. I didn't expect to have a wife in the next life in this life. Scram, you're the next life in the next life. Then which life do I have to queue for? Don't, Teacher Luo, please let me go. Only Dugayu, Shu, can stand your temper. I'm so pure and kind, please let me go. Please let me go. Please let me go. I'm gay and don't get close to women. Let's avoid this. Luo Yinling laughed and scolded. A bunch of shameless people. To think that you're teachers and are called role models. Now, do you still have any semblance of teacher? In the midst of the bustle, a woman's voice suddenly scolded. LV Yushing, you actually want to queue for Luo Yinling. Do you believe that I'll swallow you in one gulp? It turned out that this teacher, LV Yushing's wife, was also in the queue. That teacher, LV Yushing, immediately became obedient and kept quiet out of fear. The laughter around them became louder and louder. Principal Han Wankue grinned and secretly smiled. Suddenly, he said loudly, "What's with the noise? Even if I'm going to die in battle, I'm still the principal. All of you, quiet down and be serious." Instantly, there was complete silence. Then, they heard Old Man Han say, "If you want to queue, I'll queue in the next life. As the principal, I should have this treatment, right?" Instantly, there was another wave of laughter that lasted for a long time. Luo Yinling's face turned red. "Principal, why are you also?" Duga Yushu held his wife's hand tightly and roared. "In the next life, in this life, I won't let you. Yinling, you have a bad habit of speaking carelessly." Amidst the laughter, the large group of people disappeared into the wind and snow. They'll be here in less than an hour. Zhuo and Yu Mo Yin came out of the cave. Looking at the forest in the distance, where the people of White Mountain City were still searching, he said lightly, "There's still time. Let's not be idle. Let's teach them a lesson. Okay, let's collect some interest first and create some commotion." Yu Mo Yan's murderous aura soared to the sky. "Boss, don't worry. This time, if I don't kill a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in White Mountain City, my name is not Yu Mo Yan. Your current cultivation is still lacking. If you want to deal with opponents whose cultivation is stronger than yours, you have to figure out the use of the Void Transformation Stone." So Xiaoduo reminded, "Let's kill our way out together. Once we encounter more than 3 enemies, or enemies that we can't handle, we have to retreat immediately. Don't force it. If there's a situation where we can't retreat, you have to call for me immediately. Don't force yourself. Understood? We're outnumbered. The enemy is strong. We're weak. Don't have any pity, and don't show any mercy. Understood?" The two of them tidied their clothes and changed into snow-white clothes. They even put on snow-white hats. Their clothes were so clean that they almost blended in with the wind and snow. Then, they floated out like ghosts. Puff, a master of White Mountain City who was still searching for Zhuo Xiaoduo, did not even have time to turn around before his head was smashed into pieces by the hammer. Blood splattered 7 or 8 meters around. The space ring on his hand was also taken away silently. All of his actions were so familiar and smooth. A certain someone, no matter where he went, was greedy for money and loved small things. His nature of plucking feathers from geese would never change. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many people in all directions noticed the commotion and hurried over to see what was going on. Unfortunately, all they saw was a headless body lying in the snow. Next to the body, there were still 4 big words. "Let them go now." The people who came over to see what happened were furious. They were not prepared for the sudden formation of the black and white vortex, which was silent and traceless. A total of 6 people were smashed into the air like fireworks. 2 of them even had their bodies smashed into smithereens, while the other 4 had their heads smashed and their dantian smashed into smithereens. So Xiaoduo waited for a while, but he was surprised to find that none of the souls of those who had perished had escaped. Puff! There was another soft sound. A master of White Mountain City at the peak of the Royal God Realm was hit by a 6-pointed star on his forehead, and then he fell into the thick snow like a wooden stake, almost without a sound. Even his soul disappeared at the moment when the 6-pointed star hit him. After the 6-pointed star pierced through the man's head, It circled in the snow and quietly returned to Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. Zhuo Xiaoduo used a small piece of immortal star stone as the foundation and cultivated it with his own jinqi. Although it could not make the star stone give birth to original spirit, it could greatly enhance the attraction of the six-pointed star. Unfortunately, it had not been long, and he had not reached the state of being able to control it at will. But in the future, it would definitely become another super trump card of Zhuo Xiaoduo. The moment the six-pointed star was taken back, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that the six-pointed star seemed to have a little subtle change. It seemed to be deeper and more crystal clear, and there was a strange feeling like a vortex. When he put it in front of his eyes, he saw a small figure inside, rotating, struggling, and screaming in the six-pointed star. But when he put it in his ear and listened carefully, he could not hear anything. So Xiaoduo could not help but be shocked. The six-pointed star of the immortal star stone had the superpower to capture the souls of the people who were killed. In order to prove this point, Zhuo Xiaoduo then became fierce. The six-pointed star attacked again and again, and every time it attacked, it would take away the lives of the people of White Mountain City. In the short span of 5 minutes, he had killed 12 people in succession. After this practical experiment, Zhuo Xiaoduo found that the six-pointed star refined by the immortal star stone really had the superpower to capture souls. As long as it was shot into the head, the soul of the person would definitely be captured by the six-pointed star. But if it was shot into the chest, dantian, or other vital parts, although it could be fatal, it could not take away the soul of the deceased. He had to attack again to completely crush it. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised to find that every time he attacked, he was using the power of yin-yang rotation. After checking it again and again, Zhuo Xiaoduo found that when he attacked with the spiritual power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the soul-devouring ability did not exist. So this is the truth. The power of yin-yang is so overbearing. It can destroy the original soul and overturn the reincarnation cycle. But the ordinary power of yin-yang is not like this. It should be the effect of the yin-yang qi of the jade pendant. Chapter 884. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried to use the hammer again and smashed 2 people to death with the power of yin and yang. This time, their souls were directly absorbed before they could float out. Zhuo Xiaoduo faintly felt that something was amiss. When he entered his sea of consciousness to take a look, he saw Little White and Little Jiu floating on the sea of vitality. Then, a few souls were trembling as they were controlled beside the black and white gourd. The 2 little gourds jumped up and down, happily tearing the souls into pieces and eating them up. Then, with a satisfied look on his face, he floated back and forth on the sea of life. He wandered about freely, looking very relaxed. But as soon as Xiaoduo used the hammer again, the 2 little guys immediately came to the hammer. They were so enthusiastic that Zhuo Xiaoduo felt it was unbelievable. How could this happen? Zhuo Xiaoduo's scalp tingled. What kind of cultivation method is this? This yin and yang xian qi can swallow the souls of the dead. This seems to be an evil cultivation method. This is a kind of power that doesn't involve karma. If the opponent died without a soul, of course, he can't cut off karma with you. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots will not involve karma. I don't know. Does anyone know about this? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? So Xiaoduo thought about it again and came to a conclusion. Now is not the time to think about these details. Now is the time to kill. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't have to think about it. When the time comes, there will be a way. On the other side, Yu Moyan flew in the heavy snow like a ghost. He was silent and had no sense of existence at all. With a soft sound, a master of Baishan City was stabbed in the throat and fell down with blood spurting out. Before he could react, his dantian was destroyed, his head was smashed, and his divine soul was shattered. Even his ring was taken away. Everything was so smooth. One after another, masters of the royal god realm died quietly under Yu Moyan's sword. Yu Moyan was expressionless, like a messenger of souls walking in the human world. At this moment, He didn't think about anything, not even Yenner. In his heart, there was only killing. The more I kill, the safer Yenner will be. He only acted against Imperial God or Cloud Transformation level. As for Gue Xian level Xiozha, he felt that their presence was strong and did not force himself to act. Every time I kill someone, I have to make sure that I can escape unscathed. I can't give the enemy any chance to entangle me. In the vast white snow, Yu Moyin turned into a white Grim Reaper, sweeping across the white-haired mountain. Blood kept blooming under his sword. Within half an hour, he had already killed 27 people. His kill count was not inferior to Zhuoxiao's. Zhuoxiao Duo and Umo Yin continued to kill without making a sound. They didn't make any loud noises. They were like two hard-working and honest farmers, quietly harvesting mature wheat. Half an hour was up. Zhuoxiao Duo and Yu Moyin retreated at the same time and quickly arrived at the rendezvous point. Above their heads, a rustling sound could be heard. The air suddenly felt sticky. Zhuoxiao's body stiffened. A Skysoar realm expert is coming to attack? Zhuoxiao did not dare to be careless. His body spun rapidly and a black and white vortex of yin and yang energy appeared. In an instant, the spatial lock seal of the enemy was completely dissolved. The two hammers appeared in his hands. With a twist of his waist, the sun and moon yin-yang hammers reappeared in the world. In a battle, the Thousand Souls Nightmare hammers were the best choice. It was unrivaled. However, when facing an enemy whose strength was far greater than his, the sun and moon hammers were the best choice for self-defense and offense. These two hammering techniques were used by Zhuoxiao Duo to the point where he was extremely familiar with them, which is the thought he could use them at will. With a loud bang, Zhuoxiao Duo reacted quickly and retreated 7 steps back. The thin figure in white also staggered back. He looked at Zhuoxiao Duo with eyes full of disbelief. This brat in front of him actually had the strength to fight against a Skysoar realm expert. At that time in White Mountain City, Zhuoxiao Duo had suddenly appeared and forcefully entered the battle, forcing back a Skysoar realm expert and pulling Umo Yin to escape. Everyone knew about this matter, but the only thing they understood was that this brat must have risked his life to do so. In other words, he had activated some kind of secret technique that would cause him to lose his lifespan and damage his foundation in order to increase his battle prowess. Especially when Zhuoxiao Duo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood after charging out, everyone was even more certain of this matter. But this time, the sudden confrontation made this Skysoar realm expert feel that his previous understanding was completely wrong. Furthermore, this brat's hammer technique, strength, and battle prowess were much stronger than when he broke out of the encirclement. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw Zhuoxiao Duo advancing instead of retreating. He actually raised the 2 hammers and charged towards him. He actually took the initiative to challenge him. Courting death, that Skysoar realm expert coldly snorted and pressed forward without backing down. So what if you have great potential and outstanding battle prowess? So what if you can fight those above your level? In the end, your true strength is still only at the Royal God realm. Compared to a Skysoar realm expert, there was a gap of 2 whole realms, an unreachable gap. If you only rely on technique to make up for it, you won't be able to fight for a long time. Even though that Skysoar realm expert had already made up his mind, he still didn't dare to be careless. The sword in his hand moved continuously, actually using the technique of 4 ounces against 1,000 caddies. He wasn't purely trying to fight against Zhuoxiao's hammers. This person's response was undoubtedly correct. Since Zhuoxiao Duo dared to take the initiative to challenge him, he must have something up his sleeve. Either his technique was extraordinary, his attack was tyrannical, or both. Instead of fighting head-on, he chose to drag out the battle and exhaust Zhuoxiao Duo to death. This was the best choice. Zhuoxiao's hammers circled around as he fought. The more he fought, the braver he became. Relying on the sun and moon hammers, which had already reached the pinnacle, he was actually able to fight evenly with this Skysoar realm expert. The more the two fought, the braver they became, their meridians becoming longer and longer. Xiaoduo didn't say anything, but this Skysore Realm expert didn't say anything either. Capturing Xiaoduo by himself wasn't just a battle achievement, it was also an honor. Furthermore, as a Skysore Realm expert, one of the 3 big shots of White Mountain City, if he couldn't take down a brat at the Reigning God realm and needed someone else's help, it would be too shameful. His sword turned into a streak of light as he fought. Using the Skysore Realm's ability to lock down space, he fought calmly. He was completely confident that as long as he continued fighting, he would definitely be able to take down this brat using hammers. No matter how long this brat's meridians were, could they be longer than a Skysore Realm expert like him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His intuition was correct. If the battle continued, no matter how much of a genius Xiaoduo was, he definitely wouldn't be a match for him. With a buzzing sound, Xiaoduo's hammers smashed down once again with an irresistible force. The Skysore Realm expert blocked with his sword and his body floated backward. With a tilt of his head, he perfectly deflected Xiaoduo's enormous force. His heart was filled with pride. The more he used such a fierce attack, the faster his energy would be depleted, and the faster he would be defeated. Then, he suddenly saw a golden flash in front of his eyes. This person was truly amazing. His reaction was godly fast, and he hastily closed his eyes and tilted his head. Pu. 3 ox hair needles pierced deeply into his right temple. The remaining half of his temple was still trembling with a buzzing sound. The Skysore Realm expert roared as his body trembled from the pain. Heavenly Witchcraft Copper. It was actually the Heavenly Witchcraft Copper that could break through true yuan. But where did this hidden weapon come from? On the other side, Xiaoduo didn't make a sound. The black and white light from his hammers slowly revolved and swept over. The Skysore Realm expert only felt a sharp pain in his temple as the needles pierced deep into his temple. Unknowingly, this provoked his ferocious nature. "You're courting death." Suddenly, there was a loud shout and the long sword was unsheathed. A white light that was like an ocean appeared and formed into a dense sword chi that was several zhang long. The sword chi did not dodge or evade as it slashed down towards Xiaoduo's hammer. Through the previous exchange, he was confident that no matter what material his opponent's hammers were made of, the sharp sword chi infused with his true yuan would definitely be able to cut them in half. The sword chi descended with the sound of wind and thunder. Xiaoduo's eyes sharpened. Without dodging, his yin-yang hammers met the attack head-on. Then there was a loud boom. Xiaoduo's entire body flew back like a kite with its string cut. With a groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, the Skysore Realm expert roared in disbelief. His sword had actually been cut in half. As for his opponent's hammers, there wasn't even a single white mark on them. Such an earth-shattering strike, a strike that contained all his strength, was actually unable to cause any damage to his opponent's hammers. This was absolutely impossible. Preposterous. What he couldn't accept was that at the moment of contact, another 2 rays of light flashed. Subconsciously, he circulated all his true yuan and focused it on his face to defend against the needles. Because of the previous exchange, he had lost his balance and was unable to dodge in time. However, since he had already experienced it once, even if the needles were made of Heavenly Witchcraft Copper, they wouldn't be able to harm him. Even if the Heavenly Witchcraft Copper was said to be able to break through true yuan, it still depended on the opponent's cultivation. He instantly gathered all his true yuan. However, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his eyes. When Xiaoduo fought the Flood Witch who had suppressed her cultivation, with Xiaoduo as a nascent soul cultivator. Even with the Flood Witch's countless years of battle experience, she was unable to dodge this attack, let alone this Skysore Realm expert who had already lost his balance. Puff! 2 soft sounds could be heard. 2 needles, one on the left and one on the right, ruthlessly pierced into his eyes. Although the opponent's true yuan defense only managed to pierce half of the needles, the depth of the needles was enough to pierce his eyeballs. Immediately, 2 streams of black blood spurted out. Both of his eyes were blinded. Chapter 885. My eyes. The Skysoar Realm expert howled miserably. He slashed left and right with all his might as his body floated into the air. He no longer wanted to kill Zhuo and only wanted to escape. Although he hated Zhuo to the core, he knew that he was already blind. If he continued fighting, he would no longer be the one to capture or kill this brat. Instead, the brat would be the one to kill him. He waved his broken sword with all his might to protect his body as he frantically retreated. As long as he could escape with his life, blindness was nothing to a Skysoar Realm expert. As long as he recuperated for a period of time, he would be able to recover. Xiao! Zhuo coldly shouted. In front of the Skysoar Realm expert, a ball of fiery red suddenly appeared. It was approaching a speed far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Gee! With a soft cry, Xiao caught up to the blind flying Apsaras, who was already high in the sky, with his unparalleled speed. Then he crashed into him. A fiery light erupted, and the entire sky was dyed red in an instant. The 1,000-year-old snow in the surroundings melted due to the extreme heat, revealing the black mountain rocks. However, they were soon turned dark red by the high temperature. A ball of red light pierced through the chest of the Skysoar Realm expert. With an even more miserable howl, the Skysoar Realm expert's body stopped in midair. On his chest, there was an egg-sized black hole. It was transparent from the front to the back. Half of his body, including his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, had been roasted. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. His eyes widened in horror, and he actually muttered, "What is this?" Zhao's fiery red body forcefully pierced through his body. Of course, Zhuo would not answer his question. He continued waving his yin-yang hammer and smashed the Skysoar Realm expert's head. With a plop, a corpse emitting the aroma of roasted meat fell to the ground. A wisp of soul also entered the divine scent space. And Jiu swarmed over and ate heartily. The spirit of flight made Bai and Jiu beam with delight. Zhuo took a deep breath and stepped forward to retrieve the oxhair needle and the all needle. He then took off the blind flying's ring. This was the first time Zhuo had obtained a flying cultivator's ring. It was extremely meaningful. Zhuo was powerless against the body of a Skysoar Almighty, so he could only rely on Xiao to make a surprise move. And sure enough, Xiao didn't disappoint him. The power of the 3-legged golden crow was revealed for the first time today, but it was on the snowy Whitehead Mountain. The Xiao circled around in the air and let out a joyful cry. It pounced on the corpse of the Skysoar Realm expert and pecked a hole in it. Then, countless wisps of dense qi suddenly rose and were completely absorbed by Xiao's whale, swallowing sea. Then the corpse of this Skysoar Realm expert seemed to have decayed for many years, and even the bones were loose. The battle was over. After letting out a sigh of relief, Zhuo felt exhausted. His greatest desire was to quickly get a good night's sleep. This was the first time Zhuo had killed a Skysoar Realm expert. Although the process was full of twists and turns, and although Zhuo had used countless methods, and even had the support of rare treasures and concealed weapons, it was an undeniable fact that Zhuo had killed a Skysoar Realm expert all by himself. The Xiao cried out and flew back to the spatial extermination pagoda. In the surroundings, the 3 white-clothed experts of White Mountain City were dumbfounded by the scene. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They were attracted by the screams of the Skysoar Realm expert, but they never imagined that the Skysoar Realm expert, whom they thought to be invincible, would die so easily in the hands of Zhuo. Not even his soul was left behind. Even the essence of his corpse had been devoured. Such a miserable state was simply unimaginable. It was too miserable. The feeling of terror that followed was even more intense. Fear, liver trembling, heart pain, spleen pain, stomach pain, and 5 viscera and 6 bowels. When they saw Zhou Xiaoduo looking at them, the three shouted at the same time and turned around to flee. Still want to run? Uft, uft. 3 hexagrams flew out at high speed. The 3 of them fell head first into the snow. Blood spurted out dozens of meters from the thin wounds on their bodies like arrows. Zhou Xiaoduo retrieved the hexagrams and the ring. Xiao Xiao rushed out again and dealt with the corpses. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo slowly carved a few words on the exposed mountain rock. He turned around and walked toward the rendezvous point. How many people are left in White Mountain City for me to kill? These were the words left by Zhou Xiaoduo. The content was poles apart from the previous ones, and the threat was 10 times stronger. In the void-destroying tower, Zhou Xiaoduo had already built a pool. All the hexagrams were here. There were more than 1 million of them. As for the 16 hexagrams that had killed people before, they stood out like cranes in a flock of chickens as they gathered in a corner of the water. However, the colors they displayed were clearly different from the other hexagrams. They were even more profound and mysterious. They were clearly separated from the other hexagrams and minded their own business. They seemed to be superior, looking down at the other hexagrams. Even their luster was different and full of aggressiveness. So Xiaoduo only discovered this strange change today. In the huge pool, the 16 hexagrams seemed to be gathered in a corner, but in fact, they occupied a small part of the pool. On the other side of a neat and straight line, there were more than 1 million hexagrams, all of them obediently waiting on the other side. The 16 hexagrams on this side seemed to be motionless, but their colors changed with the ripples of the water. They were different from the rest. So Xiaoduo curiously reached his hand into the pool and stirred the water. He mixed all the hexagram stars together and mixed the 16 hexagram stars into the other hexagram stars. 16 hexagram stars amounted to more than 1 million. It should have been like sand returning to the soil and water dripping into the sea, leaving no trace behind. However, after a while, when he went in to take a look, the 16 hexagrams gathered together again and occupied one side. They were no different from before. It was as if they had been born with spirituality and were different from the others. They did not intend to mix with the other hexagrams. They have seen blood and killed people. They have a murderous aura. So Xiaoduo sighed from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Yu Moyan had also returned. The moment Yu Moyan took off the void transformation stone, Xiaoduo was actually unable to bear it. That kind of cold aura, that kind of soaring, killing intent, his entire person was like a demon with bloodshot eyes. Brother, you should wear your void stone. Xiaoduo patted Yu Moyan's shoulder. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Sister Yin, will be fine. He said seriously, especially after today's massacre. She will be even more fine. Yu Moyan smiled faintly and said, that's for sure. He sat quietly in the snow cave and stared at the snow on the opposite side. He said softly, I'm going to wash White Mountain City with blood. Wash White Mountain City with blood. These extremely bloody words came out of Yu Moyan's mouth. They were so understated, but they contained the aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It also sounded natural. Don't worry, you can do it. Xiaoduo laughed. There's no reason for a place like White Mountain City to exist. It's fine to erase it. Yu Moyan took a deep breath and nodded. Then he sat cross-legged on the side and began to meditate. He recalled the battle that day and integrated the battle experience into his body to improve his cultivation. Xiaoduo took out his phone and checked the news. Where are you? Jingjing asked. I'm already here. I'm running up Mount Whitehead. Li Zhongming sent a message. Xiaoduo was stunned. This guy ran so fast. Although he was close to this place, it was still difficult for him to arrive so quickly. We're almost there too, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio said. We don't have much time left. Li Chenglong said. Xiaoduo closed his phone and said with a smile, Li Zhongming is already here. Long Yuxing and the others will be here soon. A look of excitement appeared on Yu Moyan's face. He didn't say anything. He just nodded deeply and said, let's go and meet them. Of course. But you'd better go to Jade's Sun High School first. How are Sister Yin Er's parents now? Xiaoduo reminded him. Okay. Yu Mo Yin made a phone call. and then turned around with a shocked expression. Jade Sunheim Martial Arts High School, from the principal down, all the teaching staff are here. The families of the 3 teachers who plotted against us have all been slaughtered. Their entire family have been wiped out. Damn, Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked when he heard that. How could the people of Jade Sun High School be so brave? This was really beyond Zhou Xiaoduo's expectation. Moyen, you didn't stay in Jade Sun High School for nothing. You're really popular, Zhou Xiaoduo said softly. A school like this has unity in unity. It's worth it for the students to protect it with their lives. It's not for anything else. It's because there's a group of teachers who are willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of their students. Yes. Yu Moyan's face showed warmth. He said, the teachers are all very good. Of course, Wang Chengbo and the others are an exception. Those people are not human. Don't call them teachers in the future. Their existence tarnishes the word teacher. Yes, by the way, the teachers will be here in about 2 hours. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo and Yu Moyan walked out of the snow cave at the same time. They walked toward the meeting place that they had agreed on with their friends. The place where they were hiding was not far from the meeting place. At the same time, it blocked the only way to go up and down the mountain. As soon as they walked out of the snow cave, they saw a figure in the distance. The figure was unusually agile. Even if it was running, it gave people a strange feeling like they were in a dream. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled at the sight of this figure. Even Yu Moyan, who had a lot on his mind, could not help but smile. Li Zhongming, only this guy's dream magic technique, could give people such a dreamy feeling. Even when he was running, it made people feel like they were dreaming. Chapter 886. Zhongming, Zhou Xiaoduo shouted. Li Zhongming sneakily peeked his head out from the branch of a big tree, looking at them with a surprised face. This is the enemy's territory. Why are you guys shouting so loudly? Where's your Jianghu experience? Cut the crap. Hurry up and come down. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. They don't dare to come. Awesome. Li Zhongming gave a thumbs up and jumped down. I am awesome. As he spoke, he hugged Yu Moyan. Don't worry, Moyan. The brothers are all here. Sister-in-law will be fine. I brotherly said so. Yu Moyan, who was always cold and indifferent, blushed and nodded repeatedly. Yes, brothers, they're all here. Yu Moyan's heart was surging. He knew very well. How long had it been since he got into trouble? How far away were his brothers? How could they have arrived so quickly? There was only one possibility. The moment everyone received the news, they had immediately set off from where they were, risking their lives to rush over. They didn't care if they could hold on or not, and they didn't care if the enemies Yu Moyan and the others had provoked were beyond what they could handle. That was the only possibility, that they could all rush over in such a short amount of time. They knew that this was a dangerous place, but they still rushed over so resolutely. What kind of feelings, what kind of friendship was needed? Yu Moyan wasn't good at expressing himself. However, he had engraved this moment into his heart. This would be the fortune of his life. At this moment, Yu Moyan no longer looked like a demon with bloodshot eyes, but a human with a heart of flesh and blood. Ding dong. Zhou Xiaoduo's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Zhou Xiaoyan. Hey, where are you now? I'm here. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly turned around and covered Zhou Xiaoyan's message with his body. If he didn't have the word dog, he naturally wouldn't have to hide it. But with the addition of these 2 words, the situation was very different. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't want to ruin his image as a wise and mighty boss. If someone saw this nickname, he wouldn't be able to live a good life for the rest of his life. With this hey, he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. I'm on the only way up the mountain. Zhou Xiaoduo sent his location. My brother's here. Don't call me hey. Call me husband, okay? Little Nian, my wife. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't reply. Subsequently, in less than 10 seconds, a chill suddenly descended upon the Whitehead Mountain. Soon after, a white and graceful figure appeared in the sky. His eyes were like cold lightning, looking down on everything. He quickly found Zhou Xiaoduo's location. In the next moment, Zhou Xiaoyan arrived. Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaoyan shouted. Although the two hadn't been apart for many days, they missed each other very much. At this moment, seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaonian had an inexplicable impulse to rush up and hug him. But Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming were standing on the side. They still felt a little embarrassed. They still had to be reserved. Yu Moyan and the others had all seen Zhuo Xiaonian before. Well, they had only seen her after the last trial, at the gathering in Zhuo Xiaoduo's villa. Before that, they had only heard of her name and didn't know who she was at this moment. Seeing Zhuo Xiaonian, the two couldn't help but be amazed. Then they immediately went up and greeted her as sister-in-law. Zhuo Xiaonian blushed when she heard that, but she didn't express her objection. Instead, she stood beside Zhuo Xiaoduo calmly and said, "How's the situation?" Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt his body lighten. He said, "We fought a few battles and killed a few of them. However, Digger is still in White Mountain City. We haven't been able to rescue her yet." Zhuo Xiaonian frowned and said, "What are you going to do next?" Next, before Zhuo Xiaoduo could say anything, a figure floated down. "Lingyan, who is this?" It was Jun Chongkong. Zhuo Xiaonian knew that there would be a fierce battle in Baishan City this time. After communicating with Zhuo Xiaoduo, she knew that the 5 god-reigning realm experts she brought with her wouldn't be of much use. So, she left all of them at the foot of the mountain. When the situation was really urgent, they would come to the rescue. Perhaps they would be a surprise force. If possible, they would try not to use this force. After all, god-reigning realm experts were the top fighting force in the continent. Even the 9 Heavens Pavilion couldn't afford to lose them. Only Jun Chongkong refused to stay there. He followed Zhuo Xiaonian with the excuse of protecting her. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others met, Yu Moyan and Li Changming called her sister-in-law, which almost broke Jun Chongkong's heart. "What's going on? How did I become her sister-in-law?" Therefore, Jun Chongkong, who had discussed with Zhuo Xiaonian and was secretly observing, suddenly jumped out. "I am." Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally wouldn't be nice to this guy. Zhuo Xiaoduo was just about to speak when Zhuo Xiaonian interrupted and said, "This is my fiancé, Zhuo Xiaoduo." Jun Chongkong naturally knew about Zhuo Xiaoduo. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian showed up at the Hidden Dragon High School in a high-profile manner, Jun Chongkong felt like his heart was burning with oil. How could he not know about this guy? At this moment, he was just suppressing his jealousy and deliberately asking. However, he never expected that Zhuo Xiaonian would stand out and answer. Moreover, her answer directly extinguished all his thoughts. Zhuo Xiaonian's thoughts were very simple. She would naturally take care of her suitor. As for her dog's suitor, he would also take care of it himself. If she still needed a dog to take care of her suitor, how could she be the head of the family in the future? That was out of the question. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaonian didn't realize that although she seemed to be firmly in the position of calling the shots in her family, the real decision-maker was no longer her. It could even be said that from the beginning, the real decision-maker had never been her. It could be said that since Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the path of cultivation, Zhuo Xiaonian had asked for Zhuo Xiaoduo's opinion on all her decisions and movements. At most, after Zhuo Xiaoduo convinced her, Zhuo Xiaonian would make the so-called decision. Well, in the end, it would be the final decision. However, Zhuo Xiaonian didn't realize this at all. She had been immersed in the thought that she was the one who had the final say, because she was older and stronger than the dog. Her cultivation was higher than his, so she was the one who had the final say. For example, right now, when their relationship was being questioned, Zhuo Xiaonian naturally stood up and shielded Zhuo Xiaoduo behind her. Fiancé. Jun Chongkong's handsome face changed. However, in front of Zhuo Xiaonian, he couldn't lose his poise. He smiled and reached out to Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Nice to meet you, Brother Zhuo. You're indeed a young hero. You're even better than your reputation." Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said, It was just a normal question, but it immediately made Zhuo Xiaonian panic. She thought to herself that she couldn't be misunderstood by that dog. The crazy bees and butterflies that she had attracted should be dealt with on their own. She hurriedly explained, "This is Jun Chongkong, the inspector of the Guatian division of the 9 Heavens Pavilion." He's the supervisor of my mission this time, Zhou Xiaoyan said with a cold face. He's just an ordinary colleague. Jun Changkong almost couldn't help but go berserk. Why was she in such a hurry to clear her name? They were chatting together yesterday, and they had a good chat. Well, Jun Changkong really thought that he was gentle and approachable. How could he not get along well with others? Nice to meet you. Zhou Xiaoduo shook Jun Changkong's hand and said with a smile, Inspector Jun, you've worked hard. Well, to be able to become an inspector of the Guaxian division in such an important and secretive place like the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Inspector Jun must be extraordinary. May I ask how old you are? Jun Changkong said sullenly, I'm just 56 years old. Fuck. Li Zhongming was surprised. You're 56 years old? You're already so old? Not old enough. If you're an ordinary person, I'll have to call you uncle. My dad is only 49 years old this year. Inspector Jun, you're 7 years older than my dad. How about I call you Uncle Jun? He then turned to Xiaoduo and said, Boss, this senior Jun is 37 years older than you. He seems to be a few years older than your uncle's was, right? Senior Jun. These 4 words were like a burning needle that pierced into Jun Changkong's heart. However, Li Zhongming was obviously not satisfied. He clicked his tongue and said, Senior Jun, I don't know if you're married yet. At your age, if you get married early, it won't be a problem for you to have many children and grandchildren. Even better, it won't be a problem for you to have a granddaughter who's as old as my sister-in-law. Jun Changkong's handsome face immediately twisted. What are you saying? It's very clear. I'm already so old, yet I still want to pursue Zwilingyan. That's shameless. But is 56 years old very old? I'm only 56 years old, and I'm already at the Guaxian division. This means that I'm a cultivation genius. How many Guaxian division cultivators below the age of 56 are there in the 3 continents? At the very most, there might not be more than 10,000 people outside my home. How many people are there in the 3 continents? Tens of billions of yuan. Why am I so old already? How did he become old, Senior Jun? And that Uncle Jun. I'll see your ghost, Uncle Jun. Li Zhongming, I have to say to you, as juniors, we have to respect our seniors. Senior Jun is older than your parents. How can you be so rude? Zhou Xiaoduo reprimanded with a straight face. Yes, Senior Jun. This junior has overstepped his boundaries just now. Li Zhongming obediently saluted and greeted. Yu Moyan said coldly, Senior, at your age, you still have to travel such a long distance to MT Whitehead. You must take care of your body. The climate here is cold, and it's not good for your heart and blood vessels. Chapter 887. Finally, Jun Changkong gritted his teeth and said, Haha, thank you for your concern. He could tell that these guys were up to no good. At this time, Zhou Xiaoyan asked curiously, Senior Jun. No, Inspector Jun, they are right. You are already 56 years old. Why haven't you found a wife yet? God took pity on her. Zhou Xiaoyan swore to God that she was just curious. She was just being led on. Zhou Xiaoyan's curiosity was piqued by Li Zhongming and the others. He felt that Li Zhongming and the others were right. That's right. If you got married early, your granddaughter would be about my age. Why haven't you gotten married yet? Jun Changkong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He held it back and replied with a graceful smile. Sometimes you have to meet the right person. And fate is a very mysterious word. After so many years, I still haven't met the right person. Until recently, Zhou Xiaoduo said, Nian Nian, what a coincidence. I've been dreaming of you ever since we parted. Zhou Xiaoyan's attention was completely attracted. She said happily, Really? Zhou Xiaoduo said, Of course it's true. Then he pouted and said, Give me a kiss. I miss you so much. Aren't you going to give me a reward? Zhou Xiaoyan blushed. She stomped her feet and said angrily, There are so many people here. Zhou Xiaoduo winked. Huh. Then, let's wait until there's no one around. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and didn't say anything. She just rolled her eyes. At this moment, the iceberg thawed and the earth returned to spring. It was magnificent and wonderful. Jun Changkong felt that his heart was breaking. He couldn't control himself. When he looked at Zhua Xiaoduo again, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Yu Moyin and Li Zhongming looked at each other. There was only disdain in their hearts. This kind of trash wants to steal Zhua's wife? This is simply that, not to mention Zhua. Just a few of us can play you to death. What's more, the most sinister Li Chenglong hadn't arrived yet. His elder brother won't be as good as you. Just you wait and see. As they spoke, the person who spoke arrived. Li Chenglong sent a message. Where is it? We've arrived. After Zhou Xiaoduo responded, Li Chenglong quickly brought Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Gao Qiao, Yin and Pai Bao over. When they saw the four of them, they were overjoyed. Mo Yin, you're out? Are you okay? Dragon. Yu Moyin's eyes reddened as he greeted Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing Yu, and Yin Er. This etiquette was indispensable. After all, the other party had traveled thousands of miles to help him. He could not afford to be rude to this kind of intention. On the other side, Li Zhongming did not make a sound, but his lips were moving like a machine gun. He was very busy. He was transmitting his voice. And he was not transmitting his voice to one person. He was transmitting his voice to Li Chenglong, then to Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Pai Bao, and finally to Yin Er. The only difference was that when he was transmitting his voice to Yin Er, he added, Yin Er, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Yin Er's face was red. She wanted to draw her sword and cut him, but after thinking about it seriously, she realized that she could not bear to do it. Damn, I can't bear to kill this little fatty. What's going on? On the other side, Li Chenglong took a step forward and laughed. Hello, Zhua. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the others said in unison, Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, Zhua. Xiang Bing and Yu Yin held Zhua Xiaoyin's hand affectionately. Sister-in-law, you're getting prettier and prettier. The last time I saw you at your new house, it was only a few days ago. Have you finished decorating the bridal chamber? Haha, everyone is waiting for your bridal chamber. Let's make a deal. It's your big day. We can do whatever we want. Li Zhongming said unhappily. Don't just call her sister-in-law. Senior Jun is still here. How can you all be so insensible? Senior Jun is already an old man in his 50s. Why don't you all know what's going on? Li Chenglong and the others seemed as if they had awoken from a dream. They hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him politely. Greetings, Senior Jun. Hello, Senior Jun. Senior Jun has taken good care of himself. I didn't know that he was almost 60 years old. Senior Jun is old but strong. Senior Jun is old but not old. Senior Jun is able to travel such a long distance at such a young age. This junior is truly impressed. Jun Changkong was on the verge of collapse. What the hell is this? Apart from being heart-wrenching, there was only heart-wrenching. Sister-in-law, bridal chamber, wedding date. Senior, 56 years old. Strong but strong. What the hell? What the hell are they talking about? You're welcome. Actually, in terms of cultivation and martial arts, we are of the same age. We walk the same path and walk the same path. Jun Changkong was well aware of the actions of these people. This group of people was mocking him, using his age to talk about things and trampling on him. It was obvious that she wanted to embarrass him in front of Zhuo Lingyan. What if he couldn't control his temper? That would be even worse. Alas, he was born in a royal family and was good at manipulating people. Would he fall for this trick? Of course not. Therefore, Jun Changkong tried his best to control his temper, although he couldn't control it anymore. The battle will be against Baishan City later. These little bastards should die one by one. Well, someone obviously overestimated himself. At the same time, he muttered that these people were shameless. Li Chenglong laughed. Senior, what are you talking about? We are only 18 or 19 years old. The age gap between us and you is too big. Zhou Xiaoduo came out to play the role of a good person. All right. Hurry up and let the old senior rest. He must be exhausted after such a long journey. Old people don't use their muscles and bones for energy. You should go and rest. We still need to discuss the plan of action. Jun Changkong was unhappy. I'm here to contribute to this matter. How can I rest? He thought to himself, as long as I know the specific plan, with my cultivation realm strength, wouldn't it be easy to kill you all? Li Chenglong said bluntly, Senior, we have a plan for this. We have a tacit understanding. Now that you are here, we are worried that you will leak the secret. After all, we are not familiar with you. We don't trust you at all. You are old and virtuous. You should know this, right? Li Chenglong said with a simple and honest face, Senior, I am a straightforward person. Please don't mind me. Jun Changkong almost fainted after hearing that. So straightforward. Even any reason or excuse to ask to join had been blocked. Yes, we don't trust you. You are so straightforward. You even asked me not to mind, but how can you say that? How can you tell that I am old and virtuous? I want to kill you right now. Do you know that? Jun Changkong's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. He hid in a corner and sulked. Everyone chose a secret place and finally gathered together. Now, let me analyze the situation. Li Chenglong first summarized all the information and then pondered for a long time. Gao Qiao was also pondering. Li Chenglong's strategic planning was naturally meticulous and successful. However, Gao Qiao also felt that she had to play some role in this. Strictly speaking, this was the first operation of the 12-man team. Moreover, it was an unorganized operation. Because of an accident, no one retreated. They all took the initiative to come. Gao Qiao was very clear about this, very clear about it. Perhaps, after this sudden incident, the entire team would be formed completely, because this kind of cohesiveness and willingness to risk their lives for each other were enough. It was enough to form the embryonic form of a team. In fact, it was far more than enough. The current situation. We will use a small number of people to cause a commotion and form a certain scale of harassment. But we can't move the team, Li Chenglong said, because the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts will arrive soon. Once they arrive, they will certainly add a lot of manpower. But when it comes to actual cultivation, Li Chenglong thought for a while and said, it is easy to have a large number of casualties. But we have to try our best to protect such good teachers. We have to try our best not to have any casualties. So, Gao Qiao said, I will do this job. Li Chenglong nodded. With Gao Qiao's eloquence and ability, she should be able to persuade Jade Sun High Martial Arts not to participate in this battle. The second thing is, from the battle between Zhua and Yu Moyan today, the combat power of White Mountain City is not as strong as we thought. But we have to admit that their real combat power is still much higher than ours. So his combat power is too strong. We can't judge by his level. And now both sides are more or less afraid of each other. Li Chenglong said, so, can we think of a way to save Sister Yin? After all, saving Sister Yin is our primary goal. What if at the last moment, the other side is driven to desperation and uses extreme methods to destroy the jade and the stone? That is not only a situation that we don't want to see, but also a situation that will make this battle meaningless. Then, the problem of this rescue plan is how to go about it. Li Chenglong pondered. In the wind and snow, the team of Jade Sun High Martial Arts was running at full speed towards this place. Li Chenglong and the others were discussing the follow-up strategy. And in White Mountain City, Pu Guanshan and the others were also discussing. Pu Guanshan's face was unprecedentedly serious. Right now, he was truly feeling an immense pressure. Chapter 888. More than 30 of the experts sent by White Mountain City to search for Zhua, Xiaoduo, and Yu Moyan had been killed. That was the number of corpses that could be seen. Some of the corpses had disappeared without a trace. Even the third city lord of White Mountain City, Cheng Guannan, had disappeared at this critical moment. Under such circumstances, the disappearance of a person was definitely not a deserter. On the surface, White Mountain City still had the upper hand. It was far from being a deserter. However, it was precisely because of this that the disappearance of a person was even more bad news. The disappearance of a person was basically equivalent to death. However, Cheng Guannan, a Skysoar Realm cultivator, had actually died without a trace. Pu Guanshan really couldn't accept this. Skysoar Realm. No matter how weak one's foundation was, as long as one broke through to the Skysoar Realm, one could no longer be considered a weakling. Even if such an expert had died, he wouldn't have died so silently and indifferently, right? The current situation is somewhat out of control. Pu Guanshan frowned. Moreover, I've received news that the family members of Wang Qinghua and the other two have all been killed. All the teachers of Martial Arts Academy of Jade Sun are on their way here. It seems like they're going to die. The news about this has already spread. The situation is getting out of hand. Pu Guanshan was still not worried about the revenge of Xiao Duo and the others, nor was he worried about Martial Arts Academy of Jade Sunday. What he was worried about was, would this matter attract the attention of the higher-ups? If the higher-ups really came, he would be in a very awkward situation. Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, "They can spread the news, but can't you refute it? After all, you're the guardian of White Mountain City. You've done a great service. How can you allow them to slander you? Just a few students, and you think you can shake White Mountain City?" Pu Guanshan's eyes lit up. That's right. The mouth was on a person's body. How could he not have the final say? So what if you make a big deal out of this? As long as I don't admit it, what can you do to me? I didn't do such a thing. Martial Arts Academy of Jade Sun is slandering me. Just based on a few words and a lack of concrete evidence, you want to overthrow me, an official of the border? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. How are the casualties in Baishan City? Yun Pu said lightly. Those who went out to capture Xiao Duo and Yu Moyan must have suffered heavy casualties, right? He was now very disappointed with Pu Guanshan. This group of people had no brains at all. Why would he be afraid of making a big deal out of this? Baishan City was geographically located here. Even if they didn't make any contributions, they still had to work hard to defend it. Didn't they know how to complain? Allowing the other party to speak unilaterally? The casualties are very heavy. Pu Guanshan's expression was grave. Even Cheng Guanan is missing. Missing? Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. What we need to do next is to defend Baishan City. Their target is Duguyan so they will come sooner or later. As long as they are still in our hands, they will come." Yun Piaoliu said casually. Pu Guanshan couldn't figure it out. "You're the one who urged me to send people out to capture them, and now you are the one who wants us to defend Baishan City and wait for them to come. What you young Master Yun are doing is really mysterious." Yun Piaoliu said lightly. "The reason why I asked you to capture them is to confirm Zhou Xiaoduo's real combat ability." Pu Guanshan's facial muscles twitched subconsciously. 50 or 60 lives of Baishan City's people were sacrificed just to let you know his real combat ability. He is indeed extraordinary. He lives up to his reputation. Yin Piaoliu and Feng Wui both praised from the bottom of their hearts. Pu Guanshan was even more confused. What do they mean? He said carefully, looking at his combat ability now. If we only have the combat ability of Baishan City, it is still not a problem to defeat him. But to capture him like this, or to surround him from all sides, I'm afraid it will be difficult. That's right. Baishan City doesn't have enough combat ability. Yun Piaoliu said straightforwardly. When the time comes, I am afraid we will need your guards. Pu Guanshan said. He understood very well. The 4 bodyguards he mentioned were all Skysoar Realm experts from the Wind and Cloud clans. As for the 4 bodyguards, they were all seated disciples of the Wind and Cloud clans. Each of them had 2 Skysoars as bodyguards. It was obvious that the Wind and Cloud clans placed great importance on the safety of these 4 people. As long as the protectors made a move, the 8 great fairies would act together. Regardless of whether Left Little Duo or Right Little Duo was still holding back, they would still be able to easily capture them. No, out of Pu Guanshan's expectation, Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 shook their heads in unison. Our Skysoar Realm guards can't be used to deal with Xiao Duo. Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. What do you mean? I already said that we don't have enough combat ability to deal with this situation. We need more combat ability. How can you not help us? Yin Paoliu said indifferently. Zhuo is also on the human favor medallion. Pu Guanshan was stunned. Human favor medallion? What's that? Yin Paoliu said, the human favor medallion is a secret that only the higher-ups of the 3 continents are privy to. It's normal that you don't know about it. He pondered for a moment before he continued. The human favor medallion is. The higher-ups of the 3 continents will designate a few geniuses from their own continent or focus on nurturing them. The names of these geniuses will be notified to the leaders of the other 2 continents. In short, these people are not to be killed. Strictly speaking, cultivators above the Skysoar realm are not allowed to attack the people on the human favor medallion. Once they do, they will be targeted by the higher-ups of the 3 continents. They will take extreme revenge. Zhuo Xiaoduo's name is on the human favor medallion. Yin Paoliu said indifferently. In other words, only nascent transformation, cloud transformation, God reigning, and profound clarity cultivators are allowed to deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Profound clarity cultivators are the limit. Skysoar realm cultivators are forbidden. Do you understand? Understood. However, Pu Guanshan was even more confused. What should we do then? Pu Guanshan immediately felt that he was at his wit's end. The situation is clear now. 4 young masters should be able to see that not only is divine reigning Gui Xian not a match for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even sending out divine reigning Gui Xian would only be delivering food to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even Cheng Guannan, a low-stage Skysoar realm cultivator, has gone missing. If we can't send Skysoar realm cultivators to deal with him, doesn't that mean we can only let him slaughter us? What kind of rule is that? Could it be that Xiaoduo can only kill others, but others can't kill him? What kind of logic is that? Pu Guanshan was truly anxious. How could there be such a stupid rule? He wasn't like Yin Piaoliu and the other 3. They were the direct descendants of the Dao League's higher-ups. Even if they couldn't do anything, they could just leave. They wouldn't have to worry about their lives. Moreover, from what they said, their names should also be on the writ of favor. Moreover, Yin Piaoliu and the other 3 had left their names on the writ of favor because they were the descendants of the Dao League's higher-ups. What about Zhuo Xiaoduo, who also left his name on the writ of favor? Was it because he was strong and talented, or did he have a special background? Wasn't this extremely terrifying? Yin Piaoliu and the other 3 were even more displeased with Pu Guanshan's words. Yin Piaoliu's expression changed. What do you mean by sending profound clarity cultivators are only serving as fodder? Mountain Lord Pu, aren't you looking down on the heroes of the world? Pu Guanshan was an experienced man. He didn't realize he had said the wrong thing. The 4 young masters in front of him were 2 profound clarity cultivators and 2 profound clarity cultivators. His words just now had offended all 4 of them at the same time. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I'm just stating facts, that's all. Ordinary profound clarity cultivators can't compare with the 4 young masters. The 4 of you are all geniuses, peerless geniuses. Yin Piaoliu smiled faintly. Look at how nervous you are. I'm not mad at you. Why are you so nervous? He thought for a moment and said, Mountain Lord Pu, I can only leave with Xiaoduo to you and Vice City Lord Guanshana. Pu Guanshan was stunned. Can't we fight if we're not profound clarity cultivators? Of course, profound clarity cultivators from the Dao League can't fight. However, profound clarity cultivators from the Astral Souls continent are different. You can fight. Yin Piaoliu smiled faintly. The higher-ups of the 3 continents agreed that profound clarity cultivators from other continents can't fight those who left their names on the writ of favor. However, they didn't agree that their own higher-ups can't fight as well. This isn't really a loophole. But now, we can use this loophole to kill those who left their names on the writ of favor. Yin Piaoliu's eyes flashed with excitement. The writ of favor. In the past thousands of years, almost all of the higher-ups of the continents came from the writ of favor. The writ of favor's writ of favor was the best. The writ of favor's writ of favor would be the writ of favor's writ of favor in the future. This wasn't just a saying. It was an absolute fact. Those who were listed on the writ of favor were all peerless geniuses. Their talent, aptitude, and foundation were all top-notch. Most importantly, those whose names appeared on the writ of favor all had a huge network behind them. Countless people must have done all kinds of things to help this person rise up. As long as this person didn't die, there was no need to worry about his future. Can the writ of favor's writ of favor be killed? Pu Guanshan was still respectful of the writ of favor. There are always exceptions. As long as they're human, they can be killed. Yun Piaoliu looked nostalgic. Back then, one of the writ of favor's writ of Umno Alliance was called Lei Yijin. He was a direct descendant of Umno Alliance's great shaman Lei Bao. He was extremely talented. Even the Flood, which once said that if he didn't die, he would be invincible in the future. Chapter 889. This Lei Yijin was truly a peerless genius. He lived up to the Flood Witch's praise. When he was still in the nascent soul transformation stage, he was able to suppress all the geniuses in the 3 continents. When Lei Yijin reached the pinnacle of the god-reigning stage, he was not only invincible among his peers, but it also killed many Ascension Stage cultivators and defeated many Ascension Stage cultivators. Such a dazzling battle record had never been seen before. But it is also because of this that this star's battle achievements are so dazzling that it dazzles everyone's eyes, causing everyone in the Star Spirit continent to be fearful. Hence, he encountered the Star Soul continent's painstaking ambush and finally fell in one day. At that time, he was indeed dazzling. No one wanted the Umno Alliance to have another the Flood Witch. In that battle, in order to kill Lei Yijin and eliminate this future threat, the Star Spirit continent sent out a total of 127 peak origin returning realm cultivators who were over 1,500 years old. From the very beginning of that battle, they continuously self-destructed one after another. There was no technique, no battle, only self-destruction. They used the craziest and most extreme method to kill Lei Yijin and his 2 Ascension Stage cultivators. And this could be said to be the most successful killing of the esteemed master of the human favor token. It was also the most heroic one. Even Lei Yijin, at the moment of his death, let out a long sigh and said, "Although I am unwilling to die today, to die like this, I have nothing to say." Lei Yijin's death shocked the 3 continents. But this kind of ambush was allowed. Even though the Umno Alliance's great shaman Lei Bao was heartbroken and furious, he could only sigh, because the Astral Souls continent didn't send out any Ascension Stage cultivators. Not even one Ascension Stage cultivator. Even the organizer was only at the pinnacle of the Ascension Stage, and he was the first one to self-detonate. Speaking of this, even Yun Piaoliu couldn't help but show respect in his eyes. 1,000 years of Ascension Stage cultivator, no hope of ascension. Pu Guanshan was also shocked. He said, "That's true, but to be so resolute is rare." Rare? It's not rare. Yun Piaoliu said casually, "As far as I know, no matter if it's the Tao League, the Astral Souls, or the Umno Alliance, every Ascension State old man who hasn't reached the Ascension State after 1,000 years old will receive the same secret order. If you don't trigger the secret order, you can also die of old age at home. However, as soon as the secret order is issued, it is time to form a group to snipe the genius seed on the token of gratitude and self-destruct. The 3 continents have a unified name for this secret order. It's called the Burning Order." Yun Piaoliu sighed. This is supposed to be a secret. Since the ancient times, there have been many orders to fight. However, the most heroic one is the Burning Order. Because once you receive this order, you will die a horrible death. Even your soul and soul consciousness will be destroyed. Thus, not only can the people on the human affection writ be killed, the number of people that have been killed is not small. Including this Zhuoxiaoduo. Pu Guanshan was still worried. Even so, I'm still a Sky Soar Realm cultivator. Even if I kill Zhuoxiaoduo, Since Zhuo is a guest on the human affection writ, there must be a higher-up behind him, if they pursue the matter. The consequences. This is a grudge between the people of the world and the astral souls. What does it have to do with the human affection writ? The human affection writ is a top secret that only the higher-ups of the 3 continents know about. It's understandable that you don't know about it. If you really can't do it and your higher-ups insist on pursuing the matter, you can leave Whitehead Mountain and enter my clan's territory. Then, you'll be safe. Yin Piaoliu said calmly, the Wind and Cloud clans have no problem protecting a person. Even the invincible Great Flood Shaman has to give face to our 2 great clans. His words were full of confidence and domineering. Pu Guanshan's heart calmed down. The human affection writ might be related to the higher-ups of the continent, but the people in front of him were the families of the 2 most powerful people in the Dao League. The oldest family, the most powerful family. So, in this battle, as long as we find an opportunity, Mountain Master Pu and Vice City Master Guan, you 2 will be the main force. The 4 of us will help you. Killings with Xiaoduo is what we should do. There will be no accidents. Yin Piaoliu's eyes were as sharp as needles. This time, it was worth it. Umo Yin was talented, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the seed of a future leader. However, he was not qualified to be on the human affection writ of the astral souls. Xiaoduo was Umo Yin's big brother. Xiaoduo was actually fished out from this scheme. This was simply a pleasant surprise on a pleasant surprise. It would be great if they could kill the 2 future higher-ups of the Star Spirit continent in one fell swoop under their arrangement and planning. Just thinking about this possibility made Yin Piaoliu tremble with excitement. This was a great event that would go down in the history of the Dao League. How big of a contribution was this? Xiaoduo definitely didn't come alone this time. Our 8 great protectors can't target him, but we can deal with Moyin and the others. We can also use this chance to attract Xiaoduo's attention. If Xiaoduo dares to challenge the 8 great protectors, it will be the same as seeking death. Feng Wuhan said, this time, we must get rid of Xiaoduo and his henchmen in one fell swoop and eliminate the source of trouble. The 4 young men's faces were full of confidence. Feng Wui suddenly said, brother, should we report this to the family and ask for their opinion? After all, this is not a good thing, and it is an alliance between the 2 continents. Idiot! Yin Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan scolded Feng Wui at the same time. Pig brain. Feng Wui felt wronged. In our family, we're not the top seeds to be cultivated. Even I'm only 4th in line. Yin Piaoliu is only 5th in line in the Yin family. How can we get to the top if we don't have good results? Feng Wuhan looked at his brother with disappointment. Why can't you use your brain? Do you want to stay in the 7th position for the rest of your life? Feng Wui suddenly realized, can we move forward by doing this? Ha ha ha. Feng Wuhan and Yin Piaoliu laughed comfortably. Just one step forward? Ha ha. He was adept at using money and power to make plans to kill the esteemed master of the token of personal affection. How could this be accomplished with just one step? My brother is really a little dumb. As for the alliance between the 2 continents, ha ha. I can only say ha. We must issue a gag order. Yin Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes and hearts. The 2 of them dared to use their lives to guarantee that if the other members of the family were to find out about this, they would definitely bring people over immediately. They might even bring people with the incineration order to reap the fruits of victory. If that happened, due to the difference in status, the 2 of them could only watch as those people calmly led the troops to kills with Xiaoduo. All their achievements and all their future prospects would be gone in an instant. That was what it meant to put in so much effort every year, only to end up benefiting someone else. As for the others who were ranked in front of them, once they had such a battle record, they would never be able to see their backs again in this lifetime. How could they let go of this opportunity? How could they let it go? Even if they had to die, They could not let it go. His two brothers might not understand what this meant. Pu Guanshan, the great trader of the astral souls, was also clueless. Only the two of them knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity, a great opportunity. This was clearly the ancestral Tao's favor, a chance for us to reach the heavens in a single step. Together with Pu Guanshan, Guanshanha, and the 8 guards, there were 10 Skysoar realm experts. There were also more than 500 nascent, God-reigning realm experts from Baishan City. With this kind of strength, with this kind of lineup, if they still couldn't kill Zhuoxiao Duo and Umo Yin, it was simply unimaginable. It was absolutely foolproof. Absolutely foolproof. As for Pu Guanshan, he was just a trader of the astral souls, a scapegoat. Did you think we would really protect him? At that time, if the higher-ups of the astral souls came to investigate, we could just tell the truth. We did take part in it. However, we didn't kill Zhuoxiao Duo. It was Pu Guanshan who killed him. It had nothing to do with us. Of course, we took part in it, but our people didn't break the rules. We were within the rules. The people who took part in the fight against Zhuoxiao Duo were all nascent God-reigning realm experts, and there were only 4 of us. The ascendants of the astral souls killed their own genius. Haha, you didn't say that your ascendants couldn't kill their own geniuses, right? This matter might even become a great joke that would be passed down for 10,000 years. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's eyebrows dance. As for the consequences, they would just throw Pu Guanshan out to take the blame. Someone had to take responsibility for the death of the person on the writ of gratitude. And Pu Guanshan and his White Mountain City were the perfect scapegoats, especially since he was the one who had brought this matter up in the first place. We didn't plan this at all. We were just going with the flow. How can you blame me for this? As for the promise I made to Pu Guanshan, I was just joking. He took it seriously, so how can you blame me for this? Ha ha, this is too good. The two immediately made arrangements. First, they warned Yin Piaolai and Feng Wui not to say anything else. Then, they warned Pu Guanshan to keep his mouth shut. Don't let the people of White Mountain City know that the person we're going to deal with is Zhuoxiao Duo. In this way, we can completely protect Baishan City in the future. This will be your capital in the future. Pu Guanshan repeatedly agreed. Chapter 890. Yin Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan were full of joy. They looked at each other and saw the pride in each other's eyes. As long as the people in Baishan City did not leak the information, even the 8 guards would not know that they were dealing with Zhuoxiao Duo. In this way, they did not have to worry about any leakage. At such a critical juncture, the two of them did not even trust their own guards. What if one of them was a subordinate of the other guys in the family? Just one tip-off, and we'll lose everything on our side. How could they leak the opportunity to reach the top? The great cause, the peak of eternity. In any case, no matter how careful they were, they could not be too careful. When the time came, they only needed to command them to deal with the others. Summon our guards, Yi Zichen said. Okay, keep it a secret on your side. I don't need you to tell me that. The 4 of them began to send messages to the guards waiting outside. After all, it was taboo for them to cause trouble in Baishan City when the 2 continents were still in an alliance. But now, they did not care about any taboo. As long as they killed the person with the token of favor, this huge achievement would be enough to cover any flaws. After everything was arranged, Yin Piaoliu smiled and transmitted a message to Feng Wuhan. The operation is about to begin. Brother Feng, shouldn't we come up with a better name for this battle plan? Maybe it will become a legend. Feng Wuhan transmitted a message to Yin Piaoliu. How about the 9 Heavens Plan? Ha ha, good name. Good. Brother Feng, let us brothers start from this plan and go straight to the 9 heavens. If this plan succeeds, in the next tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, you and I will be in charge of the wind and cloud families. When the time comes, please advise and cooperate with us. What advice? You and I will work together. Our 2 families will cooperate more. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Pu Guanshan was answering phone calls almost continuously. Jade Sun High Martial Arts rushed here excitedly. Of course, they had to do something on the way. They reported everything that needed to be reported and reported everything that needed to be reported. All the related departments were reported. The case of Baishan City suddenly became a hot topic. Although only the higher-ups knew about this matter, there were already many people who knew about it. Naturally, there were many calls to Mount Puguan. What is going on at Mount Puguan? At the same time, the students of Jade Sun High Martial Arts were also making a ruckus online. All of the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy were mobilized. Naturally, the students knew about it, and they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The people in Zhua Shuai's company were instructed by their boss. Of course, they had to take advantage of the situation and fan the flames. They wanted to make the situation as big as possible. For a moment, Baishan City, which had always been lonely, suddenly became popular. If anything happens, release him immediately. This was a message from Guangdong Shield headquarters to Mount Puguan. Moreover, there were already investigators rushing over. But at this point, how could Pu Guanshan let him go? No matter if it was Yin Piaoliu or Pu Guanshan himself, they would never let him go. Letting him go was tantamount to admitting guilt. Now, Yu Moyan was the only one outside. Even if the facts were clear, the words of a lowly person didn't carry much weight. The other related people were all in Baishan City. Even if Yu Moyan was alone, his power was limited, especially when he couldn't provide any concrete evidence. However, there was still pressure. Yun Piaoliu and the others naturally snorted at the pressure of Mount Puguan. Pressure? Even if we crush you to death now, we won't let you go. The anger of the whole world couldn't be compared to our Green Cloud Road and our Nine Heavens plan. Don't worry, Mountain Lord Pu. It would be better if it was only limited to arguing on the internet. Arguing on the internet is enough to delay for a while, enough for us to finish this hunt. Yin Piaoliu smiled faintly. Besides, the memory of the public is always short. There are countless topics in this world that can divert their attention. Just continue arguing. As we continue, those who are just here to watch the show will slowly leave because it has nothing to do with them. This kind of thing can't be stirred up in a short period of time without any evidence. As long as we can delay for a while and finish this thing, we can make a few corrupt officials fall from power and stars cheat. Naturally, the curiosity of those people will be attracted. So, what we need to deal with now is still the life and death of Zhua Xiaoduo and Yu Moyan. At least for now, we still have the upper hand. The bigger fist is the bigger reason. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, it's just a storm on the internet. What are we going to do? If they can create a storm on the internet, we can also guide them. Yin Piaoliu ordered Mount Puguan. Go, post a post. Post it with your official status. Just write it like this. Remember, don't mention the names Zhua Xiaoduo and Yu Moyan. Just this and this. Will do. Yin Piaoliu was very clear. If Zhua Xiaoduo and the others' names appeared on the post, the situation would become a different matter, and it would definitely attract the attention of some higher-ups. They would be out of control. After a while, a post about Mount Puguan appeared on the internet. The bitter cold land, guarded for 100 years. The wind was cold and the snow was everywhere. The air became clouds, the water became ice. In the extreme cold, it was extremely harsh. I don't dare to claim credit for myself. I only ask for a 7-foot body to contribute to the country. I don't ask for fame. I only hope that my heart of loyalty can reach the heavens. As a martial artist, I don't have any great wish in this life. If I can protect a piece of peace with my own strength, if I can protect a piece of peace with my hot blood, then we can live a life of honor. However, we have worked hard for 100 years. We ate ice and slept in the snow. We have suffered such injustice. Where's the justice? We don't dare to call ourselves heroes. We don't dare to call ourselves warriors. However, our hearts are as cold as the snow on the White Mountain. Do you think you deserve to be wronged and slandered like this? Do you think you deserve to be slandered like this? We are men of the ice and snow. We don't know how the internet works. We don't know how evil people are. But I have to ask, where is the evidence? Where is the justice? Where's the justice? Where is the human heart? Where's the law? Mount Puwan, leading 5,000 soldiers of Baishan City, posted with sorrow. We don't ask for a clear name. We hope that we have a clear conscience. Right or wrong, Baishan City will not comment on it. We will not argue. The turbid waves surge to the sky. I hope that the world will be clear. Black and white are inverted. I hope that the world will be shaken. Baishan City's post was also reposted all over the internet in a short time. Zhuo Shuai's company was still creating public opinion to suppress Baishan City. However, Baishan City was also using various means. This time, it was different from the previous one-sided situation. Because of the involvement of the internet forces under the Dao League, some forces were hinting at the situation. Slowly, Mount Puwan's post became the mainstream of the world's internet. In an extremely short period of time, it was the top trending topic. Everyone who saw it was in an uproar. Countless people's eyes turned red. They felt that a good man like Baishan City was being slandered by an internet clown. It was too heartbreaking. It shouldn't be like this. Therefore, the public was in an uproar. A war between the two sides broke out on the internet. Countless keyboard warriors were fighting at night. Their fighting spirit was high. They felt their blood boiling, and their hearts were filled with righteousness. They posted under their real names, saying that they wanted to seek justice for Baishan City. The internet was in an uproar. The two sides were evenly matched. Zhuo Shuai's company had just released the Sure Yin Feng series of movies. Their reputation among the netizens was already at its peak. This time, with the support of Jade Sunhai martial arts, their fighting power was naturally strong. On the other hand, although Baishan City's side had a large number of people, and their strength was also impressive, their performance was unusually messy. Sometimes, they would suddenly burst out and fight evenly with their opponents, but most of the time, they would be suppressed by their opponents. Some of the calls and evidence found from the computer network of Wang Chengbua and the other 3 teachers who colluded with Baishan City were posted on the internet. Immediately, they had an overwhelming advantage. However, countless people on the other side started to clamor at the right time. Isn't it easy to fake these things? 2 people can change their online names and give you a bunch of fake things just by chatting. Then, everyone swarmed over to discuss whether these were photoshopped or not, and other technical issues. So countless technical experts and industry experts started to show up and say, all in all, the situation was getting more and more chaotic. It was unprecedented. In Baishan City, Yin Piaoliu smiled faintly as he looked at the new posts on the computer. He smiled and said to Pu Guanshan, see, as long as we use the right methods, these idiots will be willing to be used by you and me. This is also a force. Although it's the force of idiots and can't last long, in modern society, it's a waste not to use this force of idiots. As long as we use it properly, this force of idiots will do great things for us. Yin Piaoliu pointed at the computer screen and laughed. After we use this force, we'll get great benefits. We don't even need to thank them. These idiots will naturally comfort themselves. Then, those who want to eat instant noodles will eat instant noodles, and those who want to carry bricks will carry bricks. They will be full of pride and accomplishment. We're the guiding light in their spiritual world. Pooh, you have to learn from us. This is the main theme of the world now. We have to keep up with the times to deal with many unexpected situations. People who are condemned by thousands of people will die without a disease. A sharp tongue like a knife can kill people without a trace. This saying has been around since ancient times, but it's the most realistic and practical one now. Chapter 891. Pu Guanshan nodded his head repeatedly. He was extremely excited, feeling as if a brand new door had opened in front of him. Young Master Yun is right. I will definitely study this method properly in the future. I really didn't see it before, but these idiots are actually so energetic, falling for it with just a few words. Ha ha. Yun Piaoliu and the others all laughed. We are very familiar with this kind of thing. No matter what they want to get, they just have to create a wave on the internet. Give the target a bad name and quickly hype up the topic. then there will naturally be too many people swarming in. They'll hype it up even more than we do, especially since they won't get anything. They will wait until we have gotten it for a long time, and then they will continue to create a hot topic. Instead, it often forces us to make up stories about celebrities cheating on each other that everyone likes to hear and see to attract attention. But every time I do this kind of operation, I always feel refreshed. It's a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. It's like I can flip the world upside down with a wave of my hand and turn the sun and moon flat with a flip of my hand. It feels so good. Feng Wuhan laughed. So every time we do this kind of thing, we don't want others to do it for us. We have to do it ourselves. Only then will it feel good. Ah, Pu Guanshan also laughed. Young Master Yun and young Master Feng have such unique hobbies. So, since we don't know the truth, we don't need to care about the people on the internet for now. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, the internet has reached this stage. It means that we have finished dealing with it on the internet. After that, we will go back to the original track, which is to solve the target with violence. In the end, we will have to end it in a battle of life and death. We will use the blood and lives of one of them to end this matter completely. Yun Piaoliu stood up dispiritedly. Has everyone returned to White Mountain City? Yes, they have. Let's see what they will do next. Yun Piaoliu said lightly. Our people are in position. Now I need to pay special attention to the city gate. I think if they want to make a move, they will choose that place first. After all, the city gate has been smashed once, and it hasn't been fixed yet. It is a good opportunity. Okay. At this time, the people from Jade Sun High Marshal had already arrived, but they were stopped by Umo Yin. How is it now? The old principal's hair was white as snow, and his gaze was anxious. Principal, teacher, please calm down for the time being. My brothers and I have already arrived. We are discussing how to save Yin Yu Moyen said in a deep voice. I can't explain the details to you. Sister Qiao please explain. Gao Qiao stepped forward with a big smile on her face. Here's the situation now. We need your help. If we want to get the result we want, save Sister Yin and punish White Mountain City, we can't do that without your help. But I hope you can understand that we don't need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Gao Qiao was naturally eloquent. Even in the aspect of ideological work, he had an advantage over Li Chenglong. His ability was outstanding. As he spoke, the hot-blooded Jade Sun Marshal teachers slowly calmed down. Luo Yinling and Duga Yushu's anxious mood gradually eased. The main thing now is that 2 wings against hearts. But Yu Moyen is outside now, and only Sister Yin is inside. As long as the 2 of them don't fall into White Mountain City's hands, White Mountain City won't dare or bear to kill Yin So, even if they want to kill Sister Yin they have to wait until they catch Yu Moyen. So for now, Sister Yin is still safe. Although Luo Yinling was still anxious when she heard that her daughter should still be alive and that the other party needed both of them alive, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. The situation they were most afraid of was that the other party would kill their daughter. Even if they killed the other party, their daughter still wouldn't be able to come back. As for the rescue operation, we've already begun. When we need your help later, please don't hesitate to help. After all, we are only students, and some things may not be considered thoroughly. Even though Li Chenglong, who is in command now, has the reputation of being a great strategist, we still need your help. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly. This reputation of being a great strategist was given to Gao Qiao by Li Chenglong himself after deliberating for a long time. It was to make these people feel at ease. As soon as he said this, more than half of the people heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone here was a teacher of a high school of martial arts. How could they not know how awesome the evaluation of the military advisor of the generation in the 3 touch and 5 reviews was? If a student in a high martial arts school had the reputation of being a great strategist, the teachers would even be in awe and reverence. He had been teaching for his entire life, but he had never met a student who was as good as him. With such a brain, it must be more useful than one's own brain. Almost everyone was thinking this way, and it was precisely because people shared the same thoughts and their hearts shared the same reasoning. With a great strategist overseeing this battle, we can rest assured. The old principal was the first to express his opinion. There was nothing to be worried about. With a talented student who had the reputation of being a great strategist, even if their combat power was not enough, they could still rely on wisdom to overcome it. Also, we have the help of the patrols from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Our boss is invincible among those below the Sky Realm. Even ordinary Sky Realm cultivators are no match for our boss. And the Nine Heavens Pavilion's patrol master, Zhua Lingnian, is even more powerful than our boss. Gao Qiaoer smiled sweetly and said, "In addition, the public opinion has been stirred up. I believe that the most anxious one is not our side, but White Mountain City. Because the longer it drags on, the more likely the higher-ups will intervene. If such a situation really happens, there's almost no need to fight this battle." At this point, the anxious atmosphere of the teachers had completely calmed down. Everyone only needed to wait and see how the plan would be carried out. In fact, the real reason why they had not really carried out the plan until now was because Gao Qiaoer and Li Chenglong were both waiting quietly. They did not believe that such a big matter related to the geniuses who had entered the secret realm for training. Moreover, more than 10 super geniuses had all gathered here. Moreover, when this matter happened, they had already reported it to the higher-ups through Yi Changqing. How could the higher-ups not pay attention to it and not take corresponding actions? If the higher-ups paid attention to it, this matter would be resolved very quickly. White Mountain City could be flattened easily. To Zhuo and the others, several Sky Realm cultivators and many Zenith-level divine retainers were certainly difficult to deal with. However, to the higher-ups of astral souls, it was still not worth a mention. Li Chenglong would never be arrogant, but he would not belittle himself either. In Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer's hearts, they were both strongly confident that the higher-ups must know about this matter. Therefore, they would definitely take corresponding actions. Both of them were full of confidence. However, what was unexpected was that, after waiting and waiting, there was no news at all. This made Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer, who had always boasted of being smart and intelligent, somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was no one doing anything? Li Chenglong even called Yi Changqing to express his confusion. How could this matter be ignored? Even if it was due to bureaucratic behavior, wasn't it too unreasonable? Yi Changqing was also puzzled about this, so he naturally called to ask. Then, he received a reply. Was the matter of a group of students so serious? Yi Changqing was so angry that he almost ran over. He called Li Chenglong back. "Can you handle it yourselves?" What could Li Chenglong say? He could only say, "If we can't handle it, we'll ask the principal for help." Yi Changqing agreed angrily. It was very stifling. What did Marshal Nan mean? Did he not care? Or did he intend to let these children experience hardships? Although Yi Changqing was angry and worried, he had more or less guessed Marshal Nan's thoughts. Although it was not accurate, it was not far off. However, Li Chenglong really could not understand the so-called operation of the higher-ups. This is too strange. Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer stared at each other. They did not know what to do with the current situation. In fact, what they did not understand was, this place had become the center of a storm. If it was only the matter of Yu Moyin and Dugian this matter would have been resolved long ago. Yu Moyin and Dugian would either be dead or Baishan City would be wiped out. These were all things that could be resolved by raising a hand. However, the moment Zhuo, Li Chenglong, and the others set off, the nature of the matter changed instantly. At least 4 people among the higher-ups of the mainland cast their eyes on this place. The Marshal of the North, Beigong Hao. The Marshal of the South, Nan Zhongqian. The King of Zhuolu, Yin Zhonghu, and his wife, the Inspector of Astral Souls, Baiyun Fairy, Baiyun Duo. It was important to emphasize that Baiyun Fairy, Baiyun Duo, had a high status. Although she did not take on any military duties, the title of the Inspector of Astral Souls made her famous in the entire mainland of the Astral Souls. She was one of the giants with real power in the astral souls. Although this patrol envoy position was only a part-time job in some ways, it was still a part-time job. This was because this couple was together almost all the time. They patrolled wherever they went. This also led to the fact that the dignified king of Zwalu of astral souls, to some extent, seemed to be the inspector's follower. Let's cut to the chase. In short, on the surface, the white-haired mountain was extremely calm. It seemed that no one cared about it. However, in fact, it had already become the focus of attention. Chapter 892. The higher-ups haven't taken any action yet. Li Chenglong said, "This means that we have to solve this matter ourselves." After waiting for another 2 hours, Li Chenglong also vaguely understood the meaning of the higher-ups and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I'm afraid. The higher-ups want to see how well we can deal with it." Sigh. Li Chenglong sighed. There were too many geniuses. He actually didn't consider this point just now. If he were the higher-ups, he would also see how good these kids were. After all, Baishan City was just an insignificant small place in the eyes of the higher-ups. Li Chenglong was a little ashamed. How could he forget to think from another perspective? However, this was a little awkward. If there was a convenient way to solve it, no one would want to waste their energy. Otherwise, they would have to fight with their lives on the line. After Li Chenglong said this, Gao Qiao suddenly understood. Yes, you're right. It would be strange if the higher-ups didn't notice that so many top seeds were sent out at once. But how we deal with it and how capable we are is what the higher-ups should pay attention to. It's not that they don't want to interfere, but they don't want to interfere. Gao Qiao's words made her smile. On the other side, Long Yuxing, Li Qingming, Wan Lixiu, and the others were all dumbfounded. Why is it that I can understand individual words, but not when they are put together? Do you even understand what you're saying? Obviously, Gao Qiao could understand. But Long Yuxing and the others were used to the situation. As long as Wu Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were together, the others didn't need to bring their brains out. So, it seems that we still have to take action, Li Chenglong said. So Xiaoduo glanced at him lazily. I've already told you that in the end, we have to do it ourselves, but you didn't believe me. You just have to take advantage of the situation and use other people's strength to fight against us. What is it? You always want to rely on other forces to deal with things and don't want to do it yourself. This kind of habit is not good. The essence of this world always comes down to who has the biggest fist. Zhua, Xiaoduo scolded. Do it yourself and settle your grudges. It's such a straightforward matter. Look at how hard it is for the two of you to think about it. Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao lowered their heads and accepted the scolding without making a sound. Zhua Xiaoyan sat at the side and chuckled. Looking at Zhua Xiaoduo displaying his authority beside her, she suddenly felt that Dogda has grown up. Dogda is so manly. Dogda is really like a man, and so on. So, you have to think about it. You have to. Zhua Xiaoduo's dignified lecture suddenly stopped. Just as he was thinking about his grand and upright image in Yin Yin Cat's heart, he forgot his lines. Cough, cough. Xiang Chong scratched his head and said, Boss, have you finished your performance in front of sister-in-law? Why don't we start now? Ha ha. Xiang Chong's fearless words immediately caused a roar of laughter. Just now, Zhua Xiaoduo's pretentious, coy manner made everyone realize what this guy was trying to do. It was just that no one dared to say it. Only Xiang Chong lived up to his online nickname, Forward, and directly revealed it. Zhua Xiaoduo was speechless. All right, I'm done with my pretentious act. Let's start. The first task is Zhua and sister-in-law. Among us, only the two of you can face the enemy head-on. Zhua, later on, you will go to the city gate and cause trouble. Kill people and face them head-on. Kill as many as you can and cause as much trouble as you can. Do your best to reduce the enemy's strength. But once the enemy appears to be a threat to you, run. Don't take risks and try to get lucky. Sister-in-law's task is to follow you secretly and ensure your safety. Once there is an uncontrollable situation, helps will block the pursuers and then escape together. Don't get caught up in the battle. Li Chenglong turned to the old principal of Jade Sun High School, Luo Yinling and Duge Yushu, and said, "Teachers of Jade Sun High School, please send out a few teachers of Mystic Realm to hold the line for Zhua and sister-in-law. If Zhua and sister-in-law can safely retreat, then the team holding the line must not be exposed. If an accident happens, the two of them will have to rely on the teachers to save their lives." The old principal took a deep breath and said, "All right, our Jade Sun High School." He coughed and said, "How about sending out 3 Mystic Realm cultivators to hold the line?" When the old principal said this, he was ashamed and a little embarrassed to say it, because in the whole of Jade Sun High School, including the old principal, there were only 3 Mystic Realm cultivators. That's enough. Li Chenglong was in high spirits. "Thank you for your full support, old principal." The old principal coughed and blushed slightly. "You're welcome." For a moment, even though he had been around for a lifetime and had spoken for a lifetime, he felt a little speechless and speechless. After all, the moment he opened his mouth, he wanted Mystic Realm cultivators to hold the line. He didn't even mention anything about Imperial Spirit transformation. Looking at the others, each of them was at least at the high level of cloud transformation. Moreover, they were all super geniuses who could fight above their level, that his own strength was really not enough to deal with them. Don't embarrass yourself, it's ugly. Then the rest of you split into 2 groups. Gao Qiao, Yi and you two will support in the middle. I, Xiang Chong, you Mo Yin, Xiang Bing will be in one group. Long Yusheng, Wan Li, Xiu Li, Li Chongming, Pai Yibao, the 4 of you will be in one group. Our task is very simple. After Zhua attracts enough attention from the front, we will attack White Mountain City from other directions. First, we will kill people. Second, we will save people. Li Chenglong also turned to look at the old principal. "Old principal, we need as many Imperial Spirit transformation teachers as possible to hold the line and support us. Also, I hope that the teachers who are holding the line will listen to my orders. Don't rush into the battle." The old principal nodded repeatedly. No problem. He finally understood. Although Li Chenglong's plan was just to test the waters, he had the intention to massacre White Mountain City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put killing people first and saving people second. "Sister-in-law," Li Chenglong said to Zhua Xiaoyan, "the inspector who is following you, his surname is June. He is not allowed to participate in any of our operations, and he is not allowed to get any information about us." Okay, Zhua Xiaoyan had no impression of Jun Changkong at all. If Li Chenglong hadn't mentioned him, Zhua Xiaoyan would have forgotten that there was such a person. After Zhua's first operation, we will make our move after we confirm that the enemy has started to target Zhua. Li Chenglong said, "Zhua, your combat ability." "Ahem, I heard that you made a hole in the city wall and the gate of White Mountain City?" Zhua Xiaoduo nodded. "What's wrong? Do you have doubts?" "No." Li Chenglong grinned and said, "I just want to ask you to smash a few more holes on the city wall of White Mountain City before we take action." Zhua Xiaoduo scolded. "I know you're up to no good. You want me to work hard, so I will work hard. What are you talking about? I don't need your flattery. Boss, you are so wise." The others cheered. Okay. Zhua Xiaoduo was satisfied with his achievement, standing up in high spirits. "Sister-in-law, please follow us secretly. The teachers of the Mystic Realm will hold the fort." Li Chenglong commanded calmly. Okay. Everyone agreed in unison and walked out side by side. Just these kids. Will it work? Luo Yinling was worried. She sent a telepathic message as she walked. The old principal sighed. "Yinling, you still need to improve your judgment. Even if you were worried, you shouldn't have made such a mistake." "Why? These children are only students. But their combat strength has already surpassed ours," the old principal said with a sigh. "Let's not talk about other things. Before you Moyen came out of the trial, were you still his opponent?" The old principal asked Luo Yinling. Luo Yinling blushed. "Principal, what are you saying? Of course not. After Yu Moyen turned into a cloud, he was invincible in Jade Sun High School, except for the old principal. This invincibility was not only invincible in the same level, Even the teachers of the mystic realm were not Yu Moyan's opponents. And Yu Moyan was only at the cloud transformation realm. And Yu Moyan has improved in these few days. I don't dare to say that I can win. The old principal transmitted his voice. Look at the group of young men and women that have arrived. Although they are all at the cloud transformation realm, but their strength is probably not lower than Yu Moyan's. Except for the 2 girls that have been assigned to provide support. In fact, the military advisor of this generation and the other boys, if we disregard Yu Moyan's assassination ability, their actual combat ability is much higher than Yu Moyan's. Dugi Yushu and Luo Yinling sucked in a breath of cold air. Thinking about Yu Moyan's combat ability, then thinking about the combat ability of these boys and girls, they felt a sense of unimaginable shock. These 12 or 13 people are all super geniuses who can fight above their level, or even 2 levels. The old principal sighed. He felt like the water of a river was surging endlessly, and the boy who is publicly acknowledged as their boss. I'm definitely not his opponent. The old principal thought about Zhou Xiaoduo and the feeling he had towards Zhou Xiaoduozora. He deliberated and said, with my cultivation and combat ability, to be able to take 10 moves from their boss, I'll be lucky. His voice was heavy, very unwilling, but it was the truth. 10 moves. Lucky. That was a feeling of being completely crushed. This was something that could be felt just by looking at his aura. Luo Yinling and Dugi Yushu's jaws dropped. So Xiaoduo was so powerful now. Chapter 893. As for that sister-in-law of theirs, I feel like she's even stronger than that big boss with Xiaoduo. The old principal was a little confused. This is something that's completely impossible, but it's right in front of your eyes. You have no choice but to believe it. Luo Yinling and Dugi Yushu were so shocked that they couldn't speak. If they didn't already know the old principal's character and knew that he wouldn't lie to them, they would almost think that this old man was bragging and flattering those kids. Moreover, it was the kind of bragging that was completely irrelevant. Do you really think that they need us to hold the line? The old principal sighed and transmitted his voice. That's just an excuse that doesn't hurt our self-esteem. They're just afraid that we'll suffer casualties. How benevolent. Are they really that powerful? Luo Yinling clicked her tongue. The old principal walked forward slowly, his face filled with endless gratification and solemnity. Unparalleled talents have gathered. The old principal sighed. Our Jade Sun Academy has to change our teaching strategy. Change our strategy? Why? Luo Yinling was puzzled. That's because you don't understand the true meaning of unparalleled talents. The true meaning? That's right. Unparalleled talents gathering can only mean one thing. A great era that's about to turn the world upside down is about to arrive. I didn't expect that I'd be able to witness the magnificence of the battle of the great powers in my lifetime. I'd even be able to witness the brilliance of a generation of geniuses up close. The old principal said softly, before the great era comes, there will definitely be countless geniuses. Astral Souls is like that, the Tao League is like that, and I believe that the Umno Alliance is like that too. Astral Souls is different from the Tao League and the Umno Alliance. Our geniuses are all in the open. On the other hand, the geniuses of the 2 continents are hidden. Unparalleled talents gathering, the world upside down. If it was before, it would be time for a change of dynasty. The old principal sighed softly. In the history of the continent, there were many heroes, famous generals, and strategists at the beginning of the country's founding. The flames of war rose from all directions, and the world was turned upside down, creating one immortal legend after another. In the current martial era, once such a great era of heroes appears, the continent is about to be unified, where the true meaning of the Great War of the Century is about to arrive. This is the true meaning of those words. Geniuses like Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan were rare in the past thousands of years, but now they're popping up in droves. Luo Yinling said worriedly, then the safety of these children. There's no need to worry about safety at all. It's not something we need to worry about. The old headmaster walked forward calmly and said in a low voice, I believe that even if all the people in White Mountain City die, these children will not be harmed at all. Yin, will definitely return safely as well. Because Yin is already a member of this group of geniuses. She's already been blessed by their providence. The old principal smiled wisely. This is the great era. This was the great era. There may be twists and turns, but there will never be any harm. Even though the old principal spoke with great emotion and certainty, Luo Yinling was still skeptical of his words. Luo Yinling believed in the great era and the battle of the great powers. Now it was indeed a turbulent time. The three continents were in full swing, and the Demon Alliance's continent was about to return. Anyone with a brain knew that as long as they were alive, they would be able to see who the continent would belong to in the end. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were not harmed at all after this battle. Was it because of the great era's battle of the great powers that they were not harmed at all? Wasn't this saying too childish and too weak to stand up to scrutiny? This was a battlefield. Did the battlefield care whether you were a genius or not? Since ancient times, countless famous youths had fallen. Why were they remembered by future generations? First, they were overflowing with talent. Second, they died young. Why was Xiaoduo and the others so amazing? Not only did they not die, but they also did not suffer any harm. Although Luo Yinling definitely did not want to see these children suffer any harm. Even if it was just a piece of skin, her heart would ache. However, the old principal was a little superstitious. Feudal dross. Luo Yinling felt that the old principal was too wishful thinking and indulging in fantasy, that, however, it was naturally not convenient to talk about this at this moment, because Xiaoduo had already begun to move. Principal Han Wankue, Dugi Yushu, and another vice principal of Jade Sun High Martial Arts, Shun Xingyang, quickly followed. They left Luo Yinling aside. These are the only three great experts of Jade Sun High Martial Arts who were at the Mystic Realm. So Xiaoduo walked at the front alone, taking crab steps as if he didn't recognize his friends. Zhou Xiaoyan turned into ice and snow, floating high in the sky as she followed. This child is going barehanded. Dugi Yushu did not understand and blurted out, Pig brain, did you take out your ring before the battle? The old principal was exasperated. It's important for you to shut up now. Follow along and watch. This might be a battle between peak geniuses that you and I will rarely see in this world. Dugi Yushu looked embarrassed. The three of them followed behind and had a baffling feeling. So his crab steps in front of them were very stylish, looking at the way his bow was swaying and the way his feet were splayed out, ignoring everything else. The lump in the middle definitely could not reach his left thigh or right thigh. It was completely suspended in the air, like a pendulum with a rhythm, right? And at this moment, they were about 3,000 meters away from White Mountain city gates. However, they could already see the majestic city gates from afar. Oh, it seemed like half of it had collapsed. Many people from White Mountain City were repairing it. It was a bustling scene, so a Xiaoduo stopped in his tracks. Principal, all of you just need to stay here and support me. Han Wankue said, this place is too far. Once you encounter danger, I'm afraid you won't be able to help in time. It's fine. Zhou Xiaoduo said, it's just a sweep. The old principal did not say anything else. With a darkened face, he led the two vice principals to huddle in the snow. A sweep of 3,000 meters. What the fuck? That before he could finish cursing in his heart, he saw Xiaoduo's body transform into a beam of light that shot out like a bolt of lightning. This sweep was more than 3,000 meters. Following that, they heard an earth-shattering explosion. The snow wave shot up thousands of feet into the sky. The half of the city gate that was still intact shattered with a loud explosion. The entire city gate, along with a small section of the city wall nearby, collapsed. Cries of agony rang out continuously. Zhou Xiaoduo's loud roar followed. Watch out for my sword. Rumbling sounds, like that of dry thunder in the blue sky, continued to reverberate out. Countless figures flew up into the sky and then exploded in the air like fireworks. It seemed that Zhuo had attacked with some unknown weapon. Even though they were 3,000 meters away, the three of them could still feel the entire White Mountain shaking under them. Damn, this kid is really fierce. Shen Qingyang clicked his tongue. The old principal, Han Wankuei, and Dugi Yushu were also dumbfounded. Others might not know the details of White Mountain City, but Han Wankuei and the others knew it very well. The city gate of White Mountain City was made of well-tempered steel that was 5 meters thick, and there were 2 whole pieces of it. The city wall of White Mountain City was made of countless large pieces of low-level astral souls jade stones, and it was about 5 to 6 meters thick. And this was Xiaoduo had destroyed the city gate with one blow. This kind of attack power, even the 3 principals who boasted of their vast knowledge and experience, could not help but feel astonished. Putting everything else aside, this alone was something that the 3 of them could never do. What kind of weapon is he using? I only heard him shouting, "Look at the sword," but this is not something that a sword can create. Shen Qingyang's mouth twitched. The old principal, Han Wankuei's face twitched. If this is a sword, I will eat his sword. Look at this, it's either a hammer or a super big stick. When he said, "Look at the sword," it should be "look at the cheap," right? Look at the cheap. Even at such a critical moment in the battle, Dugi Yushu and Shen Qingyang could not help but want to laugh. Pu Guanshan's angry voice rang out in the snow. "Junior, don't you dare leave." Zhuo's voice rang out. "Leave? Why should I leave? I haven't taken your life yet, so I won't leave." The rumbling sound was like the continuous sound of the Milky Way pouring out. A mass of black and white airflow surged up into the sky. The loud sound became more and more rapid and intense, and the sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. From the various clashing sounds, one could tell that there was definitely more than one person fighting Xiaoduo. Snow filled the sky, and the accumulated snow rose into the sky. There were also people flying into the air and exploding into pieces. For a moment, the gate of White Mountain City was like hell on earth and the end of the world. There was only one person fighting there, but it was like thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting at the same time, and there were continuous sounds of self-destruction. The earth trembled, that avalanches occurred in countless places on Whitehead Mountain. Black marks appeared on the snow-white head mountain, but it was the mountain's natural color. "Do we have to go?" Shen Qingyang's lips were a little pale. Not to mention anything else, just by hearing these sounds, the 3 of them knew in their hearts. With such a commotion, if the 3 of them rushed up, it would be useless. Not to mention helping, they were not even qualified to block the blade. They would be cannon fodder or even a burden. At this moment, a clear and long howl suddenly rang out, piercing through the clouds, splitting the blue sky, and exploding into the sea of clouds. It was full of energy and a murderous aura. It was Zhuo's voice. Zhuo laughed loudly. "Today, in the Battle of White Mountain, I, Zhuo, fought against thousands alone. It is really a happy thing in life. Unrivaled and unrestrained, my 10,000 miles journey was not in vain. In this situation, I can't help but want to recite a poem." Chapter 894. Zhuo's voice sounded triumphant and high-spirited. It also sounded like he was pretending to be something. The old principal and the other 2 couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. What the fuck? In such a dangerous situation, you should run for your life and pretend to be something. Zhuo recited. "Iron Fist, young master. Zhuo came to the den of thieves today and punched them one by one, making them tremble. There are many rats in White Mountain City. You should kneel down and beg for your life, or you'll be in a pot of boiling oil. Iron Fist, young master, you're so awesome. Today, I see blackheads in the White Mountain. Tomorrow I'll drink and be happy. Good poem. Good poem." So Xiao Duo laughed out loud as he wantonly brandished his twin hammers to battle by Shan. Pu Guanshan shouted angrily and joined forces with the other vice mayor to attack Zhou Xiaoduo. However, they couldn't defeat Zhou Xiaoduo in a short time. Now that they heard Zhou Xiaoduo's pretentious words, they were furious. They shouted and ordered the other masters of White Mountain City to join the battle. Countless experts from White Mountain City were gathering in this direction. Also, when the 8 hidden guards were about to attack, they suddenly heard Zhou Xiaoduo's poem. The 3 words Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly entered his ears. Everyone was stunned. Master of the Order of Human Favor? They stopped in their tracks. The 4 young masters looked at each other and frowned slightly. Yun Piaoliu immediately sent a message to them. Order of Silence. That's right. Feng Wuhan replied immediately. The 2 of them sent messages to their guards. The 8 Sky Sword protectors all had complicated expressions on their faces, but they still nodded in the end. The masters of White Mountain City attacked desperately. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoduo felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. He suddenly let out a long roar and shouted, "Watch my Heaven Extinction Earth Annihilation Art." The 2 hammers collided with each other. With a boom, the yin and yang energy rose and filled the sky. It was an extremely familiar stance. Every time this happened, Zhou Xiaoduo would use his killer move. Mount Puguan had already suffered a few losses. At this moment, when he saw the situation, he subconsciously turned around and retreated, intending to avoid the sharp edge. Zhou Xiaoduo let out a long roar and suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Wherever he passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed hundreds of meters away. Shameless. Pu Guanshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. When he retreated just now, it was equivalent to giving Zhou Xiaoduo space. The other vice city lord almost wanted to curse at this moment. They had finally joined forces with Pu Guanshan to push Zhou Xiaoduo into a disadvantageous position. But in the end, Zhou Xiaoduo's hammers collided with each other. Pu Guanshan had actually retreated, and the encirclement had collapsed. The advantage that they had obtained with great difficulty had been given away. Although he wanted to retreat just now, he didn't succeed. He didn't retreat as fast as Mount Pu Guanshan did, but the result of Mount Pu Guanshan's retreat was that he had to bear all of Zhou Xiaoduo's attacks alone. Although Zhou Xiaoduo's true cultivation wasn't very high, but his true cultivation wasn't equal to the battle strength he was displaying. The power of the pair of hammers was unimaginable. Each hammer had the strength of several million gene. He really didn't know how this kid did it. Just now, when Pu Guanshan suddenly retreated, he had to bear the brunt of that ferocious attack. He almost suffered internal injuries, so he had no choice but to retreat a little. But when he retreated, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was reciting poems, acting cool, actually turned around and fled. Damn it! The deputy city lord was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Zhou Xiaoduo retreated several hundred meters, but he didn't escape. Instead, he turned around and ran to the other side of White Mountain City. Because of his speed, he seemed to have turned into a white light. A moment later, there was another loud bang. The 2 hammers fiercely smashed on the other side of White Mountain City's city wall. After the bang, another big hole appeared. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't stop. He continued to smash 7 or 8 times, expanding the hole to 70 or 80 meters. Then, he continued to escape along the city wall. Seeing this scene, Mount Pu Guanshan was so angry that his mouth was crooked. However, he was still a Sky Sword Realm cultivator. He quickly chased after him and prepared to attack with his sword. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. An extremely cold aura appeared in the air, and a sword appeared out of nowhere. The sword light was eerie, and it was already close to his throat. This sudden change scared Mount Pu Guanshan so much that his soul almost left his body. His body suddenly stopped, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved the sword in his hand, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly erupted. Crack! Mount Pu Guanshan's sword was instantly cut in half. A bloody light rushed out, and a bloody hole appeared on Mount Pu Guanshan's shoulder. However, with the slight obstruction of the sword, Mount Pu Guanshan managed to dodge the sword that was aimed at his throat, and he only suffered a minor injury. No, the cold energy in his shoulder had penetrated his body through the wound. Mount Pu Guanshan cultivated a cold attribute cultivation technique. But his extreme cold attribute cultivation technique, which he had always been proud of, was not on the same level as the cold energy that came out of nowhere. Half of his body was instantly turned into a block of ice, and his movement became even slower. Fortunately, several powerful cultivators of White Mountain City had rushed to his rescue, and the deputy city lord also came to his rescue. They blocked the sword that was chasing after him, and they also blocked the woman with the white veil who suddenly appeared. Otherwise, the city lord of White Mountain City would have suffered a great loss. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't feel good. The sword in Zhua Xiaoyan's hand flashed across the sky. Wherever the sword light passed, it was filled with cold energy. Facing the powerful cultivators of White Mountain City, Zhua Xiaoyan didn't retreat at all. Instead, she launched a powerful attack. Puff, puff, puff. Three people fell to the ground without any warning. Not only did they fall to the ground, but they also turned into ice sculptures. That was the ultimate ice that could freeze even the soul. The three people were frozen by Zhua Xiaoyan's sword qi, which broke through the seal of their vitality and directly penetrated into their blood vessels. Their bodies were immediately frozen stiff, and they were already dead. Such a strong attack only lasted for half a minute, but Zhua Xiaoyan already felt that the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and it was almost beyond her limit. She immediately jumped up and floated back. She was in midair, but she blended into the ice and snow in the sky, and then disappeared without a trace. In the short time that Zhua Xiaoyan blocked the attack, Zhua Xiaoduo continued to show his power, and the two hammers continued to smash down fiercely. He had dug out a total of 6 holes with a radius of about 100 meters on the wall of White Mountain City. On average, one hole was 2,000 meters, and it was extremely accurate, as if he had measured it with a ruler. At this moment, he was digging out the 7th hole, and it had already taken shape. In the blink of an eye, he had already hammered 7 or 8 holes, and the 7th hole was completed. Catch them. Quickly catch them. Pu Guanshan was, after all, a Skysoar realm expert, and he cultivated a cold attribute cultivation technique. He quickly recovered and rushed over like a crazy demon. My White Mountain City that I have worked hard to manage my entire life, at this moment, it had already turned into a sieve filled with holes everywhere. On the east side of the city wall, including the city gate, there were 8 holes. Furthermore, that goddamn Zhuo was still smashing the 9th hole, and he was continuously hammering. Zhuo had finally smashed what he believed to be the 9th hole, and what Pu Guanshan believed to be the 10th hole. He shouted, "Motherfucker, I've already dug 9 holes today. Perfect cultivation technique. Retreat." With a loud laugh, the heavenly origin evasion technique was activated, and under Guanshan's sword, he turned into a flash of white light and left. Chase. Pu Guanshan almost vomited blood. "You can't chase, City Lord." Guanshana hurriedly stopped him. "The opponent still has other experts. Be careful not to lure the dragon into danger and lure the enemy in." Pu Guanshan was about to go crazy from anger. "Scoundrels with Xiaoduo, if you have the ability, don't run. Come out and fight me." From afar, Xiaoduo's arrogant and despotic voice could be heard. "Scoundrel Pu Guanshan, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. If I can't beat the shit out of you, then I'll consider you not eating pig's blood." That clamoring voice gradually faded away, making Pu Guanshan so angry that his whole body was trembling. His body was shaking like a sieve. "Bastard, wait until I catch you. I will definitely skin you alive, break your bones, and cut you into pieces." It was a pity that Zhou Xiaoduo was already far away. Of course, even if he heard it, he wouldn't care. Who would listen to the barking of a stray dog? A dog with a rotten home seemed to be more appropriate. It's over. Old Principal Han Wankue crawled out from the snow with a bleak expression. How was it? I told you that you don't need us. You let us hold the fort. It was purely to protect our reputation. Sigh. Dugu Yushu was speechless and said, this can also be called holding the formation. We were lying in ambush in the east, waiting for support, but in the end, this young master directly fought to the northeast and then ran from there. He didn't come back at all. What kind of holding the formation is this? It was an eye-opener. Vice Principal Shun Qingyang coughed and said, then we have completed our task. Shall we go back now? Hearing this, the three of them were collectively speechless for a long time. What a fearsome young man. In the following day and night, Zhou Xiaoduo attacked continuously without any pattern. Under Li Chenglong's plan, he attacked continuously from all directions. The sturdy city walls of White Mountain City that had stood for a long time were smashed by Zhou Xiaoduo in all directions, from top to bottom, front to back, with almost 100 big holes. In the beginning, the people of White Mountain City tried to repair it, but as more and more holes appeared, it was gradually impossible to repair it. Whenever Zhou Xiaoduo passed by and saw that the hole that he had spent so much effort smashing was repaired, he would be enraged and smash the hole into smithereens with a casual hammer strike. Pu Guanshan was furious at this situation, unable to restrain his anger. But in the face of Zhou Xiaoduo's shadowless and untraceable tactics, there was nothing he could do about it. There was nothing he could do. In the beginning, Zhou Xiaoduo would fight with him from time to time. But later on, he stopped fighting and ran away as soon as he saw people coming. Fighting is a waste of time. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to dig holes. Chapter 895. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's speed was simply too fast. Even a Skysoar realm expert couldn't keep up with him. This point was really depressing to the point of death. MT Pugwenshin couldn't catch up to him. He felt as though his heart and liver were swollen from anger. What movement technique is that? What movement technique is that? Yun Piaoliu and the others had been observing Zhou Xiaoduo's movements for a long time. With just a thought, he would turn to a white streak and disappear. They had to wait for him to reappear before they could determine his next location. This kind of extreme speed, this kind of miraculous escape technique, caused these four young people from the super clans to be completely shocked. Something's not right. His movement speed is too abnormal. One of the guards beside the four young men who hadn't made a move all this while frowned and said, in the entire continent, there are no more than 5 types of movement techniques that can achieve such speed. No matter what kind of origin it is, it shouldn't have anything to do with this little guy with no background. As he spoke, the 8 of them looked at the 4 young masters with strange gazes. A little fellow with no background? Yin Piaoliu chuckled. He didn't bother explaining. Everyone knew what was going on. It was meaningless to put it bluntly. Since you pointed me out, I'll point you out as well. It was better to keep it secret. Which types? All the top movement techniques in the world are in the hands of the peak experts of the 3 continents. I really don't know their names and origins. The Skysoar realm experts sweated. Young master, you're really overestimating me by asking me about this. If I knew about this, would I still be your guard if I was so knowledgeable? How could we possibly know about this? Perhaps you might know, but it's impossible for us to know. But this is really a trap. We're your guards, but we actually watched you kill the person on the token of kindness. That's too strange. We've really been tricked to death. If Zhou Xiaoduo dies, MT Pugwenshin and Baishan City will naturally be your first targets. But if they're dissatisfied, the 8 of us will be your second target. That's for sure. Can you not be so deceitful? Too fast, Feng Wuhan said. What I'm concerned about now is, when Zhou Xiaoduo first appeared, who suddenly appeared to cover for him and almost killed the white-clothed woman on Mount Puwan with a single sword strike. Who was that? Yin Piaoliu frowned. That woman is definitely young. She's not even at the Skysoar realm yet, but her combat strength is already above Skysoar realm cultivators. Even ordinary Skysoar realm experts aren't his match. Feng Wuhan said, There's no need to think so much. It must be someone who was recently added to the favor token. Zhuo Xiaoyan. Yin Piaoliu's eyes lit up. Is she Zhuo Xiaoduo's sister, Zhuo Xiaoyan? She's his fiancée, right? Feng Wu asked with uncertainty. It's said that she's the #1 beauty in the 3 continents. Yin Piaoliu licked his lips and said, I don't know how beautiful she is. I really don't know. However, this title of #1 beauty is a rumor that spread after the 3 continents' top echelons met Zhuo Xiaoyan. Whether it's true or not, we'll have to wait until we see her true appearance before we can conclude. What's the point of saying that? The top echelons have seen so many beauties in their lives. They wouldn't even look at ordinary beauties. They would only take a second look at those who can make them feel that they are breathtaking at first sight. Zhuo Xiaoyan's beauty is beyond the realm of breathtaking at first sight. That's why no one doubts the title of #1 beauty. Yin Piaoliu's thoughts wandered. I wonder what she looks like. If we can capture Zhuo Xiaoyan. Even if we do, would you dare to do it? Feng Wuhan sneered at Yin Piaoliu. Yin Piaoliu coughed and said with a bitter smile, I wouldn't dare. If there's a chance, I might dare to kill her. However, I wouldn't dare to do it. The 4 disciples of the big families nodded with a bitter smile. That was the truth. Killing the masters of the Order of Favor, or the battle, was an accident. However, the masters of the Order of Favor all had powerful backgrounds and special ties. If they killed them in a humiliating way, then even the 7 swords of the Tao League wouldn't protect them if the top leaders of the enemy came to them. But the situation is getting more and more complicated. Yin Piaoliu said, if it's just with Xiaoduo, the plan would work. But now there's Zhuo Xiaoyan, and Zhuo Xiaoduo is still using the rogue tactic of avoiding battles and destroying cities. Pu Guanshan can't do anything about it, let alone killing Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Besides, with Zhuo Xiaoyan here, our plan to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo will be very difficult. Zhuo Xiaoyan alone is enough to defeat Pu Guanshan. She can even kill him directly. If Pu Guanshan fights Zhuo Xiaoduo alone, he might have the upper hand. If the fight goes on, he might even be able to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo. But Pu Guanshan won't be able to defeat Zhuo Xiaoyan. Yin Piaoliu frowned and said, the situation is getting more and more troublesome. Feng Wuhan said calmly, is it because Pu Guanshan doesn't have many friends in the Guangdong area? What? Yin Piaoliu turned around abruptly. Feng Wuhan's words reminded him of something. The current situation was under their control, so it didn't escalate too much. At least, the top leaders didn't know the truth. But here, the situation was like a raging fire. The situation was very dangerous. If Pu Guanshan invited some friends to help him, it was very possible. This way works. On the other side, Pu Guanshan felt like fucking a dog. You want me to find friends? I don't have any friends. My friends were all taken by me to be the vice mayor, and now one of them is dead. Probably from the second half of the night, Baishan City was suddenly plunged into an unprecedented chaos. People kept entering Baishan City through various holes. As long as they got in or killed 1 or 2 people, they would leave immediately. They wouldn't kill more people, or they would destroy a few houses and retreat immediately. Li Chenglong gave each person a time to attack, which was only 10 seconds. Every time you attack, you only have 10 seconds from the time you enter Baishan City to the time you come out. If you don't come out in 10 seconds, Zhuo and his wife will come to the rescue. 10 seconds. Destroy whatever you can in 10 seconds. Destroy as much as you can. Kill people if you can. Kill dogs if you can't. Just do whatever you want. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. When it was almost dawn, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan went to the top of Baishan City, which was a few thousand meters high. They went all the way to the center of the mountain. Then, they violently smashed into the mountain, causing the mountain to shake violently. They directly created a super huge avalanche. The people below were fighting, while the people above were fighting the ice and snow that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years, flooded the entire Baishan City, like a tsunami. The entire Baishan city was covered with ditches and rivers, and some even overflowed. More than half of the originally hole-filled city walls had collapsed in this avalanche. After this avalanche, it could be said that Baishan city was completely destroyed. Then, Zhuo stood in the sky. Whenever someone poked their head out of the snow, a hexagram would fly over. The hexagram was a great deal of profit. This situation continued until a Skysoar realm expert blasted away the snow and soared into the sky to fight with Zhuo. Only then did the battle come to an end. However, the sudden appearance of this Skysoar realm cultivator also gave Zhuo a fright. There were actually other Skysoar realm experts in Baishan City. This was really beyond Zhuo's expectation. After such a long time, only Pu Guanshan and Guanshanhe came out to fight. Zhuo almost instinctively thought that there were only two Skysoar realm experts in Baishan City. He never expected that there would be a third one. However, Zhuo was still puzzled. If there were other Skysoar realm experts, why didn't they come out earlier? If the three Skysoars surrounded him earlier, even if they couldn't kill him, they would have made him flustered and battered. How would he have the time to destroy Baishan City? Holding more than 200 hexagrams in his hand, Zhuo was still puzzled. It was also because of this concern that Zhuo announced a day of rest after 3 days of fighting to let them take a breather. After that, Zhuo and Zhuxianyan took the opportunity to enter the spatial extermination tower to cultivate bitterly for 2 months. Yes, it was only 1 day and 1 night in the real world. The sudden appearance of the Skysoar realm experts who hadn't made a move yet gave Zhuo a sudden sense of crisis, as if he smelled a conspiracy. Zhuo, who had always been cautious, had more scruples after the Skysoar's attack. During the 2 months of cultivation in the spatial extermination tower, Zhuo pushed his cultivation base to the peak of the cloud transformation realm in one go and suppressed his true yuan 19 times at the same time. Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. She used the supreme gray jade of astral souls to increase her cultivation base to the peak of the god-reigning realm and suppressed her true yuan 16 times at the same time. Since they smelled a conspiracy, the two didn't dare to waste any time. Other than cultivating, they were also exchanging pointers. Although Zhuo was restless and eager to get closer to his lover, during this period of time, he only kissed and touched her. He only asked for more than 10 times. As for dancing, he only danced once. Zhuo expressed his regret about this and said with certainty that he would make it up to her the next time. However, when the two talked about it, they couldn't understand each other. According to the strength of Baishan City, they should have been able to kill to this extent. Chapter 896. As long as Pu Guanshan was not stupid, he should have known that if they continued to fight like this, with their tight organization, cover, and other measures, it was impossible for White Mountain City to cause any harm to them. On the contrary, White Mountain City's strength would only decline step by step. Things had already come to this point, yet they were still unwilling to hand over Duge. Why? There must be another reason. So Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others knew this very well. 3 days of fighting. White Mountain City had lost nearly 500 people. All of White Mountain City's strength had been exposed on the internet. 5,000 disciples. This was what Pu Guanshan said himself. In other words, Zhuo and the others had killed 1/10 of their combat power after 3 days of fighting. In terms of overall combat power, it was more than 1/10 of their combat power. After all, one of the 3 fairies of White Mountain City had fallen in the hands of Zhuo. The super avalanche created by Zhuo had caused a lot of trouble for White Mountain City. Although they were all Dao-reaching cultivators who were thousands of times stronger than ordinary people, it was still a huge project to completely clear them out. Moreover, during this process, they had to be on guard against constant attacks from both the open and the hidden. Other than when Zhuo attacked, Li Chenglong divided his 13 people into 8 groups. Li Chenglong even included the 3 Gui Xian masters from Jade Sun High School. These 8 groups, under Li Chenglong's command, launched an all-pervasive harassment and destruction. Moreover, according to his calculations, every group that attacked would be safe and sound. Li Chenglong could already see that White Mountain City's main targets were Yu Moyin and Zhuo. Although he did not understand why they focused on attacking Zhuo, this did not prevent Li Chenglong from using Zhuo as a strategic weapon. He directly arranged for Zhuo, go to the east and start the fight. Zhuo, have you rested enough? Why don't you go to the north for a stroll after you've rested? Zhuo, Zhengxi, thank you. Zhuo continued to the east. Zhuo was arranged to be like a spinning top, his feet never touching the ground as he ran around tiredly. He held his breath and said, I'm honored to be called Big Boss by you. You're just ordering me around like a donkey. Li Chenglong quickly flattered. Boss is mighty and domineering. You can do what others can't. Long Yusheng and the others shouted together. Zhuo is wise and mighty and domineering. Unify the Jianghu for thousands of years. Oh yeah, Zhuo said proudly. Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of. After being flattered, Zhuo happily went to work. Although he knew that these guys were flattering him to get him to work, he didn't want others to flatter him. This was the only way to show that he was capable of doing what others couldn't. Zhuo went to work excitedly and started another round of crazy smashing. However, as the number of people in Baishan City decreased, and the consequences of the avalanche were dealt with, the effect of such attacks gradually weakened. The people of Baishan City were really anxious now. Jun Changkong, who had been hiding in the woods, was dumbfounded by this scene. There were only a few people in total. How could Baishan City, which had thousands of flying cultivators and thousands of Guishan royal gods, be defeated so easily? How is this possible? Baishan City was too unorganized, wasn't it? However, even Jun Changkong himself couldn't think of a feasible way to deal with Zhuo's hooligan style of fighting. That was because Zhuo and the others didn't fight head-on at all. Instead, they played the tactic of avoiding the enemy's main force and attacking their weak points incisively and vividly. If it was a head-on battle, with the strength of Baishan City, they would have been able to completely crush Zhuo and the others. However, the current situation was that Baishan City's people rushed out and didn't even see a single enemy. However, as soon as you returned, we would move out again and surround you from all directions. We would never be greedy. Even if we could only injure one of you at a time, it would be good enough. As long as we didn't injure ourselves, we would cause as much damage as we could. Step by step, we would weaken and obliterate you wave after wave. We were not in a hurry. Time was actually in our favor. Let's play slowly. This kind of tactic was really disgusting. Jun Changkong, who had been hiding in the dark and watching the battle from the beginning to the end, couldn't help but admire the organizer. The guy who was commanding Zhuo was really a genius. He was too damn sharp. Not only was his strategy appropriate, but the most awesome thing was that his ability to find gaps in gaps was simply rare. The situation in front of him was so chaotic, but he could always accurately calculate which side's defense was the weakest and the most vulnerable. Moreover, he didn't want to take risks and rely on luck. Just like the flag of dignified army, once he moved, he would hit the enemy's vital points without any mistakes. Zhuo and Yu Moyin, who had gone out to attract the attention of the experts of White Mountain City, were the key to this attack pattern. While they attracted the attention of the experts of White Mountain City, the others would start to look for openings in all directions. Sneak attack. Sneak attack. They would use all kinds of methods. This kind of attack pattern wasn't hard to come up with as long as one had a little bit of foresight. However, the real difficulty of this kind of attack pattern was that the point of attack had to be the weakest and most vulnerable spot of the enemy. Every time, it would take 10 seconds. Every time they attacked, the enemy would be injured, but they wouldn't be injured. This was very difficult. It required extremely high eyesight and judgment. Once there was a wrong judgment, the situation might go out of control and collapse in an instant. Under Li Chenglong's precise command, they didn't encounter any powerful enemies. Considering the lethality of this group of people, it was natural that they were like tigers in a flock of sheep. Even if they only had 10 seconds of destructive power, it was still terrifying. However, when Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio suddenly retreated with serious injuries, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong immediately called for a stop. Just now, when Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio charged in, they were unexpectedly attacked by a Sky Sorrel Master. On Zhuo Xiaoduo's side, Pugwenshin, Guan Shanhe, and the other Sky Sorrel Master who had suddenly appeared earlier were all attracted to him. If it weren't for Zhuo Xiaoyan's timely rescue, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio might have really died. Even so, the two of them were still seriously injured by the counterattack of the Sky Sorrel Master. Most of the bones in their bodies were broken. The enemy actually has a fourth Sky Sorrel Master hidden, and there's more than one. Zhuo Xiaoyan's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Zhuo Xiaoduo also furrowed his brows. Naturally, he had informed Li Chenglong of the fact that the enemy still had a Sky Sorrel Master hidden. Li Chenglong had naturally taken this into consideration in his subsequent plans. He specialized in attacking the enemy's weak points. Every time, he was completely confident. If the enemy only had 3 or 4 Sky Swords, then their sneak attacks wouldn't be noticed at all. However, he didn't expect that the enemy still had a hidden strength, which led to unexpected changes. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the number of Sky Swords in Baishan City is more than 5? Li Chenglong's expression became unprecedentedly grave. If that was the case, it would be somewhat inappropriate to adopt the current strategy. However, if they didn't adopt such a strategy and fought head-on, their combat strength would be even more insufficient. Gao Qiao raised a question. The current situation is changing. It's really too strange. What's strange is that we've already launched countless destructive attacks against each other. We've launched many attacks, including Zhuo and sister-in-law's direct challenge. So far, we've killed at least 1,000 people in Baishan City. Why is the enemy still hiding a Sky Sorrel Master? This doesn't make sense, does it? If it's for the sake of conquering the city in one fell swoop, then the hidden Sky Sorrel Master shouldn't have made a move. He should have attacked when the Sky Sorrel Masters surrounded Zhuo. Although the sudden attack of the hidden Sky Sorrel Master severely injured Long Yuxing, it can't change the overall situation. After all, the main force on our side is still Zhuo. This time, Imo Yin and sister-in-law Xiaoyan are also involved. The rest are irrelevant. I even suspect that the enemy doesn't even know how many people we have now. Only severely injuring Long Yuxing and Long Yuxing doesn't mean much. Instead, it will alert the enemy and expose their strength. But that's even more unreasonable. Gao Qiao's doubts were also Li Chenglong's doubts. After he raised it, it became everyone's doubt. Right, why didn't the Sky Sorrel Masters make a move before this? Since they didn't make a move, there must be another reason behind it. Then, what's the point of suddenly making a move now? This doesn't seem to make sense either. Although Li Chenglong boasted that his foresight was divine, and although Gao Qiao's wisdom was as deep as the sea and could see through people's hearts, it was still difficult for them to see through the current situation. The others were even more confused. The old principal of Jade Sun High School, Han Wan Kuei, and the others were experienced in the ways of the world. However, their level wasn't very high, and they didn't have access to things like the human token. For a moment, everyone was confused. Just what was going on? Right, those hidden Sky Sorrel Masters who didn't make a move before. What were their characteristics? In the end, Han Wan Kuei still gave a suggestion. Could they be demonic realm masters? Or could it be that their moves are more recognizable? Or could it be the Umno Alliance or Dao League masters? Are they afraid of being recognized by us? If that's the case, then this White Mountain city is in big trouble. It's not as simple as disregarding human lives. Chapter 897. Zhuo Xiaoyan came to a sudden realization and said, That's right, that's right. When I fought, I did feel that something was wrong. The atmosphere was strange, because the two Skysoar realm experts had their faces covered. Moreover, the moves they used were all the most basic, simple, and direct offensive moves. And there was a feint. No, it should be the aura on their bodies, or the elegance when they attacked. It gave me a very different feeling and left a deep impression on me. It seemed very. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and tried to think of a suitable word. However, Han Wankuei's face was already filled with shock. Is it a kind of ancient, Taoist connotation? Do I feel like I'm floating in the air? Yes, yes, yes. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly. That's exactly the feeling. It's very elegant and ethereal. It's as if it doesn't exist in the mortal world at all. It's as if you can ride the wind and leave at any time. That kind of aura. Han Wankuei's face instantly turned extremely ugly. The Tao League. It's the Tao League's 3 pure mental cultivation method. Any kind of Tao League's mental cultivation method, when cultivated to a certain level, does not even need to reach the Skysoar realm. Even a nascent soul transformation realm and the elixir realm will have this kind of indifferent, ethereal feeling. Han Wankuei said angrily, No wonder they didn't make a move. It turns out that Baishan City has been colluding with the Tao League for a long time. That's right, that's right. Since Pu Guanshan dared to do such a thing, perhaps he has already betrayed the continent of astral souls and joined the Tao League. Pu Guanshan, that bastard, is courting death. Han Wankuei was mad with anger. This is treason. This is treason. Gao Qiaoer and Li Chenglong looked at each other and frowned. So Xiaoduo also frowned and said, But it still doesn't feel right. Because this situation has been going on for a long time. If he couldn't help but make a move, he should have done it long ago, right? I can't figure it out. Indeed, he could not figure it out. However, Li Chenglong would not think about it anymore. Let's do it like this. Originally, Baishan City only had Mount Pu Guan and Guanshanhe. The third city lord, Cheng Guannan, has already been killed by Zhua. There are only 2 of them. But now we can see that the other party is hiding at least 3 Skysoar realm cultivators. Since that's the case, why don't we make the situation worse and count it as 6? In other words, we have to face 8 Skysoar realm experts. Even if it's the worst-case scenario, the other party has 8 Skysoar realm experts. That should be enough, right? Li Chenglong said. Not bad. Then, in order to measure our strength, we only have 2 Skysoars, or rather, 2 people who can fight against Skysoars, Zhe and sister-in-law Yin. The disparity in their overall strength is too great. Li Chenglong frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo and transmitted his voice, Zhuo, I heard that you once blew out hundreds of thousands of wolves in the secret realm. Do you still have that kind of thing? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and transmitted his voice back. Yes, it's useful. However, that thing's lethality is too strong. Moreover, it's indiscriminate. I've already thought of this, but Dugyener is still inside. Once I use that thing, it's not certain if it can kill the enemy, but Dugyener will definitely die. I don't have any way to save her. If it wasn't for that, I would have used it long ago. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of melancholy. Li Chenglong said, It's good that you can use it. He frowned and asked Yu Moyan, Moyan, are you still connected to Sister Yenner's heart? Can you still sense each other? Or rather, to what extent can you sense each other? Yu Moyan sighed and said, The only thing I can sense now is that she's still alive. However, I can't sense anything else. I think Yenner has unilaterally sealed the telepathy connection. After all, it's something that the people from Mount Puguan created. I'm afraid there's another way to deal with it. If she forced herself to use it, I'm afraid the enemy will take advantage of it. Unilaterally sealed. Li Chenglong frowned. Then, he transmitted his voice to Zhuo Xiaoduo again. Zhuo, can you enter Baishan City with the thing you gave Yu Moyan? Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, I understand what you mean. I can give it a try. However, there are too many Skysoar realm experts in there. Even if I go in personally, I won't be able to stay for long. It's fine as long as I can enter. Li Qinglong nodded and said to Yu Moyin, Moyin, do you have a picture of Sister Yin'er on your phone? Yu Moyin said, of course. Li Qinglong said, give it to me. Then, Li Qinglong took Yu Moyin's phone and called out to Zhuo. The two of them walked out quietly. What do you want this for? Zhuo was curious. He couldn't figure out what Li Qinglong was up to. I have an idea. Li Qinglong lowered his head and searched in the snow. Finally, at the root of a big tree, after pushing away the snow, he found a few green and tender grass below. Zhuo was startled. There's actually grass in this place of ice and snow. Don't be surprised. Li Qinglong rolled his eyes and said, this kind of withered grass has no other attributes, but it's very resistant to cold. Besides, under the snow, we may seem cold, but to these grasses, it's like covering them with a layer of blankets, isolating them from the cold winter air. Why are you looking for these grasses? Zhuo was curious. Li Qinglong looked around and chose to send a voice transmission. Boss, do you remember the cave I obtained in the trial space? Of course. Zhuo naturally remembered Li Qinglong's great opportunity and was very envious of him back then. Li Qinglong naturally knew that Zhuo had the ability to change the topic at any time. In a while, after I enlighten it, the vitality of this grass will be able to live as another life form with intelligence for 12 hours. Li Qinglong said, so you have to send this grass to Baishan City as soon as I'm done. Let this grass find Duga. I hope it succeeds. As long as Duga Yin'er is rescued, that thing of yours can be used. Li Qinglong's eyes were ruthless. Send these bastards to hell. Chapter 898. Let this grass find Duga Yin, another form of life? Zhuo's eyes widened. Yes, it's another form of life. Li Qinglong nodded and said, so call Yu Moyin over. Yu Moyin. Zhuo turned around and shouted, come here alone. Yu Moyin hurried over. There's no time to lose. Let's start now. Big brother Zhuo, protect me and don't let anyone disturb me. Yu Moyin, when I'm done, cut your middle finger and drip a drop of blood on this stalk of grass. Okay. Li Qinglong uprooted the grass and held it in his palm. Then he took a deep breath. His face glowed with a faint luster. His whole body and even his hair seemed to have turned green. Yu Moyin just looked at him and didn't ask anything. Their previous friendship didn't require too much verbal communication. They could just do it directly. After a long time, a faint luster enveloped his whole body. Then, a shadow slowly appeared on Li Qinglong's forehead. It was a shadow that couldn't be seen clearly. Li Qinglong wholeheartedly operated his body and activated the secret technique. Finally, the shadow appeared. It was Li Qinglong's own appearance. It was just that the green color was a little darker. Li Qinglong's body was trembling. He had already done his best. Just as he said, it could only be used once in half a year. However, he didn't say that this was the first time he used the secret technique after he cultivated it. In fact, he wasn't confident himself. Moreover, after using it, it would cause great damage to his body. But he didn't say it. The green color became thicker and thicker. Li Qinglong trembled, and his lips were turning purple. Suddenly, he shouted, go! The illusory figure opened its mouth, and a small green ball slowly floated out. With an extremely slow speed, he slowly landed on this stalk of green grass. Finally, the small green ball approached the stem of the grass. The grass suddenly shook violently. Even Zhuo could feel the grass's desire and expectation. To Xiao, this was also a great opportunity. The small green ball slowly landed on the grass and immediately seeped into it. In front of the three people's eyes, the grass suddenly doubled in size, and its leaves also doubled in thickness. The whole stalk of grass became full of vitality, as if it was carved out of jade. It even sparkled. The vitality was shockingly rich. After a few seconds, The green light completely disappeared into the grass. Xiao Xiao stretched out her branches and spread her leaves. In Li Chenglong's hand, she tentatively moved a step timidly, and then her whole body began to tremble. Then, several leaves bent down at the same time and bowed to Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong's face became very gray and said, "You don't have to thank me. I didn't use this method to enlighten you. You can live here for a long time, until you naturally grow old and wither. Now that I've enlightened you, your life has changed, but you only have 6 hours left to live." The grass listened quietly as if it could understand. Then, after listening, it bowed to Li Chenglong again. Obviously, even if it was just a grass, it didn't want to live the rest of its life in ignorance. It only wanted to have these 6 hours of brilliance. It didn't want to live forever. It only wanted to be brilliant for a moment. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was suddenly touched. It seemed that some state of mind was broken out at this moment. A sudden enlightenment rose at this moment. His heartstrings seemed to be suddenly plucked. It was just a small blade of grass. It would rather choose to have 6 hours of consciousness than be a muddle-headed grass that sprouted every year and was trampled on by others. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman constantly strives to improve himself. A gentleman can be a human, but it doesn't mean that he can't be a different species. Everything can be a gentleman and constantly strives to improve himself. Then what about us as humans? Should we be more like this? On the other side, Li Chenglong said, "Also, there's something that I need your help with." "Thank you." The leaves of the grass swayed. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others couldn't hear it, but Li Chenglong could clearly hear the grass in his soul saying, "You're welcome. This is what I should do." After pondering for a moment, Li Chenglong said with emotion, "If I can succeed in this life, I'll make all flowers and trees have the ability to transform into spirits in the future." The grass bowed deeply to express its gratitude. Li Chenglong brought up Immerse's portrait in his phone and said, "I want you to enter the secret room in that city and find this woman. After you find her, tell me where she is, which direction, and which room she is in." The grass swayed its leaves and nodded. "Yu Moyan, the blood of your heart," Li Chenglong shouted. Yu Moyan immediately cut open his middle finger and squeezed out a drop of essence blood, dripping it on the grass leaves. The grass absorbed the drop of essence blood into its body and then began to sway its leaves again, indicating that it was ready. Li Chenglong swayed a few times weakly and said, "So go. I'll leave the rest to you." So Xiaoduo carefully picked up the grass and bowed his head sincerely. "Thank you for your hard work." The grass leaves swayed again and again. So Xiaoduo stuck the divine stone on Li Chenglong's body for 3 seconds. Then, he picked up the grass and took the void transformation stone with Yu Moyan. His body turned into a gust of wind, soaring into the sky and going far away. He went straight to Baishan City. Li Chenglong only felt that the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo's palm touched his body, his life energy was suddenly replenished like a tide. It was actually replenished in an instant. He looked up in surprise, but Zhuo Xiaoduo was no longer in front of him. That inside White Mountain City, there was nothing but devastation as far as the eye could see. Pu Guanshan's heart ached so much that it felt like it was dripping blood. He stood in the sky and looked at the ruined Baishan City with a dark face. His heart kept twitching. Too tragic. Too tragic. Of the 5,000 Baishan City disciples, only less than 4,100 were left. As for the families that died in the avalanche and the chaos, there were more than 1,000 of them. To put it bluntly, even if everything was over now, it would take at least 3 years for White Mountain City to return to its former glory. It would take the city at least 3 years of recuperation. The one that made Pu Guanshan angry the most was no longer Zhuo Xiaoduo or Yu Moyan. It was Yun Piaoliu and the other 12 people. These 12 people, 4 of them were young masters, and 8 of them were fairies. What kind of powerful force was this? Even when Baishan City was almost destroyed, the 12 of them were still sitting there and drinking tea. not moving at all. How are you able to drink so much? Pu Guanshan really wanted to rush up and ask them, you're still drinking tea at this time. Can your mental state be cultivated enough? Are you really able to keep your composure? Yes, you fairies can't deal with Zhua Xiaoduo, Zhua Xiaoyan, and esteemed Master and Ling, but you can still deal with others, right? There are many people that came with Zhua Xiaoduo and Yumoyan. You can deal with them. In the end, Pu Guanshan couldn't take it anymore and went up to beg. Only then did he ask 3 fairies to deal with the enemies. But at that time, Baishan City was already beyond saving. Young Master Yin, after this, if you want to rebuild Baishan City. Pu Guanshan held his breath and said, I'm afraid. It'll be very difficult. Yin Piaoliu took out a piece of white tissue and wiped his mouth and nose. He said casually, Baishan City will cease to exist from today onward. What's the point of rebuilding it? Cease to exist? Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. What do you mean, young Master Yin? Yin Piaoliu said calmly, you participated in the fight against Xiao Duo. From today onward, you're destined to cease to exist in the land of astral souls. What's there to miss about Baishan City? Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. Young Master Yin, what are you talking about? What? What's going on? He never thought that one day he would cease to exist in the land of astral souls. Hearing this, not only Pugwanshin, but even Guan Shanhe, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. The moment he thought about it, his heart almost stopped beating. What's going on? I can't exist in the land of astral souls anymore. It can't be that serious, can it? Young Master Yin. Guan Shanhe's lips were dry. Is it really that serious? There are still a lot of people who are paying attention to this matter, whether it's on the internet or in real life. Although we're fighting fiercely here, Baishan City is a remote place after all. Besides, it's normal for geniuses to die in a martial world. Guan Shanhe couldn't accept it. Even if that Xiao Duo is Ling Ran superior, Xiao Duo isn't dead yet. We're the ones who suffered losses. It doesn't matter whether Xiao Duo is dead or not. Do you understand? Do you really not understand? Yin Piaoliu said with a smile, as for your way out, I've prepared a castle for you outside the Yun family. The weather there is much better than Baishan City. Pu Guanshan and Guan Shanhe came to the same conclusion at the same time. Then they were dumbfounded. We didn't want to betray the land of astral souls. We only cooperated with you to get some resources so that we could benefit from each other and find some geniuses like 2 wings against hearts for you. Although it's not like we're betraying the land of astral souls, we didn't want to betray the land of astral souls. Why do we have to live in a castle outside the Yun family's residence in just a few days? Well, it seems that you really don't know the rules of the 3 continents. Feng Wuhan pretended to be surprised and said, the esteemed person of the human favor medallion is considered a rare and protected species in any continent. Any expert of this continent who tries to deal with him will die. It's the kind of death where the whole family is wiped out. It's a warning to others so that they won't dare to cross the line. Chapter 899. Feng Wuhan smiled faintly. You should at least understand this common sense, don't you? If we didn't plan a way out for you, what would you have done? Would you have waited for your deaths? Would your entire family be wiped out? Guan Shanhe was startled before he could feel his blood rushing to his head. Wipe out his entire family? Why didn't you mention this earlier? You, Guan Shanhe roared. Shanhe! Pu Guanshan stopped him. Guan Shanhe felt as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head, and he felt dizzy. In the Star Soul continent, killing a few people to achieve one's goal, even if it was unscrupulous, even if it was vicious and merciless, or even scheming, it was still a very common thing. Survival of the fittest was the natural law. Entering the Tao was to fight against the heavens for one's life, and to fight against others for the Tao. No matter what, they were still Skysoar realm experts. If someone messed with them, would they still be alive? But when it comes to betraying the Star Soul continent, we have never even thought about it. Pu Guanshan's face was red. His throat moved a few times before he forced himself to swallow. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, young Master Yin. From now on, we will be your subordinates. I hope you'll take care of us." Pu Guanshan only had one thought in his mind. What else could he say? Yin Piaoliu patted Pugwanshan's shoulder and said, "Old Pugwanshan, you don't have to hold a grudge. Let me tell you something. After you set Moyen and Dugayinner up, there's no turning back." No one knew about it. No one could have imagined that Moyen and Dugayinner, who were far away in Guangdong, would attract Zhuo Xiaoduo from the Hidden Dragon High School. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's intervention, things went out of control. This grudge is destined to be irreconcilable. It can only end when one side is completely annihilated. And this wasn't something we designed. So, don't think that we set you up and force the people of White Mountain City to join us. Yin Piaoliu sighed. I know how you feel and how unwilling you are. I can't promise you too much now, but I can assure you that you will be more comfortable and free in my place than in White Mountain City. At least, you'll be much safer. This is my promise, old Pu, old Guan. Yin Piaoliu said in a serious tone. Thank you, young Master Yin. Pu Guanshan expressed his thanks, his face filled with gratitude. Guanshan had thought to himself, if you had told us earlier that provoking a steamed Ling run would bring disaster to our entire families. When Zhuo Xiaoduo came, we could have handed over Dugayinner and the 2 teachers from Martial Arts Academy of Jade Sun. At most, we would have gone to apologize in person. No matter what, it shouldn't be a death sentence. After all, we still have the identities of Sky Soar Realm experts here. Just based on the fact that we've been guarding this place for so many years, there's bound to be some leeway. But now, it's too late to say anything. Back then, you urged us to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo, but you didn't tell us the truth. If this isn't a trap, then what is? And now you're boasting shamelessly, saying that this has nothing to do with you. How can you be so shameless? You're saying that we reap what we sow, but if you hadn't come to us in the first place, we wouldn't have ended up like this. How are we reaping what we sow? But now that things had come to this, Guanshan finally bowed down after a few hundred intense thoughts in his mind. Thank you for your understanding, young Master Yin. Zhuo Xiaoduo silently entered White Mountain City without a trace. The Void Transformation Stone was much more effective in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands than in Moyen's. After all, Zhuo Xiaoduo had used the Void Transformation Stone to do too many sneaky things. He couldn't be more familiar with this method. After he entered, he killed one of them, took off his clothes, and put it on. Then he walked around the patrol team with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He was very upright, very vigilant, and very loyal to his duty. When he was about to reach the City Lord's Hall, he left the patrol team and casually turned a corner in a relaxed manner. From start to finish, the patrol team in front of him didn't notice him, but those who saw him could only instinctively think that he was from the patrol team. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned into a half-collapsed alley, and another patrol team walked towards him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried that he would be recognized, so he turned around and untied his pants. Then, he peed in the direction of the collapsed ruins. When the patrol team walked over, they saw him doing something. A sparkling water column was splashing out in a spectacular manner. They couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Can't you fucking change a place? Zhuo Xiaoduo shook and pulled up his pants. It's convenient here. I'm in a hurry. Damn you. The patrol team laughed and scolded him as they walked away. One of them laughed and scolded. Damn, you're so strong. Even a stone makes a popping sound. If you pinch a little, it should be more than 10 meters, right? Another person laughed. Old Wong, you can't do it, right? Last time I saw you peeing your shoes. You're the one who peed your shoes. You're the one who peed your shoes. So Xiaoduo didn't look back from beginning to end. He slowly fastened his belt and muttered, more than 10 meters. You're underestimating me. It's at least 100 meters. He turned around and disappeared. This time, he intended to sneak in and didn't intend to fight. Therefore, he found a relatively remote corner near the City Lord's Hall in the center of Baishan City and put Xiao Qiao down. The place where Dugayinner it was imprisoned could only be in this area, an underground secret room. So Xiaoduo was quite sure about this, because this place could be said to be the most heavily guarded place in the entire Baishan city. So Xiaoduo put down one of Xiao Cao's seeds and said softly, "Thank you." Xiao Cao's leaves swayed, as she didn't care. After landing, Xiao Cao didn't hesitate and began to walk along the corner of the wall. She moved so fast that her thin roots slid across the snow. Verdant and jade green, silent and without a trace. At this moment, Xiao Cao had Mo Yan's essence and blood in her body, so she could vaguely sense the inner's location. Xiao Cao followed this sense and quietly searched all the way. Every time she passed, she would naturally communicate with Li Qinglong on the other side. Li Qinglong had begun to draw a map according to Xiao Cao's description. So Xiaoduo watched Xiao Cao move a few times and then disappear. He paused for a moment, then floated into the air. After a moment of consideration, he moved toward the top of the main hall. He wanted to see if he could use this opportunity to sneak in, to find out how many Skysoar realm experts there were. I want to take a look. Before he got close to the main hall, Xiaoduo acutely sensed that waves of tyrannical divine senses were crisscrossing in all directions. Obviously, they were guarding against the arrival of uninvited guests. The inexplicable qi was like a sword cutting through the air over and over again. These qi were obviously designed to deal with vital qi. The other party has long been guarding against the visit of the person with the void transformation stone. So Xiaoduo instantly understood. This situation could only mean one thing, and that was the existence of the void transformation stone had been known by the other party, and they had taken the most effective preventive measures. With the detection net formed by these qi, no matter if one turned into a cloud or something else, no matter how much energy one's body had turned into, as long as it was still energy, when it came into contact with these qi, there would be a binding or qi reaction. If one didn't resist, these qi could even completely destroy one's body that had turned into energy. This wasn't just a normal method to deal with the void transformation stone. It was also the most effective method to deal with the void transformation stone. Without a certain amount of experience, it was impossible to do this. So Xiaoduo maintained the void transformation stone's concealment state. In his current position, the enemy wouldn't be able to find any traces of him, but they definitely wouldn't be able to silently approach the main hall. There are more experts here than I imagined. It's what Xiaoduo thought. Leaving these people to guard the main hall was still a huge risk for Xiao Cao's operation. The most important thing was that if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't be able to get the specific information he wanted. It seemed that he had to take a risk this time. So Xiaoduo gently took a deep breath. After cultivating in the Tower of Emptiness for 2 months, his strength had improved a lot compared to when he had just arrived at Baishan City. After all, when he had just arrived, he had only suppressed his cultivation of true origin twice. After 2 months of cultivation in the Tower of Emptiness, he had suppressed his cultivation of true origin 19 times. It was as if he was a completely different person. His battle strength had increased greatly. With this level of strength, he should be able to put up a fight. Moreover, Xiaoduo had determined that this operation was just a rush. He wanted to see the enemy's lineup and didn't want to take any more risks. The next moment, Xiaoduo silently took out the 99 kitty hammer. With a thought, the yin and yang energy lingered on it. Bai and Jiu happily rushed into the hammer. Then, for the first time before entering the battle, Xiaoduo pulled the ring on the hammer. He danced in the air. The moment he revealed himself, the 2 hammers flew out of his hands one after the other. It carried a thunderous and destructive aura, but it flew out without making a sound. In the main hall, the upper echelons of Baishan City were in the middle of a discussion. Suddenly, a few of the flying sky guards sensed it and frowned at the same time. Then 4 of them suddenly jumped up and warned, "Be careful." The unforeseen event happened almost at the same time as the warning. With a muffled boom, 2 hammers as big as water tanks, mixed with a black and white aura, smashed through the walls of the main hall. They were like two small mountains, smashing fiercely. Zhuo did it intentionally. Whether it was speed or power, they were all thunderous and unstoppable. Two hammers. One of them was aimed at Yun Piao, and the other was aimed at Feng Wuan. A mountain was pressing down. Let's go. Everyone, let's do it. Let's move forward. Chapter 900. With their current cultivation and strength, if they were hit by these two hammers, they would definitely explode into a bloody mist on the spot. They definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. There was no chance. One of the Dao League's Skysoar Realm experts reacted the quickest. He reached out and grabbed two spirit-reigning cultivators from White Mountain City, sending them between the hammers and the two young masters. Guanshana cried out, "No." Following two soft sounds, the two spirit-controlling cultivators collided with the two hammers and exploded into a bloody mist. The Skysoar Realm expert let out a roar and slammed his palms onto the two kitty hammers with all his might. With a loud bang, a shockwave erupted, causing the entire hall to collapse. There was no room for resistance. As for the Dao Alliance Skysoar Protector who had taken the hammer's blow head-on, he hadn't been able to gather enough strength. Both of his arms had been shattered, and his arms had been broken into several pieces. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth. However, he still roared, "Take them down." As long as the two hammers were taken down, Zhuo combat strength would no longer be as strong as before. During the previous battle, they were very clear about Zhuo's strength. More than half of the reason why he was able to defeat the strong was because of the unimaginable weight of the hammers. It could be said that without the hammers, Zhuo's combat strength would be reduced by at least half, or even more. The few people who were close to him moved at the same time and flew up. At this moment, the black and white aura suddenly fluctuated, and the two hammers actually flew back to Zhuo with a whoosh. Fuck him. One of the Dao League's Skysoar Realm experts couldn't help but curse. Fuck. How could such big hammers be used as meteor hammers? However, in that split second, everyone clearly saw that behind the two hammers, there really was a faintly discernible thin rope. In the entire world, there was only one kind of creature whose tendons could achieve such an effect. It could move something like a heavy hammer. The few Skysoar Realm experts felt their hearts ache. Fuck, using a flood dragon's tendon as a rope. How fucking extravagant. The few of them simultaneously broke through the roof of the hall and rushed into the sky, hoping that they could stop the two hammers from returning to Zhuo's hands. However, things didn't go as they wished. Tens of meters away, Zhuo waved his hands and caught the hammers that flew back to him. He laughed loudly. I wonder how many people I smashed to death? Whose luck is so bad? Guanshanha and Pu Guanshan's eyes flashed with extreme anger. When their lives were in danger, the masters of White Mountain City were reduced to being used as shields by the enemy. One of them was even Guanshanha's brother-in-law. With the Dao League's Skysoar Realm expert blocking the hammers, there was no need to sacrifice the two of them as a buffer. After all, the two of them were only at the God-reigning realm, so they couldn't serve as a buffer. If the Dao League's Skysoar Realm expert had directly intercepted the hammers, his injuries would at most be a little more serious. With the recovery ability of a Skysoar Realm expert, a little more injury wouldn't make much difference. However, he chose to use the two of them to block the hammers so that he would suffer less injuries. At that moment, Guanshanha was almost dumbfounded. It was also at that moment that Guanshanha transmitted a sentence to Pu Guanshan. Boss, if it's really a matter of life and death, will these people really protect us? Pu Guanshan didn't answer at that time, because the answer was already in his heart. He really didn't want to face it, nor did he dare to face it. In the sky, a fierce battle had already begun. Zhuo used the Sun Moon Yin-Yang hammer and the Thousand Souls Nightmare hammer in a crisscross manner, and his power was even stronger than before. However, after less than half a minute, the two hammers suddenly intertwined and fiercely collided. He shouted, "Today I will fight you to the death." Puff. Puff point three, all needles flew out silently. Then, three god-reigning realm experts of the White Mountain City, who were watching the battle from afar, silently flipped over and fell to the ground. The few Skysoar realm experts couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then they moved into a familiar position to surround each other. However, in the next moment, Xiaoduo flipped over and directly smashed toward Guan Shanha, and in one breath, he attacked more than 10 times consecutively with his hammers. Guan Shanha shouted, but after receiving one of the hammers, he quickly retreated with a pale face. Meanwhile, Xiaoduo used the Tianyuan escape art again, and instantly turned into a white line and retreated. "Chase!" Yin Pialiu shouted. On the other side, Guan Shanha spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. So Xiaoduo rushed out of the White Mountain City like a hurricane, with a long line of people chasing after him. His heart was thumping wildly. Damn, I almost went too far. He and Li Chenglong had already tried their best to overestimate the strength of the White Mountain City's people. But who would have thought that there were actually 10 of them? 10 Skysoar realm experts. What the fuck is this? Also, the one who rushed out just now. It was more or less easy for him to escape. Not to mention how many people he had. He could still take a few dozen of my hammers without getting injured. I originally wanted to use him as a cover, then flip over and use the sun-moon rotation to smash the other guy to break out of the encirclement. However, I didn't expect that one of my hammers would send him flying. Now, I have no choice but to make the best of my mistake and rush out of here. Although there was a slight deviation in direction, it was fine as long as I ran out. So what if he's a Skysoar realm expert? Can he catch up with my Tianyuan escape art? The Tianyuan escape art was indeed awesome. After Xiaoduo escaped from danger, he immediately slowed down. He had no choice but to slow down. The Tianyuan escape art that his father gave him was really awesome. Once he used it, he could easily disappear with a whoosh. If he couldn't even see his shadow, how could he chase after him? Wouldn't this group of people have to go back to drinking tea? How could Xiao Chao carry out her plan then? He had already acted rashly and alerted the enemy. How could he not carry on until the end? It had to be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo's plan was quite thorough. He paused for a moment and pretended to be hurt. He turned his head and shouted angrily, Good martial arts. So vicious, so despicable. You. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and staggered away. On the other side, Yin Pialiu was stunned. Who attacked just now? Who did it? After asking, he found that there were actually 20 or 30 people who admitted to attacking. There were all kinds of moves and secret techniques. He just didn't know who the good martial arts that's what Xiaoduo mentioned came from. Then, he's really injured? Yin Pialiu was suddenly happy. Pu Guanshan, Yin Pialiu ordered directly, go all out and kill him. At this moment, there were no more polite titles like Mountain Lord Pu, Senior Pu, or Old Pu. He just called Pu Guanshan by his name and gave the order directly. It was obvious that he was treating Pu Guanshan as his subordinate. Pu Guanshan was expressionless and rushed out. Guanshan's face was pale. He staggered and said, I took a heavy blow just now, and gave him a sneak attack. Yin Pialiu's doubts disappeared immediately. He smiled brightly like a blooming spring flower. I see. Good job, old Guan. Guanshan has said with shame, Unfortunately, in this battle, I can't help old Pu. As he spoke, blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Yin Pialiu patted his shoulder. Have a good rest. Here, this is a healing pill. It can save your soul and prolong your life. Take it and rest well. Your health is more important. On the other side, Pu Guanshan, who had caught up with Xiaoduo, started to suppress him. Little Zhuo was fighting and retreating at the same time, but he was trying to show that his strength was not up to par. He made a series of bad moves, and even stuffed a few medicinal pills into his mouth in the midst of the chaos. Everyone saw everything clearly. He was indeed injured. Guard from all sides and surround him. It's rare for him to be alone. This is a rare opportunity. Don't let him escape. Yin Pialiu stood in the middle. He had the demeanor of a great general. Yes, young master. At this moment, Xiao Duo hammered 100 times and shouted, Pu Guanshan, who is that young man behind you? He was curious about Yin Piaoliu's identity. Commanding Pu Guanshan in White Mountain City? This was not normal. Pu Guanshan said angrily, What does it have to do with you? Why do you care? The sword in his hand danced crazily, pushing forward like a storm. This was the 9th sword that Pu Guanshan had used since the battle with Xiao Duo. All the divine weapons that he had collected in his life had been destroyed in the hands of Xiao Duo. At this moment, Mount Pu Guanshan only had one mouthful left. In other words, once this sword was destroyed, Pu Guanshan would not have a good backup weapon. Therefore, when facing Xiaoduo's hammer, he did not dare to fight head-on. His moves walked the path of agility, using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 caddies. Xiaoduo spat out another mouthful of blood. However, his body suddenly became light and nimble. He suddenly moved 1,000 zhang away and shouted, You win by numbers. I will leave now. However, in the next moment, a sword suddenly flew across the sky and blocked Xiaoduo's path. With a bang, Xiaoduo viciously smashed out with his hammer, sending the sword flying. However, he was also shaken by the recoil, and his momentum came to a halt. On the other side, the 8 sky swords of the Dao Alliance had spread out in all directions, and they had already formed an encirclement. Seeing that the opponent was about to surround him, Xiaoduo did not dare to play around anymore. He smashed Pu Guanshan with his hammer and forced him to stagger back. Then, with a shout, his entire body seemed to become illusory. His shadow was still in the same place, swinging his hammer, but his body had already turned into a shadow and rushed out 4,000 to 5,000 meters. In the boundless snow, with a long shout, he disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the 8 great fairies had already surrounded Xiaoduo's original position. However, Xiaoduo's real body was nowhere to be seen, and so was his shadow. Yin Piaoliu frowned and looked at Pu Guanshan. There was suspicion in his eyes. Pu Guanshan was trying his best to regulate his breathing, but he could not stop himself from spitting out blood. His face was as pale as paper. Chapter 901. Xiaoduo had used his full strength for the last hammer strike. Pu Guanshan was caught off guard. How could he withstand the full strength of Xiaoduo, who was 100 feet tall? Pu Guanshan was at a disadvantage. However, Yin Piaoliu was puzzled by the scene, so much so that his heart was filled with doubts. Old Pu, are you tired? Yin Piaoliu was wearing a snow-white cloak, floating in the air. He was gentle, handsome, and gentle. However, the words that came out of his mouth sounded a little strange. I think Old Pu is really tired. 3 days ago, Old Pu was able to suppress Xiaoduo alone. But today, he was beaten back by Xiaoduo with 1 hammer strike. He was even injured. I remember that Xiaoduo was injured too. He was even more powerful than when he was in good condition. Sigh. Old Pu, you have to take care of yourself. Yin Piaoliu said kindly. Pu Guanshan felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He swallowed another mouthful of blood and said with a bitter face, Young Master Yin, this Xiaoduo's ability seems to have improved by more than a fold compared to a few days ago. It was not a lie. It was Pu Guanshan's most direct and honest feeling. Previously, he had indeed suppressed Xiaoduo by relying on his strength, experience, and the suppression of his realm. However, Xiaoduo's hammer strike gave Pu Guanshan a feeling that even if he attacked with his full strength, he would not be able to withstand it. It was an undeniable and irresistible instinct of a martial artist. It was also a feeling of weakness from the bottom of his heart. Yin Piaoliu chuckled. What you mean is that 3 days ago, Xiaoduo's combat ability was not your opponent. But after 3 days of cultivation, Xiaoduo's ability has doubled, or even more. It has greatly exceeded your limit? Is that what you mean? Pu Guanshan said seriously, That is indeed the feeling. Yin Piaoliu's eyes visibly turned cold. His voice also became indifferent as he said indifferently, Mount Puguan, do you think you still have a way out? Do you think you can still gain the forgiveness of the higher-ups of the astral souls? In the future, can you still continue to be the mayor of White Mountain City? That's why you came up with this nonsense. Yin Piaoliu sneered. In 3 days, you didn't break through any level, but your power doubled. Puguan Mountain, ha! Do you really think that I, Yin Piaoliu, have never practiced martial arts? What you said just now, do you believe it yourself? Pu Guanshan's face was ashen. I know that young master doesn't believe me. I myself also feel that this matter is inconceivable and hard to believe. But this kind of impossible matter is the truth. Zhou Xiaoduo's strength has indeed grown. It has grown by a lot, to the point where he can suppress me. Feng Wuhan smiled faintly. Yin Piaoliu also smiled faintly. The two of them glanced at Pu Guanshan at the same time and didn't say anything. Old man, do you really think we can't see what you're thinking? At this moment, you still dare to lie. Do you think we will believe you? You're too naive. Pu Guanshan hurriedly chased after him. Young Master Yin, I'm telling the truth. Yin Piaoliu said indifferently. When you take down Zhou Xiaoduo, I will believe you. Just now, in the battle in the main hall, Vice City Lord Guanshanha had risked his life to deal a heavy blow to Zhou Xiaoduo. Initially, he thought that he would be able to put an end to Zhou Xiaoduo, but who would have thought that an accident would happen when it came to you? He turned around and left. Pu Guanshan stood behind him, looking at Yin Piaoliu's back. He suddenly felt cold all over. Guanshan sighed and came to him. Boss, do you have other thoughts? Pu Guanshan felt wronged to the extreme. He shouted, What thoughts can I have? I've always been the one in charge. I've already destroyed Baishan City. What other thoughts can I have? Guanshan has sighed and said, Boss, what you did today was too obvious. Young Master Yun's strength isn't something we can resist right now. Don't lose face and favor, otherwise we won't have anything left. Pu Guanshan's facial muscles twisted. Old Guan, I'm telling the truth. Even you don't believe me? Pu Guanshan gritted his teeth. Okay. Guanshan has supported Pu Guanshan and said perfunctorily, I believe you. Pu Guanshan, you fucking believe me? Do you believe my words? Down at the side of the main hall, an unnoticed green shadow was stubbornly moving forward along the wall. As long as there was a passage or a gap, Xiao Qiao would take the opportunity to enter. Step by step, she followed the feeling in her heart and moved forward. Slowly, Xiao Qiao entered the main hall and entered the basement. After reaching this area, there were more and more people in Baishan City. Even though Xiao Qiao was in a dark place and couldn't see clearly, there were too many people here. She had to be careful. The buildings above Baishan City had almost completely collapsed. The residents here were all squeezed underground. Xiao Cao's leaves swayed. She stubbornly used her thin roots to support herself and moved toward a passage that was getting stronger and stronger. It was here. Found it. The target's aura was here, right in front of her. Xiao Qiao looked at a small window above her and slowly moved toward it. Little by little, inch by inch, at this moment, a person rushed over and shouted, There's a fight above again. A large foot coincidentally stepped on half of Xiao Cao's body. Xiao Qiao suddenly trembled, and half of her leaves withered instantly. Half of his body and his roots were stuck to the stone floor when he stepped on it. Xiao Qiao trembled slightly, but she still shook with all her strength. She shook and shook to free the part of her roots that was still able to move from the puddle that had already withered from being stepped on. It struggled so hard and so hard. She was struggling with her life. After a long time, about finally, half of her body was left on the ground. Only 2 leaves and the almost worn-out roots reached the wall with difficulty. The next step was to climb up, go in, and find Dugyener. However, Xiao Cao's remaining vitality was almost exhausted because of the accident just now. It had no strength to climb up. 2 leaves drooped, and Xiao Qiao shrank in the corner with frustration. But she didn't give up. She was waiting. A person came over. Another person walked over. Xiao Chao still didn't move. After a while, someone rushed in. The higher-ups have defeated Zhou Xiaoduo again. The mayor and the others are very tired. Everyone hold on. Victory will always be ours. It will be Baishan's cities. A large foot with a ball of ice and snow swept past Xiao Cao's side. A ball of ice and snow fell here coincidentally. Xiao Cao's body trembled, and she stretched her severely worn roots into the ball of ice and snow. The ice and snow would quickly erase Xiao Cao's vitality. However, the slipperiness of the ice and snow could also speed up Xiao Cao's speed. Xiao Cao's severely injured roots soaked in the ice and snow for a while, and then shrank back with frost and snow powder. She trembled and climbed up the wall resolutely. With the temporary lubrication of the ice and snow, Xiao Chao swam up like a gecko, and finally clasped 2 leaves on the windowsill. That was still sitting in the small house, and she was burning with anxiety. She was underground, so she couldn't hear the movements outside. She could only hear the super loud and shaking movements. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo's constant fighting created earth-shattering sounds, which could be heard from time to time. Dugian could hear some of it and know that her friends were still working hard to rescue her. Dugian kept praying. You must be safe. You must be safe. And Mo Yin, you must live well. I really hope to see you again. Just as she was praying, she suddenly felt that something was different. It seemed that something was flashing at the window. But when she took a closer look, she clearly saw nothing. She couldn't help laughing at her own nervousness. She had been trapped here for so long that she actually had an illusion. But at this moment, she suddenly felt something strange under her feet as she looked down. She saw that a green grass had fallen at her feet. The only 2 leaves were already withered, but they were still swaying. Grass? How could a grass appear in such a place? Dugan squatted down curiously and looked at the little green grass, which made people feel that it was full of vitality. She felt pity for it and muttered, "Why is there grass here?" But at this moment, something that Dugan had never dreamed of suddenly happened. The delicate grass on the ground suddenly jumped up. Grass, jump! Dugian eyes widened. Then, she saw that the grass had already come to her palm and stood on it. Then, the leaves of the grass swayed even more violently. Then, a drop of blood fell into Dugian's palm. Dugian's heartstrings suddenly trembled. Could it be Yu Moyan's blood? Otherwise, how could she feel it? For a moment, Yu Moyan's voice seemed to sound in Dugian's heart. Open the heart channel. This feeling was so clear and so real. Dugian exclaimed softly, "Little grass. You're here to deliver a letter?" Little grass stood on Dugian's palm and waved its leaves. At this moment, it was already weak and could not continue. It had already used up the last of its life force to transmit all the memories of its short life. Through telepathy, it had transmitted them all, transmitted to its benefactor who enlightened it. Then, under Dugian's incredulous gaze, that a green grass withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 902. Under Dugian's incredulous and heartbroken gaze, the grass instantly lost its green color and turned into a withered yellow, brownish-black color. The leaves also curled up and dried up. The roots suddenly shriveled. Quietly, it lost all its vitality. Its mission had been completed. The hardships along the way were the grass's life. The foot that was stepped on in the middle made its life, which should have been 6 hours, become less than 2 hours. It disappeared without a sound. No one knew what this stalk of grass was thinking in its final moments, but it had completed its life's mission. In Dugian's palm, there was only a piece of withered grass stem that looked like it had been dried for a long time. It was just that Dugian was so nervous that her breath touched the withered grass. The remaining grass stem disintegrated and melted into powder. Suddenly felt a pain in her heart. She stared blankly at the grass that had been crushed and turned into nothingness. Only a little bit of debris was left in her palm. She only felt sorrow from the bottom of her heart for a moment. She couldn't help but cry. She clenched her palm tightly and held the last bit of debris firmly in her hand. She said in a low voice, "Thank you, Xiao Qiao." Dugan took out a handkerchief and carefully collected the debris. She put it close to her body and hid it. Then, according to the news brought by Xiao Qiao, she reopened the match between Heart's Channel. The next moment, she immediately sensed that Yu Moyan was calling her. "Yena? Sister Yena?" Hearing the voice of her sweetheart again, Dugan Er's tears fell again. She forced herself to calm down and controlled herself to wholeheartedly. She said telepathically, "I'm here. Moyan, how are you?" Yu Moyan looked very excited. "Good, that's great. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm very good. The match between Heart's Channel can't be open for too long. I'm afraid that the other party has other countermeasures. We're prepared for this. Wait patiently. We'll get you out right away." "Okay. Moyan, when you come out, I have a lot to say to you." On the other side, Yu Moyan was silent for a moment and said, "When you come out, I also have a lot to say to you." "I'll wait for you," Dugian said affectionately. "Okay, wait for me." Over there, Li Chenglong, who had received the help of the Divine Stone, had completely recovered. At this moment, he was perfecting the map according to the last image that Xiao Qiao had sent him. It's underground on the second floor, and there's a single small house. The characteristics of the small house are, suddenly, his body trembled, and he said uncomfortably, "Xiao Qiao sacrificed herself." Everyone was silent. It was an indescribable feeling. It was very light, but very clear. Li Chenglong sighed. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is Zhou back yet?" "The route is clear, and the location is clear. Zhou will have to make the trip." Yu Moyan said, "Why does it have to be Zhou? Can't I go?" He felt that Zhou Xiaoduo was already very tired, and since he and Dugi had telepathy, it should be more convenient than others. You can't," Li Chenglong said. "Other than Zhou and I, no one else in our group can bring Sister Yin out without anyone noticing. Even sister-in-law Xiaoyan can't do it. Of course, it's safer for Zhou to do it." Yu Moyan and the others, including Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, they all roll their eyes. "Zhou can do it. That's what everyone wants." But Li Chenglong ha 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 faced with everyone's ha ha, Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel depressed. "I'm telling the truth. When you go to save Dugian, you use the method of carrying her out. That's too big a target. You'll probably be stopped every few steps. Boss Zhou and I, on the other hand, could directly put Sister Yin into our private space and sneak her out without a sound." It's the same stealing, but the situation is different. When Zhou and I steal, we steal without leaving a trace. But when you steal, you can turn the world upside down. I even have the advantage of being more familiar with the route than Zhou. I know everything Xiao Qiao sees and hears. Do you think it's fake? It's just that I'm not as strong as Zhou. A bunch of idiots. I won't tell you the reason. I'll let you continue to be ignorant. Speak of the devil. Zhou Xiaoduo descended from the sky and pretended to shake his clothes in a natural and unrestrained manner. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but he was ignored by everyone. They looked at the sky and scratched their nails. "How is it? I found Sister Yin. She's in." Li Chenglong introduced the map in detail and patiently explained the whole story. He and Zhou Xiaoduo had both killed their way to the main hall, so it was easy for them to describe and communicate. "I understand. Behind the main hall, there's a tunnel leading down." Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering. In this short period of time, he had already outlined the small stone house where Dugan was imprisoned in his mind. "I'll go in a moment." Zhou Xiaoduo sat down. "I need to rest for a while." "All right, there's something wrong. Chenglong, help me analyze it." Li Chenglong asked, "What's wrong?" "One of them is the number of experts. There are 10 Sky Soar Realm experts, including Mount Puguan and Guan Shanhe." When Zhou Xiaoduo said this, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. 10. Li Chenglong was shocked. "So many Sky Soars?" "That's right. There's also something strange. I saw a white-clothed young man commanding Mount Puguan. He even gave orders." Zhou Xiaoduo said, Li Chenglong opened his eyes and muttered thoughtfully, "Then this matter is interesting. There's one last thing. Deputy City Lord Guan Shanhe of Baishan City. Zhou Xiaoduo was an extremely smart and ruthless person. He could immediately detect any abnormality and use it to his advantage. Guan Shanhe's reaction was too strange. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo decided to beat him at his own game. Now that he was back, he naturally had to discuss this matter with Li Qinglong to see if there was anything he could use. Li Qinglong pondered and said, "Although I don't know the reason, there's one thing I'm sure of. As long as it's not a deliberate scheme, Guan Shanhe's state of mind has undergone a considerable change, although I don't know why." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "I think so too." Li Qinglong seriously considered and said, "Maybe when you go in again this time, you can think of a way to verify it. Maybe we'll know the truth behind this matter." Zhou Xiaoduo's spirit was lifted. The truth behind this matter. Li Qinglong said, "Why would MT Puguan suddenly do such a crazy thing? There must be a reason, right? There's so many Dao League ascendants. For so many Dao Alliance ascendants to gather in Baishan City is bizarre in and of itself. There has to be a reason for all of this. The very beginning of all of this. In this world, no matter what happens, as long as it happens, there must be a reason behind it. That's true. And as long as we find the reason, we'll naturally understand everything, and then we'll be able to formulate the most targeted strategy." Li Qinglong said, "Actually, from the moment we arrived until now, it seems like we have a clear goal, but in fact, we've been fighting a muddled battle. If we can understand the root cause, we'll be able to better decide what to do next. At least until now, there's one thing we can't be sure of. Is our enemy Baishan City of MT Puguan or the Dao League? These are two completely different concepts. If the main target is Baishan City, then it's just an internal dispute among us astral souls. After we uproot Baishan City this time, whether the people of the Dao League die or not is not important. Moreover, after we uproot Baishan City, the Dao League probably won't be so merciless. This means that this matter is over. But if there's someone from the Dao League behind this matter, then the cause and effect, and even the aftermath will be huge. We'll need to get in touch with the higher-ups, and it's not something we can resolve now." So Xiaoduo pondered and said, "Then I'll give it a try. When we enter this time, we'll find a way to find Guan Shanhe. No, it's too risky. If his actions are a trap set by the other party, you'll undoubtedly fall into a trap if you take the initiative to find him. Even if it's not a trap, Guan Shanhe may be exposed." Li Qinglong said, "When we leave, if we can meet him, it's best to send a message or two. But when we go in, we can't take the risk." So Xiaoyan said, "Xiaoduo, when are you going in?" "I'll go in first and lead away the ones who should be led away." So Xiaoduo stroked his chest and said, "There's no need to be so troublesome. Previously, I didn't know where Yinner was imprisoned. Now that I know the place, the follow-up will be easy. But the previous few battles have shaken my internal organs a lot. More or less, I need to adjust my breathing. It will take some time." He really wasn't lying. In these few days of continuous battles, Zhou Xiaoduo's every battle was an overload battle. With his battle strength at the peak of the cloud transformation realm, he fought continuously. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the extraordinary effect of the newly comprehended yin-yang qi, and if it weren't for the help of Bai and Jiao at this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was afraid that even if he didn't die, he would be disabled. Even if he had the heaven-mending stone, it would be useless. No matter how heaven-defying the heaven-mending stone was, you could repair it again and again, and the enemy would break it again and again. Thus, even though he looked impressive and was indeed Zhou Xiaoduo's personal battle prowess, the fact that he was able to hold on until now was mostly due to luck and coincidence. But Zhou Xiaoduo knew himself. The suppression of the realm, of the heaven-mending realm, the shaking of his body every time he collided was already too much for him to bear. He needed to rest and reorganize. Li Qinglong said understandingly, "Zhou has been carrying the burden all this time. He must be tired. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. If we wait until 1 o'clock in the morning to take action, will you be able to rest?" Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and said, of course. He thought, half a day in the outside world is equivalent to a month in the Tower of Emptiness. Even without the heaven-mending stone, I have enough time to rest. How badly injured am I? But I still need your sister-in-law to protect me for a while. Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a dignified manner. This sentence was said in a righteous manner. Men are too tired. Li Chenglong coughed and said, of course, I feel the same way. Long Yuxing and the others turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoyan and said, thank you, sister-in-law. Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face was as red as the sunset. Thank you for what? Thank you for dancing? This duo dog. Today is the third watch. Looking for monthly votes, looking for recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters, help me. Chapter 903. Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Zhuo Xiaoyan. Nian, come and protect me. My spine is itchy. It's been itchy for a long time, but I can't reach it. Before he finished his words, the two of them turned a corner and disappeared. The brothers looked at each other in dismay. The main purpose of protecting you was to scratch your itch? Jun Changkong flew down anxiously. Where did the left patrol officer go? Li Chenglong frowned. Patrol Officer Jun, we are having a meeting to discuss strategies to defeat the enemy. Isn't it inappropriate for you to ask this? Jun Changkong's pupil shrank. Is the left patrol officer also having a meeting? Long Yuxing took Wan Lixio's hand and walked over. He said with a smile, I really don't know. After all, there's no need for them to report to us where they go. Maybe they haven't seen each other for a long time. It's normal for them to hide and whisper to each other. Wan Lixio also said with a smile, after all, they are engaged. It's understandable that they want to spend some time alone. We are already used to it. Li Chaming also said, that's right. What they want to do. Isn't that what they should do? Of course. They can do whatever they want. Patrol Officer Jun, you're already so old. How can you not understand this? The young couple has reunited after a long time. They have a lot of intimate things to say. Jun Changkong's handsome face instantly twisted, looking extremely ferocious. At this moment, the only image that appeared in his mind was Zhuo Xiaoyan lying in Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms like a white sheep being skinned, that his heart suddenly felt like it was being roasted by oil and fire. It was unbearable. He didn't know that the words of these people were deliberately leading him to think in this direction, that on the left, they said husband and wife, and on the right, they should do whatever they want. Then, they said brother and sister-in-law, that they even said that they wanted him to understand. And they said that they were already so old that they still didn't understand the ways of the world. Every word was really piercing Jun Changkong's heart. Jun Changkong panted and said angrily, could it be that she came all the way here just to date someone? Li Zhongming frowned and said earnestly, Patrol Officer Jun, you're a member of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Originally, I shouldn't be the one to say this, but your performance today doesn't match at all with someone who's experienced in the ways of the world and has great achievements. It's probably because you've been single for half your life that you don't know the true meaning of the phrase love between a man and a woman. Today, I'll have a good talk with you. Love between a man and a woman is a human's great desire. Our Zhuo and sister-in-law, they were a golden boy and a jade girl, a pair that couldn't be more compatible with each other. Furthermore, this marriage had been decided long ago. It was the order of the parents, the words of the matchmaker, and the marriage was a match made in heaven. Whether it's because of work or other reasons, since we're together by chance, we naturally have to be together. Not to mention dating, even if sleeping together, who would be able to stop them? Even if His Majesty the Emperor or the Minister were here, they wouldn't be able to stop this couple. Right? Done. Done, Luan. Jun Changkong's eyes immediately turned red. Li Zhongming was still speaking with a serious face and a lecturing tone. You're using work as an excuse to interfere and question us. This is simply ridiculous. Who doesn't have a job? Don't tell me that we don't even want our own wives for work. You're asking a question that's a little out of place. Li Zhongming said, let's not talk about other things. Take Yin and I as an example. If anyone dares to stop us from being together, I'll fight them to the death, regardless of their status or background. No one has the right to do so. Li Qinglong sighed and said, all right. Let's not talk about it anymore. Actually, it's not like we can't understand Senior Jun's feelings. After all, the old seniors are full of enthusiasm and prioritize work. It's inevitable that they neglect the feelings between a man and a woman. Senior Jun is 56 years old, but he still hasn't found a wife. That's because he doesn't understand the tenderness in it. You're measuring the values of an old senior with the thoughts of a young man. This is wrong. As he spoke, he naturally held Xiang Bing's slender waist and said, "You're really too insensible." Li Qinglong lectured, "It doesn't matter if a single dog doesn't understand. But you don't understand either? Really, you're actually so rude to Senior Jun." Senior Jun is 56 years old. His many years of being single, cough, is already a bit, cough. You're still hurting his heart over and over again. Then he whispered, "Binger, let's go over there and talk." Xiang Bing's face turned red and she whispered, There's so many people here." Li Qinglong smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? We're husband and wife. An engaged couple is a real couple. Hasn't Zhua already set an example for us?" As he spoke, he held Xiang Bing's waist and walked away shakily. Long Yuxing held Wan Lixio's hand and said, "Let's go." When it comes to engaged couples with a first pair, how can we fall behind others? Wan Lixio bit her lips and secretly pinched Long Yuxing. She didn't refute and followed them. "Yener, I want to talk to you about the big issue of life. What kind of relationship do we have? It's too early. Among the brothers from Second High, I'm the only one who's still single." Li Chaming pulled the red-faced Yu Yener and left. The single dog, Jun Chongkong, stood where he was. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Ever since he was born, no one dared to make him angry like this. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. But now, one by one, they were all leaving. Other than Pai Bao, who didn't have much of a presence, there was only Yu Moyan, who was full of hatred. Just as he looked over, Yu Moyan said angrily, "What are you looking at? Everyone is fighting, but you didn't do anything. Are you going to laugh at my wife for being taken away? You're old and virtuous. Bah, you should be an old man who doesn't die, is a thief." Yu Moyan also left. Gao Qiao walked away quietly. She seemed to be talking to Luo Yanling. As for Pai Bao had been sitting against a tree, but Jun Chongkong didn't notice that there was such a living person. He was the only one left. Jun Chongkong was trembling with anger. Every thought in his mind was that I've been made a fool of. This thought his whole face turned green. He muttered to himself, "Zhua Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong. You people, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. You will be miserable beyond words." Suddenly, there was a light under the tree. When he turned around, his face turned black. He saw Pai Bao holding the phone with an innocent face. I didn't mean to record it. "Inspector Jun, how are you going to make us die miserably?" Jun Chongkong looked at the phone in Pai Bao's hand. His mind was in a mess. He even left evidence of his crime. "Give it to me." Jun Chongkong stepped forward and reached out to take it. Pai Bao put the phone away and said lightly, "Inspector Jun, are you trying to steal my phone? With your identity, you won't be interested in a second-hand phone like mine, right?" Jun Chongkong jumped up and rushed over like lightning. "Give it to me." Pai Bao's body turned like a ghost and suddenly appeared behind Jun Chongkong. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he suddenly shouted, Someone, Inspector Jun wants to kill me. Kill me to silence me." With a loud bang, all the staff of martial arts Jade Sun University surrounded him. There were more than 400 people. However, the expressions of the staff of martial arts Jade Sun University were very similar. They were all depressed. "We came here to fight, and we came here with the intention of dying. Before we came here, we did everything. We confessed all the shameless things we did. However, when we came here, not only did we not make a move, but from the looks of it, we could go back victorious. Moreover, it was very likely that everyone would go back unharmed. Damn it, we don't even need to wait for them to go back. I reckon that on the way back, everyone would be fighting with each other. The biggest secret in my life that should never be known by others was actually found out by so many people. How can I allow these people who know my secret to continue living in this world? However, there are too many people who know my secret. Moreover, I exposed it myself. I just wanted to be at ease before I die, that I was at ease at that time. But what about now? Moreover, I know so many people's secrets. If I put myself in their shoes, how can so many people let me go? Even though they were the ones who said it, fuck, it's not good no matter how I calculate it. Therefore, the teachers of martial arts Jade Sun University, no matter who it was, looked at each other awkwardly and evasively. This guy smashed the windows of my house for a month. This guy used dirty tricks behind my back and bribed me with gifts to pull me down. This guy. When I go back, I will beat him to death. When I go back, I will definitely I doubt what they thought in their hearts was not important. However, now was not the time to fight for their lives. When they looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitched and revealed an ugly smile. Then, the two of them cursed in their hearts. Your head. I will teach you a lesson when I go back. At this moment of depression, awkwardness, and speechlessness, everyone was thinking about their own matters. Unexpectedly, a fight broke out. It was an explosive plot of murder. Instantly, everyone who had nothing to do and nothing to focus their attention on suddenly became energetic and rushed over. Suddenly, everyone's enthusiasm rose to a certain level. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Is Baishan City coming to kill us? What happened? Why did they kill us to silence us? Why did they suddenly kill us to silence us? Did they do something shameful that they want to kill us to silence us? Did they do something as despicable as Old Sun? That's right. Did they do something as shameless as Old Wong and want to silence us? Chapter 904. The old principal was speechless. These guys must be thinking about how to settle the score when they get back. However, the old principal was also depressed. He had been respected for his whole life. How could he make fun of Luo Yinling on the way here? He said that he would be the first in his next life. Was this something that a century-old principal like him could say? This was so fucking embarrassing. He couldn't die even if he wanted to, and he couldn't even find a chance to fight. That it was simply speechless. My image as a principal, what could he do if he lost his 100 years of cultivation in a single day? Everyone gathered around. Jun Changkong's face was pale. He stared at Pai Bao, but didn't dare to move. It was true that Jun Changkong had the royal family's background, and his identity was the Nine Heavens Pavilion's inspector. It could be said that he had a high position and power, and his strength was tyrannical, having reached the profound returning realm. Even the old principal, who was also at the returning profound realm, might not be a match for him. However, the problem now was that his cultivation was above everyone else. How many people did Marshal Jade's son have? Moreover, each of these people came here with a heart that didn't fear death. They would self-detonate at the slightest disagreement. There was no need for a lot of them. Just 3 to 5 imperial gods would be enough to kill Jun Changkong. How could Jun Changkong dare to act rashly? Moreover, Marshal Jade's son wasn't the only one looking at him. Jun Changkong was sure that Li Chenglong and the others were watching him. As long as he made a move, this place would be his burial ground. Pai Bao looked at him innocently. Then, he turned to the crowd and said, "Inspector Jun wants to kill me. He wants to silence me." Everyone turned to look at Jun Changkong with their eyes wide open. What's the matter? Is it necessary to silence me? Jun Changkong, who didn't dare to move, felt like he had jumped into a trap. A group of people ganged up on me. Then they made me angry and said harsh words. Then they let a recording that didn't have any sense of existence. This kind of thing. I actually encountered it. Isn't it obvious that they are framing me? Fine, fine. Jun Changkong sneered and pointed at Pai Bao. Just you wait. With a spin of his body, he rose into the air and disappeared in a flash. In front of so many people, Jun Changkong didn't have the face to stay any longer. If Pai Bao played the recording in public, it would be that Jun Changkong would never have thought that the whole thing was just an accident. How could Li Chenglong and the others have the intention to frame him? As was Xiao Duo once said, why bother with him? Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would slap him to death. Is it worth it for all of you to be so cautious? Do you all have nothing better to do? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian did not care, but it did not mean that Li Chenglong and the others did not care. Our boss and sister-in-law don't care because they trust each other. They don't care about trash like you. But you said you were jealous in front of us. What are you trying to do? We wouldn't be able to tell what you're trying to do. Do you think you are so scheming? You want to war sister-in-law in front of us. Do you think we were dead? Li Chenglong's original plan was to provoke him and piss him off, play him to death. However, it was still up to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian to decide how to deal with this person. Moreover, Jun Changkong's surname itself had a royal background. Zhuo Xiaonian once said that he was the emperor's third prince. It was impossible to kill him directly. But this guy was here, so it was inevitable that he would be played by everyone. Therefore, it was true that he was targeting Jun Changkong. But when it came to setting up a trap, Jun Changkong thought too highly of himself. As for Pai Bao's recording this time, it was not premeditated. It was purely an accident. Pai Bao usually did not have much of a presence, but he was a real clown deep down in his bones. Outside of martial arts, he was best at video editing. Usually, very ordinary things would be edited and edited by him. All kinds of micro-expressions would be magnified and posted in the group, making everyone laugh for a long time. Today, he was looking for material to use in the future. Coincidentally, he recorded Jun Changkong, and the evidence in his hands was incredible. Jun Changkong's face was twisted, and his expression was ferocious. His eyes were almost cruel as he said, "Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, I will make sure that you all die miserably." At that moment, Pai Bao felt like he had discovered a new world. After Jun Changkong left, she carefully edited the video and deleted all the words that had provoked Jun Changkong. Only the latter part was kept. Then, the whole video was completed. At the beginning, Jun Changkong was muttering to himself, "Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, I will make sure that you all die miserably." Then, Pai Bao's own voice was heard. I didn't mean to record it. Then Jun Changkong shouted, "Give it to me." That sense of urgency was clear, as if he had experienced it himself. "Pai Bao, Inspector Jun, snatch my phone." Then Jun Changkong flew over, "Give it to me." Then Pai Bao's cry for help. "Someone. Inspector Jun wants to kill me. He wants to silence me." Pai Bao watched it again. Especially after he enlarged a few expressions, he edited it again. Finally, he murmured, "Perfect." With a whoosh, it was sent to the group. Then, Pai Bao returned to his invisible state. He leaned against a tree and began to take a nap. When the matter was done, he would leave without a trace. He would not take away a single cloud. However, the sound of his brothers gnashing their teeth came from all directions. Several of them ran to Li Chenglong. "Did you see it?" "What?" "This guy can't come back to the capital." "Ahem, don't be impatient. I have to kill him here, so as to avoid leaving behind any future troubles and becoming a burden to others." "Sigh, young people need to be patient. Wait a little longer, play a little more. Let's see what Zhuo has to say. You make a decision first. We have to listen to the boss on this matter." Li Chenglong did not dare to make a decision on this kind of matter. Of course, it was not difficult to kill Jun Changkong. However, he could not make such a decision without Zhuo Xiaoduo's permission. After all, Jun Changkong had the background of a member of the royal family. Once the royal family was involved, it would naturally affect the future of the team. Li Chenglong positioned himself as the military advisor. How could he make a decision on his own and exceed his authority? Zhuo Xiaoduo was practicing in the Tower of Void Destruction. This time, he was practicing diligently without thinking about anything else. He could only concentrate on practicing. He knew that this time, he would go in and bring Duguyer out. Perhaps it would be an unprecedentedly difficult battle, because he had just entered the tower. If he had not attacked them and insisted on seeing how many fairies they had, it would have been fine. At least this time, it would have been smoother. Since he had made such a big move, the other party would certainly be quite vigilant. This was an inevitable cause and effect. It was even possible that they had set a trap for Duguyer. With his current cultivation, it was not a good thing to say that it was not a good thing. The best solution was to practice hard. He also had to discuss with Xiao that at the critical moment, the three-legged golden crow must come out to help. After all, this son was Zhuo Xiaoduo's strongest trump card. Xiao was very excited and looked forward to it. Mother finally saw my existence and began to value my existence. I'm so excited and happy. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I must perform well and let Mother take me out to play more often in the future. Bai and Zhou were now getting more and more accustomed to fighting. They no longer needed to be told. As long as there was a battle, they would automatically be in position. They were indescribably active. Of course, they would not wake up early if there was no benefit. As long as there was a battle, there would be souls to eat. Bai ate 3 souls, while Zhou ate 7 souls. The siblings cooperated seamlessly. Each of them had their own benefits. They were all very nutritious. Even these 2 little calabashes would cry out from time to time, asking to go out to fight. Mother, go and kill people. We're hungry. Then there was Xiaolong. During this time, Xiaolong was focused on one thing. He created mountains in all kinds of ways. When the mountains in the Tower of Void Destruction were not formed, he constantly suppressed, commanded, scattered, and integrated them. There were all kinds of ways and endless postures. He was so busy every day that he never got tired of it. But now that he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo looking for Xiao for help, Xiaolong expressed that he was very jealous. Boss, I want to help you too. Xiaolong felt wronged. He felt that he was being ignored. All right, Zhuo Xiaoduo had no choice but to agree. In that case, you should go out and take a look. See if there are any good things in this Whitehead Mountain. This place is covered in ice and snow all year round. If there are any ice attribute treasures, give them to your sister Nian. Xiaolong excitedly floated out to search for them. Boss finally thought of me. He needs me. I must go out and find more good things. Otherwise, my position as the #1 follower of Boss will be severely damaged. It has only been a few days. First, there was Xiao, who called Boss Mother. Then, there was Bai Jiao, who also called Boss Mother. Were these people? They're all rushing to be sons. Then, they're all at ease in the space of the Tower of Void Destruction that I created. They don't know how to be grateful and use the special effects I worked so hard to create to grow. They are obviously competing with me for favor. This is intolerable. But I have to say, they're really good at calling themselves sons. Why didn't I think of this in the beginning? This trick of using the small size to sell the small size was really sharp. If I don't make some achievements this time, how can I still have a place in Zhuo's heart? Zhuo Xiaoduo was anxious about Yamoyan. He didn't want to plunder anything and neglected Xiaolong's ability to plunder. He didn't expect that Xiaolong would bring him an unprecedented surprise this time. Chapter 905. Xiaolong had already made up his mind. Even if I have to flip the entire Whitehead Mountain upside down, I have to find something good. The best way is to find some ice-attributed heavenly treasures. If I directly curry favor with Boss now, I won't be able to get any immediate results. It's better to take a roundabout route and curry favor with sister-in-law Little Nian. Xiaolong left with a whoosh. That eagerness left Zhuo Xiaoduo flabbergasted. What happened to this guy? Why is he in such a hurry? Inside the spatial extermination tower, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian had been happily cultivating for a month. Zhuo Xiaoduo had only kissed her a dozen times and hugged her 7 or 8 times. Other than that, he didn't do anything else. He didn't even watch her dance. Although his cultivation had improved rapidly, he still felt that he had suffered a great loss. During this month, Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation had improved to the cloud transformation stage with 26 compressions of Jin Yuan, while Zhou Xiaoyan's cultivation had reached 22 compressions of Jin Yuan. When the two of them sparred, they both had a worried frown on their faces. When I fought with Fei Tian, I felt that the biggest shackle was the suppression of the opponent's realm. Zhou Xiaoduo said, when I fought with Pu Guanshan, I didn't feel that much. However, when I fought with those in the Dao League, I felt that the suppression was especially obvious. I felt that my hands and feet were tied. Clearly, their strength and comprehension of the Skysore realm were far from what Pu Guanshan could compare with. I'm afraid that this gap isn't something that can be solved with the increase of our current realm. On the surface, it seemed like they couldn't catch up to us with our movement techniques. However, movement techniques are just an escape technique after all. If we cultivate in seclusion now, we can only increase our combat strength but not our realm. The suppression of the realm is ultimately a pressure on the soul. It's something that can't be solved. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned. I feel the same. With my current absolute combat strength, I'm definitely above ordinary fairies. Zhou Xiaoyan said. However, when I fought with Fei Tian, I could feel the suppression of the realm, especially the suppression of the soul. Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo said, that's the feeling. Even if our cultivation has improved and we can fight against it for a longer period of time, I still don't have the confidence to win. I even feel a little scared. Zhou Xiaoduo said, this feeling of uncertainty and not being in control is what I hate the most. But when I'm facing a fairy, I always have this feeling. I can't get rid of it, and it's real. Zhou Xiaoyan said, I remember that someone once said in the Nine Heavens Pavilion that those in the Skysore realm can already touch upon the concept of force. However, true force is only limited to one's aura, might, and so on. Perhaps this is the biggest difference between us and the flying heavens. However, if we have enough battle power and the opportunity is good enough, we can still kill the flying heavens. Zhou Xiaoyan said, because Fei Tian has only just come into contact with force. And when it comes to those who can truly use force, there aren't many. It's very limited. Using force? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. That's right. Using force. Zhou Xiaoyan said, when standing in front of a mountain, one can use the mountain's force. When standing in the water, one can use the water's force. This is force. It's everywhere. Do you still remember the time when we were training in the Starlight Mountain Range? Of course. At that time, I heard that the person standing at the highest point was the invincible the Flood Witch. At that time, the Flood Witch gave people the feeling that she was on par with the heavens and was unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xiaoyan said, that should be another kind of force. At that time, when I looked at the Flood Witch from afar, I felt that the Flood Witch was also looking at me. However, when others looked at the Flood Witch, they didn't have this feeling. It was very strange. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly remembered and said, me too. I had a similar feeling. At that time, I felt that the person above was very awesome. I couldn't help but want to look in that direction. I also had the feeling that the person above was looking at me. The feeling that he saw me. Zhou Xiaoyan said, could it be that only the two of us have this feeling? If that's the case, then it proves that the two of us are a match made in heaven. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and pouted his lips. Kiss. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him, but still kissed him with a red face. The two of them then skipped this topic. After all, it wasn't strange for anything to happen to an almighty like the Flood Witch. Not to mention that when looking at him, he felt that he was also looking at him. Even when looking at him, it was normal for him to feel that he was slashing him with a knife. How should we deal with the force of a fairy? In the end, they still returned to this topic. Right now, the other party had a total of 10 fairies, while they didn't even have one. This was already the biggest disadvantage they had. So Xiaoyan thought for a while and said, I'll make a call after I go out. The Nine Heavens Pavilion has no lack of seniors of the fairy realm. They should be able to give us some pointers. Okay. The two of them then left the Spatial Destruction Tower. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes left until 1 o'clock in the morning. Time wasn't very beautiful. However, Zhou Xiaoyan didn't care too much. She took out her phone and made a call. After 2 rings, the call was connected. An old voice could be heard. Civet, why are you calling so late at night? Is there something urgent? Zhuxianyan said respectfully, Elder Zhou, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. However, the matter here is really urgent, and I would like to ask for your advice. Go ahead. Elder Zhou on the other end was very polite. Zhuxianyan asked, well, if a cultivator's cultivation hasn't reached the fairy realm, but his combat strength has already reached the level where he can fight against a fairy realm expert, but he's restricted by the shackles of a higher realm. Under such circumstances, how should he deal with the unique power of a fairy? On the other end, Elder Zhou was clearly stunned. He muttered, his combat strength has reached the fairy realm, but his cultivation hasn't reached the fairy realm. How can he challenge someone of a higher realm? That's right, he's challenging someone of a higher realm. Elder Zhou hesitated, then said, wait a moment. Elder Zhou hung up Zhuxianyan's call and immediately made another call. Boss, Civet just called. She's asking me how to deal with the power of a fairy. The other side said, then just tell her directly. Elder Zhou hesitated for a while, then said, what I mean is Civet might be facing a fairy. The boss said, you don't have to worry about this matter. Just tell her the method. Okay. Elder Zhou felt that the boss's temper wasn't very good and wanted to hang up. Don't hang up. I have something I need to talk to you about. However, the big boss spoke up. Boss, I'm here. What's the matter? Elder Zhou was startled. That Jun Changkong over there, is his brain damaged? The boss's voice was very unhappy. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Is this guy crazy? This who told him to go out with Civet. At that time, we needed a Gue Shin patrol to follow, but no one was willing to go. He was the only one who volunteered. What do you want me to do? Can't you go with him? The boss said angrily. What's wrong with your brain? Do you know what the duties of a patrol are? They're to follow and protect. You actually sent someone whose combat strength can't even compare to Civet. If something really happens, who's going to protect who? Jun Changkong isn't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Don't you know that? Other than that by face, he doesn't have anything else that's worth mentioning. Could it be that you like his by face? Boss, I think you're blind. Why don't you send someone with ulterior motives? I don't believe that you didn't see that kid's ulterior motives. Elder Zhou, think of other ways to make extra money from your salary and bonus for the next 20 years. Just for today's event, I'll deduct all of it. Deduct all of it. The boss's voice was full of anger and resentment. He was angry at Elder Zhou's incompetence. Elder Zhou was dumbfounded. Boss, you can't do that. What can I make extra money? I didn't do anything. Okay. The boss's voice was full of anger. That Jun Changkong called back and said that he's going to kill this and that. They started to make arrangements. Then, our people heard the news and reported it to me directly. Fortunately, I helped you suppress this matter. If Marshal Nan was here, Elder Zhou, there's a 99% chance that you'd be cleaning toilets by now. Can't you ask more questions if you don't know something? There's a mouth under your nose. It's not just for eating, right? You have to let out a fart. The boss continued to scold. Hurry up and tell that bullshit Jun Changkong to come back now. What the hell? Is the Emperor's third son so badass? Who does he want to kill? Huh? Old Zhou, why have you been so insensitive all these years? The boss hung up the phone. Elder Zhou was confused. What did I do? What did I do? My 20 years of salary and bonus are gone for no reason? Just because I sent Jun Changkong? What? What's going on? What the hell? What the hell is going on? But no matter what, there's still something more important. Elder Zhou hurriedly called Zhuxianyan back. Just treat it as psychological pressure to deal with the flying heaven situation. For example, as an ordinary person, when faced with natural disasters such as earthquakes, landslides, mudslides, etc., it's reasonable to feel the shadow of death. However, this shadow of death can't be taken seriously most of the time. If I explain it this way, do you understand what I mean? Zhuxianyan understood and said, in other words, the power of flying doesn't represent one's true strength. It's not like that. Flying is the starting point of a cultivator's power. However, most of the flying cultivators, even if they reach the peak of the flying realm, can't use the power freely. Elder Zhou explained patiently. Let me give you an example. You know that there's starlight above your head. Starlight is a kind of energy that you can use, but can you really use it? Starlight? This figurative example confused Zhuo Xiaoyan, who already had some understanding of the situation. Chapter 906. Originally, she had already understood the previous sentence, but the following example made her feel confused. At this time, someone suddenly appeared beside old Zhou and snatched the phone away. He scolded old Zhou using telepathy. So you're the brainless one. You're the one who turned a genius into an idiot just because you're a teacher. Then he said to the phone, Civet, the simplest and most straightforward sentence is, as long as you don't feel the pressure from the surrounding environment in front of your enemy, you don't have to pay attention to him. As long as you're confident that you have enough combat power, you can directly use your combat power to confront him head-on. As long as you fight him head-on, it'll be fine. Do you understand? If you can feel the pressure, run away immediately. Do you understand? Zhuo Xiaoyan said excitedly, I understand. You're. The call was hung up. When Zhuo Xiaoyan picked up the phone, Zhuo Xiaoduo was naturally listening as well. Now, both of them understood. It was as if a layer of paper window had been pierced through. I get it now. The so-called sure is nothing more than an aura unique to Skysoar realm cultivators. It can make you feel apprehensive. However, the majority of Skysoars can't use sure at all. In other words, the majority of Skysoars are just paper tigers. There's no need to scare yourself. All you need to do is fight. That was how Zhuo Xiaoduo understood it. Both of them understood. On the other hand, old Zhou was completely confused. He looked at the person holding the phone with a dumbfounded expression. Oh, boss, why did you come at this time? If I didn't come, would you be able to explain yourself? Boss was wearing a black cloak. He sat on a chair like a bat and sighed. Old Zhou, after breaking through to the Skysoar realm, you've been the supervisor of the returning mystery department. You've been cautious and conscientious all this time and haven't made any mistakes. However, you've never been promoted or transferred to another department. Do you know why? Boss spoke as if he was having a heart-to-heart talk. Old Zhou felt more and more restrained at his heart. After so many years, this was the first time he was sitting so close to the boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He only felt as if a mountain was standing in front of him, instinctively lowering his head by half a head. I'm actually doing pretty well in the returning profound division. Old Zhou said, I've kept you here not because you can't do anything else, but because you're too honest. She wasn't that scheming. So with you here, I can rest assured. I can rest assured from the bottom of my heart. There was a hint of melancholy on eldest brother's thin face. He sighed and said, But you're too honest, old Zhou. Huh? Old Zhou was confused. Isn't it good, to be honest? Sometimes, you have to use your brain. Boss looked at him, as if he was looking at an idiot. His eyes were filled with pity. He looked at Elder Zhou and pointed at Elder Zhou's head. Then he pointed at his own head and said, Elder Zhou, do you know what is inside? Old Zhou was stunned. Brain matter? Fuck your brains. Big Boss immediately cursed. There should be wisdom in this. It should be thought. It should be brain matter. Brain matter. You only know that it's brain matter. In bones and blood, why don't you say it? Boss really couldn't control himself and spat. Old Zhou's face was full of saliva. Big Boss obviously didn't expect this either. He had personally come over to give him some pointers and asked a guiding question, but someone actually answered, inside the head is brain matter. This answer was completely out of his expectations. For a moment, even his brain was a little numb. He didn't know how to respond. There was actually a bit of a stalemate in his thinking. Forget it. I won't beat around the bush with you. Big Boss felt that he had been defeated. When talking to such an honest guy, he should be straightforward and say whatever was on his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to understand at all. This was the main reason why he was interested in him in the first place. But he really wanted to hit him. Do you know why the civet has been taken care of since it entered the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Big Boss asked. Taken care of? Old Joe looked at Big Boss blankly. He was deep in thought. How was it taken care of? When it was time to go on missions, it went on missions. She had done a lot of hard and tiring work. Even those relatively dangerous places were never forbidden. Everything was treated equally. How was it taken care of? On the other hand, Jun Changkong, a member of the royal family, was really taken care of in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He wasn't allowed to go to any places that were slightly dangerous. So, was it really taken care of? This rhetorical question made Big Boss stare for a long time. He carefully looked at the person he had chosen to be the person in charge of the returning mystery division of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Suddenly, he felt that this guy needed another assistant. The original assistant wasn't good enough. Furthermore, he would need a very powerful assistant. At the very least, when asked what was in his brain, he couldn't say that it was brain matter. Old Joe, you're cultivating the great strength Vajra technique, right? I think you've cultivated it to the point where it's in your brain. Is it so profound? Big Boss was speechless. Old Joe sat with his hands on his knees and his body straight. Big Boss, I know you're saying that I don't use my brain. He. Big Boss stared and panted. This guy can actually laugh, so honestly. What a weirdo. Forget it. You're only suitable for accepting missions and completing them. You don't have to worry about other things. You just have to follow the mission and do it perfectly, just like before. Anyway, that's how you did it before. You don't have to make any changes. Big Boss gave the order dejectedly. It was the first time in his life that he gave an order so powerlessly. Moreover, he was sighing. First order. Sigh. Yes. Order Jun Changkong to return immediately. Yes. Second order. Activate all the spies in the Nine Heavens Pavilion in the Third Prince's residence to monitor the movements in the continent. Yes. Third order. All the forces under the Third Prince and all the martial arts connections are to be fully monitored. Nothing can be missed. Yes. Fourth order. The chief of the returning mystery division will be determined based on results and actual combat strength. Jun Changkong will be removed from the position of chief. He will be assessed in the whole division when he returns. Yes. After giving out 4 orders in a row, Big Boss was finally in a good mood. Then, contact the royal family tomorrow. Tell them that the Third Prince's marriage should be decided as soon as possible. Don't think about what you shouldn't think about, and don't think about what you shouldn't think about. Understand? Understood. Looking at Old Joe's determined face, Big Boss said in a relaxed manner, Old Joe, do you know why? To prevent Jun Changkong from pestering the civet? Old Joe felt that he was very smart this time. This was very clear. Sigh, this is only half of it. Big Boss sighed. It seemed that Old Joe could only stay in the position of executing orders for the rest of his life. The other reason is, the other party is still the royal family of the continent. This time, I'm doing the royal family a big favor. Let's see if I can save Jun Changkong's life. After all, it's not good to cause too much trouble. The life of a prince can't be ended too hastily. It's too easy to cause panic in the royal family. Big Boss sighed worriedly. He felt that he was worrying too much for the royal family. The royal family should give him a medal. A friend of the royal family. Although my intention was just to reduce the trouble. Old Joe understood. Suddenly, his face turned pale. The Third Prince. Jun Changkong's life is in danger? Big Boss looked at him with interest. Then, have you thought of anything? Old Joe took a deep breath. I understand. What do you understand? Someone wants to assassinate the royal family. Big Boss stood up and walked to the door with a dark face. Suddenly, he turned around and gritted his teeth. Zhou Qing, I'll call you master. Do you dare to answer me? Zhou Qing was shocked. His old face wrinkled. I don't dare to. But at this time, there was no one at the door. After saying that, Big Boss didn't wait for Zhou Qing's reply and disappeared. Old Joe stared at the door blankly. After a long time, he closed the door and sat back on the chair, sighing. It seems that Civet really has a powerful background. Big boss, I'm not stupid, but it's better that I don't know about this kind of background. I can't do anything about it, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep if I know about this today. It's best to pretend to be stupid. It's rare to be stupid. It's rare to be stupid. Old Joe muttered. His head was covered in cold sweat. After all, he was the one who allowed Jun Changkong to go out with Zhuoxianyan. But now, he knew that Zhuoxianyan's background was so terrifying. If he thought of everything, he wouldn't be able to get rid of this accusation. An honest person also had an honest way of doing things. According to his usual character, he could just pretend to be stupid and muddle through it. Although he finally understood it in the end, he couldn't say it out loud. However, Jun Changkong had to come back quickly. This kid had caused a big mess for him. Old Joe picked up the phone and called Jun Changkong. If you don't come back, your life will be over. Since we are colleagues, I'll do my best to save your life. After Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxianyan came out, they didn't find anything unusual. Then Zhuoxiaoduo set off. The task of rescuing Immerse still fell on him. When Zhuoxianyan was about to follow him, Gao Chao came up to her and said, "Sister-in-law, let's add each other as friends." Add each other as friends at this time? However, Zhuoxianyan didn't think too much about it and added Gao Chao. Then, she received Gao Chao's telepathic message. I have a short video here and the information I'm going to organize later. Remember to take a look at it. Okay, be careful of Jun Changkong. Zhuoxianyan narrowed her eyes. Chapter 907. However, Gao Chao had already gone back. She nodded at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong nodded back. Although the video was in the group, people like Zhuoxiaoduo wouldn't look at their phones when they were bored. They would only look at their phones when they had absolutely nothing to do. The reason why he reminded Zhuoxianyan was that Zhuoxianyan had to know about it first. If Zhuoxiaoduo knew about it first, he would be suspected of sowing discord. However, if Zhuoxianyan knew about it first, she would be able to appease Zhuoxiaoduo first. As for how to deal with this matter, the two of them could discuss it. According to the logic of a normal couple, this was the most correct way to deal with it. This was also the decision made by Li Chenglong and Gao Chao after discussing it. After all, Jun Changkong was a member of the royal family. His identity was sensitive and they could not act rashly. Of course, Li Chenglong already had a backup plan. If Jun Changkong was really a threat, his brothers would have to deal with him secretly first. Li Chenglong's plan and Gao Chao's attentiveness had taken everything into consideration. Zhuoxiaoduo arrived at Baishan City in a flash. Zhuoxianyan caught up with him and said softly, "Be careful." Zhuoxiaoduo raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, I haven't consummated my marriage yet. How can I bear to die?" Zhuoxianyan said angrily, "Can't you be more serious?" Zhuoxiaoduo left like a wisp of smoke. Seeing Zhuoxiaoduo walk away, Zhuoxianyan quietly turned invisible and went to the city gate. She was counting the time. There was still some time. She took out her phone and watched the video. The video was very short, only a few seconds. Below there was a long paragraph of Gao Chao's description. He went on to explain everything that had happened, as well as everyone's thoughts and considerations. He didn't hide anything at all. In the end, he reminded her of the whole story from the beginning to the end. Zhuoxianyan watched the video again. She saw Jun Changkong's ferocious face, sinister eyes, and murderous words. Her beautiful eyes suddenly exploded with a cold, murderous intent that could not be suppressed. Jun, grow, empty. Zhuoxianyan felt a strong, murderous intent in her heart. She had never felt such an extreme desire to kill someone since she was born. And now, this person had appeared. It was Jun Changkong. You actually want to harm my dodo dog." Zhuoxianyan was really furious this time. No one was allowed to have even the slightest bit of malice towards the puppy. No one. What's more, he had such vicious thoughts. This person must not be left alive. But now, the most important thing was to support Dodo Dog Battalion's rescue operation. Zhuoxianyan held back her anger, put away her phone, and carefully calculated the time. When the night was at its darkest point 1:50 in the morning, Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly jumped up. In the direction of Baishan City's main gate, she slashed her sword across the sky and instantly froze the entire city wall. Then, she used her spiritual power to push Dot with a crash. The city wall that was hundreds of meters long collapsed like a tsunami. The thick city wall that had been there for countless years was still unable to resist this slash. Zhuo Xiaoyan's spirit snatcher sword emitted an endless amount of frost, mixed with the extreme coldness that was countless times more severe than Baishan City's original coldness, and forcefully rushed into Baishan City. Along the way, blood appeared on the throats of nearly 100 people, and their bodies turned into ice sculptures. On the other side, although the 8 fairies of the Tao League were very worried, they could only fight back. Even if they could not kill them, couldn't they defeat them and force them to retreat? Moreover, this was legitimate self-defense. We were forced to fight back. We were attacked, and we fought back. Can't we? Can't we? Eager to make a contribution, Pu Guanshan took the lead and rushed up to fight back. Of all the people, only he had to fight back. First of all, this was Baishan City, and second of all, he had been suspected by Yun Piaoliu. If he didn't fight with all his strength, he was afraid that the consequences would be dire. However, all of them ran into a thick fog that was so thick that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Yun Piaoliu and the others rushed up to the sky first. Yun Piaoliu took out a fan and opened it. Under the cover of this strange fan, the 4 of them disappeared without a trace. Others couldn't see them, but they could still see others clearly. In such a cold place, the ice spirit could unleash its full power. Its power was several times stronger than in other places. This place was the absolute home of the ice spirit. The ice spirit rushed up to the sky with a roar, and then the entire Baishan City was instantly filled with thick fog. With the help of the ice spirit, the Zhuo Xiaoyan was like a fish in water in the fog. However, the masters of Baishan City and the Tao League couldn't do that. The Zhuo Xiaoyan successfully restrained all the top masters of Baishan City by herself. There were only a few exceptions. The thick fog was rolling and the snow was flying. It was so cold that it connected the sky and the earth. Cultivators below the nascent soul transformation stage didn't even have the qualifications to enter this area. If they entered, they would be frozen in 1 second. In the next second, their divine souls would be stagnant. She really lives up to her reputation. The ice, which is really domineering. Standing in the sky, Yun Piaoliu watched the battle in the thick fog with the help of his magical folding fan. He could feel the coldness that seeped into his bones. The crisscrossing sword Shi was so powerful that it could reach hundreds of meters away. He couldn't help but exclaim, "She is indeed a talent. We can't compare with her." Yun Piaoliu, Feng Wuhan, and the others were speechless. They were all people of the human relations token, but the strength of the Zhuo Xiaoyan in front of them was beyond their imagination. At this moment, the Zhuo Xiaoyan was not at a disadvantage, even though 6 Sky Sword Realm Masters were attacking her together. She didn't seem to be clumsy at all. The sword in her hand seemed to be able to change by itself. Sometimes it was as heavy as a mountain, and sometimes it was as light as a feather. It was only a sword, but it was natural for it to be as graceful as a silk sleeve. However, it was also as powerful as a sledgehammer. How could one describe it? The Zhuo Xiaoyan was fighting fiercely. The more she fought, the more agile she became. She led the enemies all the way to higher ground. She even set up the ice spirit fog formation in the sky and attacked fiercely. The few Sky Sword Realm Masters worked together to create astral winds that reached the heavens and earth. Within a certain range, the astral winds were able to blow large rocks away. However, even with such a strong wind, it was still unable to disperse the dense fog. The fog seemed to be endless. However much you blew away, it would be replenished. Furthermore, as the astral winds continued to blow, the area covered by the fog actually became wider and wider. Furthermore, it was getting denser and denser. This result caused the Skysoar Realm Masters to be even more astonished. The more they fought, the more astonished they became. Gradually, they were overwhelmed with shock. This Zhuo Xiaoyan was only a little girl in her early 20s. Her cultivation was only at the divine reigning realm. It was obvious that she had yet to reach the mystical realm. How'd she do it? Naturally, they didn't know that this was the coldest Whitehead Mountain in the entire Astral Souls continent. The ice spirit was like a fish returning to the water. It could be said that the ice spirit was able to create as much fog and snow as the Whitehead Mountain had accumulated over the years. In this kind of place, the ice spirit was invincible and undying. The more the Zhuo Xiaoyan fought, the braver she became. Her sword Qi whistled and merged into one. Everyone in the White Mountain City was in high spirits and focused on the battle. However, no one noticed it. Or perhaps, even if they did, they wouldn't notice it, because they weren't familiar with it. Those who were familiar with the Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that the Zhuo Xiaoyan had always had long hair draped over her shoulders. She rarely had her hair styled. But today, on Zhuo Xiaoyan's head, there was an unprecedented pair of ancient hairpins. Not only did it perfectly detract from Zhuo Xiaoyan's peerless beauty, it also added a bit of an ancient and elegant aura. And in the middle of the two buns, there was a small black crow who was bored to death sitting there. Its round eyes were somewhat sluggish. "Why haven't you asked me to fight yet? So boring." As the Zhuo Xiaoyan moved back and forth like lightning, Xiao stayed in the Zhuo Xiaoyan's hair. It didn't move at all and didn't affect its balance at all. When Xiaoduo suggested it, the Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to put Xiao in her arms. However, when Xiaoduo thought of Zhao's identity as the seventh prince, he was inexplicably jealous and didn't want to do it. "How can this guy touch my wife's breasts? Just a bird? What are you talking about? Not even a bird. Except for me and my son, no one else can." "Well, even if that bird thinks he's my son, I can't do it. After all, he's not my son." The Zhuo Xiaoyan had no choice but to make an exception and comb her hair, hiding Xiao in it. Even though she was scolding with Xiaoduo in her heart for making a fuss and being too stubborn, she still obeyed. Subconsciously, the Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't realize how much she cared about Zhuo Xiao's thoughts. Her thoughts were very simple. "He's young, so I'll let him have his way." I just don't know which part of him is young. Just as the Zhuo Xiaoyan's fight was in full swing, Lu Xiaoduo had quietly entered Baishan City. This time, compared to the last time, it was much easier to enter. He didn't encounter any decent enemies. He strolled through the main hall like a gust of wind and strolled underground. The reason why he said it was a stroll was probably because no one noticed him along the way. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't expect that he would come so smoothly. He saw the hut where Duguyen'er was imprisoned. He snuck over without making a sound and carefully observed his surroundings. So Xiaoduo wouldn't have the problem of traveling half 100 li or 90 li. He was more cautious than anyone else and was afraid of death. Suddenly, a strong aura surged when Xiaoduo was about to touch the target's hut. It was like a beast that had been waiting for its prey for a long time and suddenly discovered its arrival. This aura was a little familiar. Chapter 908. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted coldly. It was one thing to be cautious, but since he was already here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Before this, Zhuo Xiaoduo was really afraid that the enemy would find another place to hide Duguyen'er before he rescued her. But now Duguyen'er's breath was still in the hut, so Zhuo Xiaoduo was naturally relieved. No matter who was on the other side, he would smash over, snatch Duguyen'er, and throw her into the space-destroying tower. Even if there were thousands of troops waiting to ambush him, he would be able to kill his way out. The yin and yang qi quietly circulated, and the black and white circles were formed. The bai and the jiu were activated. The sledgehammer appeared in his hand, as if it was made out of nothing, pointing straight ahead. At the door of the stone room, where Duguyen'er was imprisoned, there were 3 people sitting quietly. 2 of them were the 2 teachers from Jade Sun High School who betrayed Dugin, and Yumoyan. The other person was the deputy governor of Baishan City, Guan Shanha. At this moment, Guan Shanha had also found Zhua Xiaoduo's trace. Zhua Xiaoduo was about to make a move when he suddenly heard a soft voice in his ear. "Young Master Zhua, I'm Guan Shanha. After you rescue her, I'll chase after you. At that time, I have some information to report to young Master Zhua." Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned. If it was not surprising that Guan Shanha would contact him, then it was too surprising that he would lower himself to such a level. His tone could be said to be humble and submissive. Zhua Xiaoduo quickly replied, "Okay, is Dugu Yin'er inside? Who are the other 2? These 2 people are the 2 teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Academy." Guan Shanha explained. Suddenly, he exploded and roared, "Who are you?" Zhua Xiaoduo sneered, "Guan Shanha, don't you recognize me? We fought several times." Suddenly, the yin and yang qi swirled, and the sledgehammer smashed over with the force of a mountain. Guan Shanha was shocked. "It's you." He drew his sword and attacked. His momentum was unstoppable, and his might could shake the earth and the heavens. As for the 2 teachers beside him, their lips turned green and their faces turned pale. Just as they were about to dodge, they found that they couldn't move. They were now in the middle of Guan Shanha's and Zhua Xiaoduo's momentum. They couldn't even move a finger. In the blink of an eye, Zhua Xiaoduo's hammer and Guan Shanha's sword collided. Under the impact of the 2 sides, each side sent out a portion of their power to knock the 2 teachers unconscious. Then Guan Shanha roared, "So powerful!" Then he staggered backwards. Zhua Xiaoduo laughed heartily. "The best is yet to come," she shouted. "Sister Yin'er, stay away from the door." Dugian immediately responded, her voice full of joy. With a muffled bang, Zhua Xiaoduo had smashed a big hole in the stone door. Smoke and dust filled the air. He flashed in and grabbed Dugian. "Sister Yin'er, calm your mind. Don't resist." With a whoosh, Dugian was sent into the Tower of Annihilation. Then, she moved her toes, and the 2 unconscious teachers were also sent into the Tower of Annihilation. Then, she roared again, "Guan Shanha, how dare you sneak attack me?" She ran away in a flash. Guan Shanha roared like thunder, "Scoundrel, put them down." Zhua Xiaoduo laughed heartily. The 9x9 cat hammer in his hand rumbled and rushed forward crazily. Zhua Xiaoduo's movement speed was not fast. His movements were more about destroying the underground buildings, wantonly destroying them. Guan Shanha chased after him, roaring like thunder. He was fighting with all his might, risking his life. Rumble. The load-bearing walls of the underground buildings were constantly smashed. Rumble. Smoke and dust rose to the sky. Just by listening to the sound and looking at the smoke and dust, it seemed that the 2 of them had fought until the end of the world. Boom! The largest load-bearing wall of the underground buildings of Baishan City was also smashed by Zhua Xiaoduo with 1 hammer. Then, with another hammer, a super big hole was blasted in the ground. Zhua Xiaoduo's slender figure followed closely behind the 2 hammers, brazenly soaring into the sky. As Zhua Xiaoduo rushed out of the underground building, a gray shadow followed behind him like a shadow, roaring angrily, "Zhua Xiaoduo, how dare you? Put them down." The voice was like a cuckoo crying blood, frighteningly mournful. Zhua Xiaoduo laughed heartily, and the 2 hammers smashed out thousands of times in an instant. "I'll take my leave now." Guan Shanha's heartbroken voice sounded, "Thief, you and I are irreconcilable. If you go to the sky, I'll chase you to the heavens beyond heaven. If you go to the ground, I'll chase you too." Relentless pursuit. Behind him. Rumble. The entire Baishan City's city lord's hall shook together, and then, as if there was an earthquake, the entire place sank into the ground. With a loud bang, all the buildings above the ground collapsed in an instant. The entire underground residence was completely smashed. Completely smashed. Completely smashed. There were at least thousands of people below. Blood spurted out from the cracks like waves, tens of meters high. Countless disabled warriors of Baishan City, together with their families, and even more of Pu Guanshan's family, in this collapse of heaven and earth. Almost all of them had died. Large amounts of dust and snow rose to the sky, even dispersing the thick fog in the sky. In the sky, Pu Guanshan, who was fighting in the middle of the sky, turned his head to look, and suddenly his courage was shattered. "No!" Pu Guanshan screamed, and suddenly turned his head, rushing towards Baishan City with his eyes wide open. But how could Zhuo Xiaoyan let go of such a great opportunity to expose himself? Her body flashed, and endless frost chi splashed out, sweeping in all directions. Her entire person was like a fairy from the ninth heaven, waving a world of ice and snow, instantly erupting with extreme power. Wind, snow, and ice covered the entire sky. Another thin, but sharp, ice-cold sword chi shot out from her hand. Pu Guanshan's mind was in a mess, and he did not notice it at all. Instead, a Dao League flying heavenly sword blocked it, causing the ice-cold sword chi to deviate a little. With a pu sound, it pierced into Pu Guanshan's shoulder, instantly shattering and coming out of his body. But the wounds on his chest and back were immediately frozen, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Pu Guanshan screamed, and his body spun violently as he fell from the sky. Zhuo Xiaoyan was aiming for Pu Guanshan's heart, but due to the distraction, her attack deviated a little. But when the ice-cold chi entered his body, it froze at least 60% of Pu Guanshan's blood and chi. Moreover, he was already at the sky-soaring realm, and that sword did not hit any vital parts. Although he was still alive, it was inevitable that he would be heavily injured. Zhuo Xiaoyan attacked with all her strength. While she heavily injured Pu Guanshan, she also created a crisis for herself. From beginning to end, she was under the joint attack of many Skysoar realm experts. Even if everyone was apprehensive and didn't dare to kill her, the pressure Zhuo Xiaoyan had to endure was still extremely intense. Although her previous burst of strength had successfully injured Pu Guanshan, it also left Pu Guanshan with an open door. Two of the opponents immediately teleported over and brazenly locked onto the space, intending to trap Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan's body immediately turned sluggish. She was about to be taken advantage of by the enemies and be trapped. But right at this moment, two sharp cries rang out. "GG! Hiss hiss!" First, the ice soul separated from the spirit plundering sword and turned into a strand of ice, instantly piercing through the left chest of a sky-soaring realm expert. An ice sculpture was instantly formed. Xiao let out a sharp cry and quickly flew out from Zhuo Xiaoyan's head. Halfway through, she turned into a blazing sun-golden crow that could incinerate everything. A hole appeared in the palm of the other Skysoar realm expert, and a transparent hole appeared in his right chest as well, piercing through the other Skysoar realm expert's body. Of the two sky-soaring realm experts, one of them had turned into a mummy. His entire body was sealed in ice, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were frozen as he fell down. As for the other one, his body burst into flames from the inside out, turning into a flaming man. He was burning fiercely. The true Yuan in his body was unable to resist and was turned into fuel. One of the sky-soaring realm experts, who had been observing the battle, had a pale complexion. Both of his arms were fractured, and his shoulder was bleeding profusely. His body was constantly being damaged. He was the one who had been struck by Zhuo Xiaoduo's meteor hammer, and had yet to recover. The surface of Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer was made of starry sky indestructible stone. The injuries caused by the starry sky indestructible stone could be considered the first time in countless years that it had shown its effects. Just as Wu Taijiang had said, it was hard to recover from. With the powerful, self-healing ability of a sky-soaring realm expert, although his injuries were not light, he should have recovered after a night of recuperation. But now, not only did his condition not improve, it even showed signs of worsening. However, one of their men had just gone to rescue Mount Puguan, so he was the only one who had the time to act. The others were led by Xiaoduo in another direction, so they definitely wouldn't be able to make it here in time. Therefore, he let out a loud roar and rushed down while vomiting blood. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. He tried his best to circulate all the energy in his body and barely managed to connect his arms. With each arm, he caught his heavily injured companions. Following that, he let out a blood-curdling scream as his body sank into the starry sky indestructible stone. Half of his body was frozen stiff, while the other half was burning. If his strength was at its peak, he might still be able to resist. But right now, the injuries caused by the starry sky indestructible stone were already riddled with wounds. How could he withstand Zhao's true sun flame and the Ice Soul's extreme chill ice spirit? At this moment, these two strange forces were acting as if they could penetrate through every opening. The other sky-soaring realm experts were shocked. How could they still care about holding back? They attacked together and forced Xiaoyan to retreat. Then, he quickly rushed over and saved the three of them. But in such a short period of time, the three sky-soaring realm experts were completely deformed. The Ice Soul and Zhao's existences were high-level existences that they had never seen before, especially when the two of them were sentient life forms with boundless might. They were caught off guard and ambushed. The first snowflake of the primal chaos. The great sun Golden Crow. Chapter 909. Who would have thought that the Xiaoyan, who came from small place, would have two of them? Even if the Yun and Feng families used all of their heirloom treasures, they would never be able to achieve such a feat. Was this a joke? On the other side, the Xiaoyan sneered and retreated. She had been holding on for so long, especially when she forced everyone to retreat and heavily injured Mount Puguan. Her vitality had been greatly damaged, and it was difficult for her to continue. Now that she had the help of the twin spirits and forced everyone to retreat, she naturally had to retreat. Not to mention that the Xiaoduo had already sent out the signal. Why would she stay here and fight to the death? She had defeated 4 sky soars in one battle. Such a battle record was shocking and unbelievable. High up in the sky, Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 were extremely surprised as they rushed down. The 4 of them did not expect this. Just a moment ago, they were fighting Xiaoyan together. How? How did things change so suddenly? It happened in less than a blink of an eye. The 4 sky soars on their side were all heavily injured. The 4 sky soars realm experts were all heavily injured so easily. In particular, 2 of them were still on fire and were still screaming miserably. Yun Piaoliu's face was filled with pain. He infused his true inner force into the folding fan in his hand. With a wave, a green aura surged into the bodies of the 3 sky soars realm experts. Their frozen bodies immediately warmed up, and the burning flames were extinguished. The 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Save them. Yun Piaoliu was shocked. The fan of resurrection was best at reviving souls and prolonging lives. Unexpectedly, it was unable to completely remove the negative effects. What kind of injuries were they? Why were they so difficult to deal with? They were standing far away and did not see clearly what method the Xiaoyan used. They only heard 2 strange cries, and the 3 Sky Soars realm experts were all injured. In fact, even the 2 Sky Soars realm experts who rushed over did not understand what they were facing. After all, this kind of sentient life form was too far away from the current era. Moreover, it had never appeared before. If they were asked, did they know about the Ice Soul? Did they know about the 3-legged golden crow? They definitely knew about it. But then again, even if the Ice Soul and the 3-legged golden crow were placed in front of them, they would probably only say, "What is this?" It was something that only existed in legends and books. They really did not know about it. The most important reason was that the image in books and real life were 2 completely different things. How could the mighty divine beast that was strolling in the sun be connected to the little black bird that flashed past in front of him? How could the ice soul that could freeze everything within 1,000 miles with a wave of her hand be related to that tiny, illusory figure? Was this a joke? Even if they could see it clearly and recognize it on the spot, they would at least be at the level of the 12 Grand Shamans and the Tao Alliance's 7 Swords. As to the three-legged golden crow, the three-legged toe, the three-leg. To it. Not to mention the others. In other words, if the great witch Hong Shui had seen the three-legged golden crow, it was estimated that he would not be able to dominate the world until now. According to the hatred between the witches and demons, it was estimated that the young great witch Hong Shui would be directly roasted in a charcoal at that time, but to save her. To save her? So far, even in the most polite way, there was no such place in the entire White Mountain City. It was a complete wasteland. The underground space was also completely destroyed by Zhou Xiaoduo's violent actions. The original Castellan's mansion was gone. The residential houses were all gone. The only buildings left were the original barracks. There were a few houses left in the camps. At this moment, they were all crowded by the survivors of White Mountain City. Many people were still rummaging in the ruins. No one knew if they were looking for the remains of their relatives or something else. Under the ruins of the assassins, there were all kinds of voices. Those were warriors with high cultivation. They were not killed by the collapse. They were trying their best to hold on and wait for help. Some were trying to find a way to climb out. But after this night, White Mountain City had become a city of bachelors. Everyone, including the Castellan Pugwinshin, had become lonely. None of their children were left. Oh, there was an exception. That was Deputy City Lord Guan Shana's family. For some reason, Deputy City Lord Guan's family was not harmed in this attack. At this moment, they were hiding in a small, swaying house. The Deputy Castellan Guan Shanha was still missing. According to the memories of some insiders, he should have gone to chase after Zhou Xiaoduo. After all, there were still quite a number of people who had heard the roar just now. Why? Are you here? Yun Pialia looked at Guan Shana's wife and could not help but feel suspicious. Guan Shana's wife was also a cloud transformation realm warrior. She sighed and said, "The old man's internal injury relapsed. The air down there is dirty. We can't stay here. Since the old man was injured, we have been living outside." Sigh. The old man that the wife was talking about was Guan Shana's father-in-law. His cultivation base was not weak and was at the peak of the Gue Xian level. He was only below the 3 city lords of White Mountain City. However, this old man's luck was not good. When Zhou Xiaoduo came to smash the city gate for the first time, he coincidentally smashed the old man half dead. There is nothing wrong with letting more people know about this matter. Although Yun Piaoliu was suspicious, he did not say anything more. Let's find a place to check his injury. Yun Piaoliu held a small jade gourd in his hand. He was very reluctant to give it up. This was the golden elixir of fate. It was also the thing that Mount Puguan wanted to obtain at all costs. But now, Yun Piaoliu looked at the worthless White Mountain City. There are less than 2,000 soldiers in the city. Then he looked at the heavily injured Pugwinshin. He was even more reluctant to give away his golden elixir of fate. He had bragged to the outside world, but how many golden elixirs of the old ancestor in his family? That was an ancestor from many generations ago. How could he be as close as I bragged to the outside world? He might not even know me. At most, he might have heard of my name and know that I existed. Now, even Dugiyin had been rescued. In this way, it was a real loss. There was nothing left. He turned to Feng Wuhan and said, "Brother Feng, the elixir's on your side. I only have 3 left. I have to keep one for myself." In fact, he had 10 elixirs in his gourd. It was not just the 3 that he mentioned. Feng Wuhan looked sad. "When I was injured, I gave all my elixirs to the wounded. Sigh, the loss this time is too great." Feng Wui looked at his brother in surprise. "You know that we have 10 elixirs each. Even if you don't have any left, I still have some." "What? Besides, I didn't see you use them. Even Brother Wui's elixirs have been used up." Feng Wuhan sighed. Everyone is fighting for you and me. How can I be stingy with my elixirs? But I didn't expect the enemy to be so cruel and use so much elixirs. We need to keep this a secret. We can't go back and take them. Yin Pialiu looked at Feng Wuhan as if he wanted to eat him. I thought I was cruel enough. I didn't expect you to be so stingy. Feng Wuhan sighed and whispered to Yun She, Brother Yun, with the 3 pills you have, you should prioritize saving our own people first. As for Mount Pu Guan, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Don't worry. When I return, I'll definitely make it up to you. When the family supplies me, I'll give you all the elixirs in the first batch. Yun Pialiu gritted his teeth and laughed. I believe you, but he was regretting it in his heart. Why did I say I had 3 elixirs? I should have said I had used them all up. What kind of injury is this? Why is it so cold? Is this caused by Zhuo Xiaoyan? But even if Zhuo Xiaoyan cultivates an ice attribute cultivation technique, her cultivation clearly hasn't reached such a level. And this, it's directly on fire, and such a domineering flame at that. What's going on? After consuming the 3 elixirs, the injuries of the 3 Dao League's Flying Heavens experts began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the true origin chi that had been burned couldn't be replenished, especially the Flying Heavens expert who had saved them. Even the golden elixir could only replenish his true origin chi. Not only did the injuries he suffered from Zhuo Xiaoduo's sledgehammer not get better, they were even getting worse. This injury is too strange. Everyone studied it for a long time, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. Pialiu, don't you have another elixir? Yin Pialiu thought for a long time and finally decided to save Mount Pu Guan. After all, without Mount Pu Guan, they wouldn't have a main force to deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo. But at this point, everyone could see it. With Mount Pu Guan and Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was already beyond their ability to take down Zhuo Xiaoduo, let alone Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was stronger than Zhuo Xiaoduo. We have to make a move. Our guards have to make a move too. Yin Pialiu and Feng Wuhan walked to the side to discuss. Brother Feng, we have to shoulder this responsibility together. Feng Wuhan frowned. Chapter 9-10. Of course, Feng Wuhan was unwilling. After spending so much effort, even White Mountain City was destroyed. Should he return with his tail between his legs? What about his future? Not to mention that his future would be ruined, he would still be laughed at by those people, right? How about a decisive battle? Yin Pialiu suggested, his eyes flickering. A decisive battle? Feng Wuhan's eyes flickered as well. In the name of White Mountain City. Of course, the reason is a blood feud that can't be resolved must be resolved with life and death. The other party might not agree. They will definitely agree. We've dragged it out long enough. I don't think they want to drag it out any longer. Just as Feng Wuhan and Yun Pialiu were discussing, a strange sound suddenly came from the night sky. A rock suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the ruins of White Mountain City. Who is it? An uninjured Skysoar Realm expert immediately chased after the rock. Opposite him, a black figure threw out a ball of paper and disappeared without a trace. That Skysoar Realm expert felt that if he really wanted to chase after the rock, he could catch up. The rock's movement speed was like heaven and earth compared to Zhuo Xiaoduo's. However, the ball of paper was obviously not lethal. After hesitating for a moment, he did not chase after the rock. Instead, he took the ball of paper and returned. Young master, someone sent over a ball of paper. There should be words on it, but I didn't confirm it. The Skysoar Realm expert of the Dao League returned with the ball of paper and handed it to Yin Pialiu. This was the caution of a bodyguard. He was only the bodyguard of the young master of the Yun clan. Everything he did was based on his actions. He did not take the initiative to speak or do anything. Yin Pialiu rolled his eyes with a strange expression. Although the other Skysoar Realm experts were in a heavy mood, they could not help but smile. The other party only sent over a ball of paper. If there were no words or content on the paper ball, was it sent to you to wipe your ass? When they opened it, they saw a letter filled with words. It's the information of all the people on that side. Yin Pialiu's eyes lit up. It was indeed a report about the people on Zhua Xiaoduo's side. It recorded the names, information, and approximate cultivation levels of Zhua Xiaoduo and the other 12 people. Almost everything was there. More importantly, it actually contained the location of everyone's current hiding place, as well as the secret that no one had discovered. Even the head count, names, and hiding places of the teaching staff of Jade Sun High School. Yun Pialiu's eyes glittered when he read the detailed information. I didn't expect there to be people from our side. This information is too detailed. It seems like the person who sent the letter intends to wipe out this group of people. However, this fellow is too careless in his actions. He actually wrote a bunch of words. The first few words even know to cover up his own handwriting, but the second few words clearly don't even have the intention to cover up his own handwriting. In addition, the killing intent is brimming between the lines. Yin Pialio looked at it and smiled. This is also a clue. Perhaps it could be used not only now, but also in the future. He patted the note and said, "Now that we have this, we don't have to be afraid that they won't come out to fight." What do you mean? Now the situation has changed. The main reason why we were at a disadvantage and were beaten passively was that Zhua Xiaoyan and Zhua Xiaoduo were powerful. As long as they made a move, we would have to use most of our forces to fight against them. The other guys are very slippery. They could always take advantage of the gaps. And that, Li Chenglong is in charge of the overall situation. We have no way to deal with them. We can only rely on our luck. But now, with the addition of the teaching staff of Jade Sun High School, we can't kill Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan, but can't we kill them? These people's lives are our bargaining chips. Yin Pialiu said lightly, they can only agree and fight passively until they are all dead or we don't want to fight anymore. There is no other choice. The Wheel of Fortune is on our side now. On the other side, Jun Chongkong disappeared. After Zhua Xiaoyan went back, she went to look for him with her sword. She was full of killing intent. She wanted to kill this guy who dared to have evil thoughts about her puppy, even if she had to give up the future of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. But Jun Chongkong had disappeared for some reason. Zhua Xiaoyan tried to search with her divine mind, but she couldn't find him. When she called, his phone was turned off. He ran away. Zhua Xiaoyan was full of hatred. How could he run away so easily? That was too easy for him. On the other side, Zhua Xiaoduo and Guan Shanhe were engaged in a fierce battle. Guan Shanhe's every attack was powerful and ferocious. Zhua Xiaoduo was also not to be outdone as he continued to counterattack. As the two of them fought, dust and sand filled the air, creating a huge commotion. However, the actual situation was that the so-called power and ferocity, the continuous counterattacks, were all aimed at creating a sandstorm that filled the sky. Everything was just a show of strength, nothing more. Most of the time, the two of them were communicating through voice transmissions. Dao League, Foam, and Yin families, Yin Pialiu, Foam Woman, Foam Wui, the spirit of true love, 17 or 18 pairs already. 8 Skysur experts? Are they their personal guards? Are they from the Foam and Yin families? Dao protectors? Are you worried? Token of gratitude? Token of gratitude. Understood. What do you want? Live? Not too much. Family's safety? Puguan Mountain. The mastermind there. He's also the one who contacted the Dao League. They gave him benefits? Golden Core? Oh, you have cooperation with other places? Understood. You've done a lot over the years. Yes. I'll consider your request. Considering your performance and the sincerity you've shown, I'm willing to believe that you've turned over a new leaf. Of course, we won't be too harsh on you. But you've done a lot of things with Puguan Mountain. You'll have to bear the consequences. As for how we'll do it, we'll report the help you've given to the higher-ups and try our best to fight for leniency. But as for the final outcome, we're just a bunch of students. You know that I can't promise too much, but I can guarantee that you and your family won't die. That's the bottom line. That's good. Dust and smoke filled the sky. The two of them were fighting for their lives for only 2 minutes. The sky was dark, and they couldn't see clearly. Xiaoduo took advantage of the gap and changed his training hammer to the dream of 1,000 souls. Guanshana's body was smashed into a bloody mess. Guanshana screamed and ran away. Apart from his 2 legs, which were still relatively intact, the rest of his body had been smashed into smithereens. There was almost no place that was still intact. When he returned to White Mountain City, Guanshana couldn't hold on any longer and fell in front of Yin Piaoliu. His miserable state made everyone feel the intensity of the battle. Yin Piaoliu was shocked. Xiaoduo. Guanshana fainted. It wasn't an act. He was seriously injured. There was no pretense. Master, Guanshana's injuries are very serious. Apart from his legs, almost all the bones in his body are broken. It's a miracle that he could escape with such injuries. A flying sky protector looked at Guanshana's injuries and reported. The corner of Yin Piaoliu's eyes twitched. Give him a golden core life spirit. He sighed inwardly. Guanshana was really desperate. From this point, Guanshana was at least much stronger than Pu Guanshan. He could clearly see the situation and knew which side was worth submitting to. Reliable. After swallowing a golden core, Guanshana slowly woke up. He saw Yin Piaoliu as soon as he opened his eyes. Master, I'm ashamed. I try my best this time, but that's what Xiaoduo is really. Guanshana struggled to get up. Take care of yourself first. Let the medicine take effect first. Yin Piaoliu sighed. I know you. Tried your best. With Guanshana's injuries, anyone with eyes could see that he was not just putting his life on the line. He was simply putting his life on the line, risking his life. He was probably just short of self-destructing. On the other side, the flying heavens of Dao Alliance, who had yet to fully recover from the injuries caused by Xiaoduo's hammer, struggled to walk over. After carefully examining Guanshana's injuries for a while, he said with a puzzled expression, Old Guan, your injuries. How did they heal so quickly? Guanshana was confused. Master, your golden core life spirit is magical. It's normal for it to heal so quickly. If it weren't for my injuries, I would have fully recovered by now with the golden core in my stomach. The flying guard grimaced in pain. I also ate the golden core, but my injuries don't seem to be getting better. He was the most miserable one among the group of injured flying guards. He took Xiaoduo's sledgehammer head-on and had his skin touched by the sledgehammer. He was careful even when his bones were broken. However, the injuries caused by the starry sky indestructible stone were not something that could be healed by golden core life spirit. Doubt well, it was a completely different matter from Guanshana's injuries. But now this man, Guanshana, Yin Piaoliu, and everyone else in Baishan City didn't know the reason. Everyone felt that. It was amazing. Everyone was injured, but you couldn't recover. This expert also felt that it was amazing. Everyone could recover, but why am I the only one who can't recover? It's like I'm cursed. I seem to have heard that there's something that can cause continuous injuries after hitting someone. It can't be healed by human strength alone, and it requires the 9 heavens spring water to heal such injuries. Feng Wui frowned. What's that? Xiaoduo's sledgehammer can't be made from that, right? Hearing this, the others immediately objected. Impossible. We haven't even seen that thing before, so we can't prove it. How can such a rare material be used to make such a pair of sledgehammers? Besides, there are many people here who have been injured by Xiaoduo. How can there be such a strange thing? I think it's because of Dusan's physique. Maybe it's because of his character? We can't let this trip be in vain, so it's better to get as many benefits as possible. All right, everyone, calm down and recuperate. Recover as soon as possible. Now that White Mountain City is gone, we can gather together. With everyone together, so Xiaoduo won't be able to launch a sneak attack. Yin Piaoliu said, since we don't have our own houses, we won't be separated. Let's gather together and fight in 1.5 days. Okay, as for Zhou Xiao's side, I believe he still hasn't figured out who we are. He still thinks that the person in charge of this place is Mount Puguan. At most, he'll be surprised by the number of Skysoar Realm experts here. As long as we don't leak our identities, we can do whatever we want. Yin Piaoliu smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. On the other side, Zhou Xiao's side was full of joy. Seeing that Dugian was rescued, everyone was so happy that they almost went crazy. Luo Yinling hugged her daughter, unwilling to let go. She cried tears of joy. All the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Academy, from top to bottom, were overflowing with joy. It was not until Zhou Xiaoduo threw out the 2 teachers that they suddenly fell silent. The old principal, Han Wankui, was so angry that his beard stood on end. He shouted angrily, "Bring them here. I want to ask them myself. Why are these 2 crazy things doing this?" The teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy followed them like a swarm of bees. Umo Yin and Dugi Yin looked at each other. Both of them were indescribably happy. Finally, I see you again. How nice. However, Zhou Xiao's eyes were still full of seriousness. He was not as happy as the others, because Dugu Yin who had escaped with her life, still had the look of misfortune on her face. Although it was much better than before, it was still there. On the other hand, the lonely look on Mo Yan's face was still there. Recalling what Guan Shana said, Zhou Xiaoduo sighed inwardly. There is only one reason for all of this, and that was the 2 wings divine technique. After the joy of reunion had passed, Zhou Xiaoduo called Mo Yin and Dugi out. Mo Yin, there's something that I have to say. Zhou Xiaoduo's attitude at this moment could be said to be unprecedentedly serious. Boss, please say it. Mo Yin held Dugi Yin's hand. He felt that he could not bear to let go of her for even a moment. It's about your 2 wings divine technique. So Xiaoduo rarely spoke in such a serious manner, but regarding the matter of Mo Yin and his wife, he really couldn't relax. I've thought about it for a long time, and now I've connected everything together. Mo Yin and Dugi Yin said together, "Boss, tell us what is going on." Simply put, this mental cultivation technique is the prerequisite for an evil mental cultivation technique developed by the juniors of the Tao Alliance. This mental cultivation technique can allow their strength to advance at a speed that far surpasses common sense and surpasses everyone's ability to advance at a speed that far surpasses common sense. The process doesn't even have to be very difficult. It's not even difficult to cross the bottleneck. And the only difficulty with this kind of mental cultivation method is that it still needs a special prerequisite, which is your 2-winged hearts mental cultivation method. It needs someone to cultivate the 2-winged hearts mental cultivation method to a certain level. Then they will come and pluck the spirit of true love of the man and woman cultivating the 2-winged hearts mental cultivation method, as well as the chi of yin and yang. With this method, they can quickly and efficiently reach a certain, the so-called balance of yin and yang theory advocated by the Tao League. Thus, they can promote their cultivation realm. Although this cultivation technique is evil and vicious, because of the balance of yin and yang, it allows the caster to have no side effects or even backfire. All they need to do is to attract a Zhao's Tao realm when their cultivation realm is above the sky realm, and all the hidden dangers can be perfectly solved. Therefore, there are many people in the younger generation of the Tao League who cultivate this technique. As long as they cultivate this technique, as long as they meet someone who cultivates the 2 wings divine technique, they can absorb the yin and yang qi. They don't need to teach or cultivate them. So, when Xiaoduo said this, Yu Moyin and Ding basically understood what Xiaoduo was trying to say. The 2 wings divine technique. This was the root of this change. In other words, as long as they cultivated the 2 wings divine technique, this kind of thing would happen again in the future. This was because the two of them had become the Tao League's cultivation cauldrons. No matter who caught the two of them, they could use them to improve their cultivation. What the fuck? Yu Moyan's face was full of bad luck. In all fairness, this matter was too vexing. They had suddenly become someone's cultivation cauldrons for no reason. Moreover, it was not just one person's but many people's. As for this cultivation technique, I've already studied it with Yin just now. We've confirmed that if this cultivation technique is destroyed, it'll definitely affect the foundation of our Tao. There's no way to make up for it. Yu Moyan was speechless and angry. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. Regarding this point, he had long guessed. The Tao League's people had spent so much effort to create this cultivation technique. How could they destroy it so easily? Therefore, you'll have many opportunities to encounter similar dangers in the future, Zhuo Xiaoduo said to Yu Moyan very straightforwardly. What's more, I can see that the misfortune hasn't dispersed from your faces. This means that although we've saved you and Sister Yin this time, we've only dispelled part of the misfortune. Yu Moyan took a deep breath. He felt that the anger in his chest was about to explode. However, there's one thing that I'm sure of. The Two Wings Divine Technique is still a rather outstanding and mysterious cultivation technique. It doesn't have any drawbacks. Moreover, when it's cultivated to the extreme, not only is it easy for a husband and wife to connect their hearts, even if they're thousands of miles apart, they'll be able to communicate with each other mentally and know everything about each other. This cultivation technique is a very good choice for a husband and wife who have a good relationship. Because no matter when, as long as you have a thought, the other party will know what you're thinking and what you're thinking. So Xiaoduo said, it's especially beneficial for battle techniques that require a husband and wife to work together. They can cooperate perfectly to the point of perfection. Chapter 9:12. Mo Yin and Dugi Yin are nodded. They had also sensed what Zhuo Xiaoduo had just said. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was Zhuo Xiaoduo after all. He was not serious for long before he could no longer hold it in. This two-winged heart godly technique had too many flaws, and Zhuo Xiaoduo had to spit them out. He raised his eyebrows and laughed happily. Of course, if Mo Yin wants to be a playboy in the future, or wants to find a mistress, or suddenly has feelings for a girl, Sister Yin will know about it immediately. She might even find out about it before Mo Yin himself. As the saying goes, actions are better than feelings. This is another way of reading it, literally reading it. You all understand, don't you? Ha ha. Mo Yin was speechless. Dugi Yin was speechless. After talking for so long, she felt strange. Why isn't Zwa acting like a bitch today? I'm not used to this. Just as she thought about it, a certain someone acted like a bitch. The bitch was overflowing, making it hard for others to look at him directly. When a bitch stopped acting like a bitch, he was truly a bitch. Is there no solution? Dugi Yin frowned. There is. Mo Yin said in a deep voice. The first solution is to quickly become stronger. Once we become stronger, no one will dare to use us for cultivation. According to Big Brother, as long as we quickly advance to the Sky Soar realm, we'll be able to break through the basic requirement of being a human cauldron. What about the second solution? The second solution is to leave this place temporarily. Similarly, we'll wait until we reach the Sky Soar realm before returning to the world. Break through to the Sky Soar realm? It was easy to say, but in reality, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In this world, 99% of the cultivators who could reach the God-reigning realm were already considered rare geniuses. Furthermore, there were still many opportunities for them to accumulate. If they wanted to take another step forward and reach the Sky Soar realm, it would be even more difficult. Otherwise, why would the token of affection set the limit above the Sky Soar realm? Mo Yin's expression was firm. When Dugan saw Mo Yin's expression, she knew that Mo Yin was unwilling to leave. She held Mo Yin's hand and said softly, I'll be wherever you are. So Xiaoduo sighed. He understood Yu Mo Yan's thoughts better than anyone else. If it was him, he wouldn't leave either. If he left, it would be tantamount to running away. It would definitely cause irreparable damage to his martial arts state of mind. If he didn't leave, he would stay here and continue to fight with the Tao League. Firstly, he could take revenge. Secondly, he could train himself and improve himself. At Yu Moyan's and Dugian, Er's level of cultivation, experience was much more important than cultivation. This was also the reason why Xiaoduo insisted on going out to train alone. This was because building a cart behind closed doors could no longer meet the requirements of cultivation. However, this kind of training and battle was extremely dangerous. What's your plan? Xiaoduo sighed. I'm not leaving. Yu Moyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and extreme hatred. He was a stubborn person to begin with. At this moment, because his bottom line had been crossed, he was filled with hatred. If he didn't take revenge, how could he leave? It could be said that from now on, Yu Moyan would fight with the Tao League for the rest of his life. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. If you insist on not leaving, you'll cause Sister Yin to be in danger. She'll be in danger all the time and die at every step. So Xiaoduo sighed again. I'm not afraid of danger. Dugan said bravely. Wherever Moyan is, I'll be there. In this life, I'll fight with the Tao League until the end. So Xiaoduo's heart was in a mess, and he gnashed his teeth. He carefully looked at Yu Moyan and Dugian Er's faces from top to bottom, but the more he looked, the more he felt a headache. It was a sign of misfortune. Although it didn't seem to be an unusually dense death aura now, misfortune could still turn into death aura at any time. If something went wrong, they would die prematurely. This was something that didn't need to be considered at all. It looks like, so Xiaoduo pondered for a while and said, up until now, the misfortune for both of you should be over. However, I can't say for sure the next time. After throwing out 2 consecutive luck points and carefully looking at their faces, so Xiaoduo finally said, if that's the case, I'll give both of you a few words. You must remember them well for each other. Boss, please say it. We'll definitely remember it. We won't dare to forget it. Yu Moyan immediately perked up when he heard this. With Yu Moyan's understanding and trust of Xiaoduo, he naturally knew that Xiaoduo's solemn words might be related to his and Dugian Er's misfortune in the future. So Xiaoduo looked at their faces and said word by word, since the beginning of time, true love is related to 2 hearts. Since ancient times, it's hard to find a heartless person. Mandarin ducks are afraid of eagles and falcons. Lotus flowers on the same stem fear wind and dust. Don't cry when you don't see the blue sea. Don't walk in the middle of the clouds for 3 years. Don't step into the Sanxing sect for 6 years. White Mountain is not a place for heroes. Black water contains nightmarish souls. Once the demonic aura soars to the sky, the heavens won't sink. Dugian and Yu Moyan memorized the poem carefully and recorded it down completely. Both of them communicated with each other in their hearts and repeatedly confirmed that there was no mistake. So Xiaoduo was still worried and said, is there anything you don't understand? Let me explain it to you. In Xiaoduo's life of fortune-telling, this was definitely the first time he had taken such initiative. Yu Moyan did not hold back and said, don't cry when you don't see the blue sea. Don't cross the clouds after wind and rain. Although your faces are still filled with misfortune, there's a purple aura in them, which means there's a hidden omen of turning misfortune into good fortune. As long as you don't see each other's bodies, your hearts should be filled with hope. This is the first sentence. The second sentence is, whether you want to take revenge or fight, you can go through any of the forces in the Tao League. However, you can't touch the Yun family, who has the deepest hatred for you. Xiaoduo frowned and said, Moyan, I know you're tough and stubborn, and you're angry now. However, if you still treat me as your boss, you have to listen to me and don't act rashly. Yu Moyan pondered and said, of course I'll listen to you. If you don't want me to touch them, I won't touch them. But if the Yin family comes, can I touch them? Don't cross the clouds after wind and rain. You're the one who took the initiative. Is what Xiao said. As long as you're not the one who took the initiative, it's a different matter. Oh, I understand. Yu Moyan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and said, in my life, unless I can't reach the peak, I won't let either of the Feng and Yun families go. Xiao smiled and said, after this matter, you two can go to the Blackwater Coast to gain experience. The Blackwater Coast? Yu Moyan and Dugan murmured at the same time when they heard the name of the place. They were both inexplicably surprised, because their original plan was to come to White Mountain to gain experience. After reaching the peak of the Cloud Transformation Realm, they would go to the Blackwater Coast to kill the Monster Kings that were wreaking havoc there. But at this moment, Xiao was the one who said it. Well, your opportunity should be in the Blackwater Coast, not White Mountain. Xiao said, I don't know more about the specific opportunity, but you two can do whatever you want when you get there. Yu Moyan and Dugian nodded seriously. What they didn't know was that there was some things Xiao didn't say. If Yu Moyan passed through the Blackwater Coast and really got his opportunity, he would become a nightmare of everyone in the mainland. The road ahead of him was endless. It was a pure opportunity with monstrous killing intent. But Xiao felt that Yu Moyan could handle it by himself. After all, he was taking Dugian with him this time. With his lover by his side, Yu Moyan would naturally try his best to control his mind and not be affected by the killing intent. If Dugian couldn't handle it, then Xiao would find another way in the future. There would be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Be careful of villains. Try to avoid contact with people as much as possible. Beware of spies. If possible, get married as soon as possible. Xiao said to Yu Moyan and Dugian. Dugian blushed immediately. Yu Moyan also widened his eyes, but when he saw Xiao's serious face, he immediately knew that Xiao wasn't joking. Yu Moyan said, in that case, after this matter is over, we'll go back to Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy and discuss it with the elders. If they don't have any objections, I won't wait for the Continental War or the Sun Moon Pass to become famous. I'll get married first and then start my career. Dugian's face was flushed red, and she lowered her head. Xiao rolled his eyes, and the aura of a swindler instantly turned into the charm of a wretched man. Haha, Moyan, has anyone ever told you that your appearance is passable, but you're dreaming? Do you think your mother-in-law will agree immediately after you say it? She's been painstakingly raising this fresh cabbage for more than 10 years. And a pig like you wants to take it? Xiao said disdainfully. And you're a black pig. Yu Moyan's tanned face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he blurted out angrily. So what if I'm a black pig? Can a black pig take cabbage? A black pig is still a pig. Dugian hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Yu Moyan's words were very smooth, and he was done in an instant. Then, he regretted it so much that he wanted to slap his own mouth. Xiao laughed so hard that he fell down. Ha! Did you hear that? Yu Moyan admitted that he's a pig. A black pig is still a pig. Wise words, popular and thought-provoking. Before he finished speaking, loud laughter was heard. Li Chenglong and the others appeared. I heard it, a black pig. Yes, a black pig wants to take cabbage. And his mother-in-law hasn't agreed yet. This black pig seems to be very confident. Ho, I've seen it today. Someone actually admitted that he's a pig, and a black pig at that. Yu Moyan was furious, and he rushed up to fight with everyone. While they were fighting, Xiao's eyebrows twitched. Xiaolong flew back with an excited look on his face. How could Xiao's attention not be attracted by the way he was so excited that he looked like he was about to jump up and down? This kid, did he discover something good? Chapter 9:13. Of course, others still couldn't see Xiao Long jumping for joy. Xiao Long flew back like a dragon. Then, it could be seen that this guy couldn't hold back his excitement. He actually danced in front of Zhuo, shaking his head and wagging his tail. He danced for a while and stood on the grassland looking at the capital. Xiaolong had secretly learned that when Zhuo danced. Now, he was so excited that he danced coquettishly for a while. But Zhuo felt like he was going blind. Who had seen a dragon dance? With a few paws and a round body. It was fine if he was learning to dance like a beautiful woman, but this guy was actually throwing flirtatious glances at her, beaming with joy, twisting his body like a fried dough twist, and even had a coquettish look on his face. He was even laughing that indescribably wretched, indescribable. Xiaoduo shut himself up on the spot. He even suspected that the next time Yin Cat danced this dance, he would be reminded of today's, seeing the moment he admired it. It's over, it's crazy. The consequences are far-reaching. What are you doing? Masters was face darkened. Something good. Something good. Celebrate. Xiaolong continued to dance, almost dancing with his belly facing the sky. Xiaoduo suddenly closed his eyes and flashed backwards, disappearing without a trace. He found a secluded place and entered the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaolong, who had entered the Tower of Annihilation, was still dancing gently. He seemed to be really happy, proud, and high-spirited. Ow! Stop dancing. Xiaoduo felt that he would be cut off from his classic dance in the future. Even if Nian Cat took the initiative to dance for him, Xiaoduo would only think of a certain dancing dragon. Such a bad influence would be hard to erase, and it would be hard to get rid of forever. I'm so happy today. Oh. Xiaolong danced gently like water. Another dance. What the hell? Xiaoduo's face was a tragic sight. Are you crazy? Long, do you still want Didi? As soon as he heard the beeping sound, Xiaolong immediately stopped his beautiful dance and landed in front of Xiaoduo. However, he was still shaking his head and wagging his tail. Obviously, his excitement had not completely faded. Big boss, we're really lucky today. Ow wow. Ha, I found something good, roar. Xiaolong raised his head and brayed. So Xiaoduo sighed and looked weakly at Xiaolong, who was so excited that he was talking incoherently. What's the matter? I say, with your excitement. When will it pass? Should I go out first? Why don't you talk about it after you've vented yourself inside? So Xiaoduo said so, but in fact, how could he bear to go out? He, who had always loved money as much as his life, saw that Xiaolong had obviously found something earth-shattering. Otherwise, Xiaolong wouldn't be so excited and so smug. Xiaolong had found a lot of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures in the past, and the number of treasures he had found was not just a little bit. The number was so large that it could be said to be shocking, but they had never seen Xiaolong so excited and even. His mood did not seem to be affected at all. However, this time, it could be said that he had completely lost his composure. It was obvious that the thing he had found this time was definitely not a small matter. However, what kind of good thing was it? Xiaoduo's curiosity was now aroused, and his heart was itching. How could he really go out? However, when Xiaolong heard Xiaoduo say that he wanted to go out, he could not help but be shocked and immediately landed. His body was still trembling, and it seemed that he could not help but show signs of moving rhythmically. However, he managed to suppress it and control the impulse to fly out. Boss, there really is something good this time. It's something good. Tell me, what kind of good thing is it? Look at your ignorant face. Xiaoduo's dignified face darkened, and his words were sonorous as he lectured a certain dragon. Xiaolong did a somersault and said, "There are 4 good things hidden here. Compared to these 4 good things, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spiritual plants and spiritual herbs are nothing but fart." Oh, Xiaoduo's interest was getting higher. The first thing is currently in the hands of Bai Yin. It's a fan. That fan is a very good thing. It contains the power of fate, the power of life, and the traces of the Great Way. Of course, although it's already very good, it's still nothing. However, If it's taken into the space-destroying tower and integrated with it, it will greatly promote the formation of the space-destroying tower's fate and the Great Way of Heaven. The second thing is also in the hands of Bai Yin. It's a picture. Xiaolong spoke with fervor and assurance. However, when he was talking about the fan and the picture, Xiaolong's tone was still very calm. It seemed that this fan, although pleasing to Xiaolong's eyes, was just so-so. In other words, this thing was not the main culprit that made Xiaolong lose his composure and dance. Therefore, as Xiaoduo followed suit and said calmly, The third thing is that there's another cave under the white-headed mountain. Boss OOO, there's the essence of the green dragon inside. If I'm not wrong, it should be the green dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts under the demon emperor. If it didn't die here, then it should be the cave of the green dragon deity. Xiaolong's tone was now slightly excited. The green dragon deity under the demon emperor? Xiaoduo was instantly energized. The first thing he thought of was that Li Chenglong had obtained demon commander Ying Zhao's cave residence. What about this green dragon deity? Xiaoduo asked with great interest. This green dragon deity is very powerful, Xiaolong said, but it has nothing to do with you, boss. Xiaoduo frowned. What do you mean? That's right. He's not good enough for you. The essence of the green dragon deity is very compatible with the constitution and cultivation method of your other brother, that Long Yuxing. Moreover, dragons are. That's why they're born with the attribute of dual cultivation method, Xiaolong said. Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. He remembered that he had talked to Long Yuxing before. It seemed that Long Yuxing's family cultivation method was related to the legendary green dragon. According to legend, once the descendants of the Long family activated the green dragon bloodline, they would be able to meet the requirements of the cultivation method to the greatest extent, and their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. However, this legend was just a legend. Long Yuxing's family had not produced a descendant who was compatible with the family's cultivation method for many generations. As a result, the once famous Long family gradually declined. Even in a small border city like Phoenix City, they were only a third-rate family. Until the birth of Long Yuxing, who cultivated the family's cultivation method, his compatibility with it far exceeded that of the other family members. However, it was still far from the so-called rapid progress, which made the elders of the Long family feel hopeful, but they were still disappointed. Even so, Long Yuxing still became the chief of the class, surpassing Wan Lixiu, the daughter of the governor of Phoenix City. Since coming to this half-mountain city, Long Yuxing more or less looked a little absent-minded. Could it be because of this? So, if Long Yuxing can be like Li Chenglong and soar to the sky in one step? Xiaoduo was speechless. But, is there any benefit for me here? After thinking for a long time and being excited for a long time, he realized that this was Long Yuxing's good opportunity. He suddenly became angry. He glared at Xiaolong fiercely. You brought good news, but this good news has little to do with me. Could it be that you're deliberately provoking me? You know that I value money as much as my life, but you want to give such good fortune to others. This little dragon's conscience is really bad, really bad. Yes. Xiaolong beamed with delight and said, The biggest opportunity one found this time is bosses. Otherwise, why would I be so happy? If it wasn't for boss, I wouldn't have gotten any benefits. He looked around sneakily in the Tower of Annihilation and said, Boss, do you remember the ancient legend? Ancient legend? What ancient legend? Xiaoduo was stunned. It's the legend of the Azure Dragon, Celestial Master, and the other 4 divine beasts. Xiaolong said, I saw in the ancient books, myths, and legends. Back then, the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, were formed with the help of the Heavenly Tao. The 4 divine beasts were all innate life forms, which led to the invincible legend of the 4 divine beasts. As for the legends of the 4 great divine beasts, what moves me the most, and what I am certain of, is that they all possess the power of creation. Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. Xiaoduo's eyes also lit up. The power of creation? What is that? Tell me in detail. Xiao Long laughed and said, the so-called power of creation is an existence that surpasses the power of fate. It can be called the real power of heaven and earth. As for you, boss, the incomplete jade pendant on your body contains the power of creation. Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly widened. Broken jade pendant? The power of creation? Yes. Xiao Long did a somersault in excitement and said, now I know that the reason why the Azure Dragon's celestial master fell, or disappeared, is probably because of the power of creation. Because not far from the Azure Dragon's celestial master's spirit, there's a broken jade pendant fragment. I think that jade pendant fragment was originally one with the one on boss. Judging from the marks, it should be 1/5 of the complete jade pendant at a corner. So Xiaoduo couldn't sit still anymore. Really? Of course it's true. Boss, it was because you had the power of the jade pendant that I came here. Xiaolong was very surprised that Xiaoduo was making a fuss out of nothing. He even became a little proud. Didn't you say? Back then, you came because you were impressed by my charisma? Xiaoduo stared at him and asked. Xiaolong was stunned. Did he just say something wrong? How long has it been? And you still remember? But these words, could it be taken seriously? Besides, what did he mean by impressed by his charisma? Did Zwa have any charisma to speak of? It would be true if he said that he was often humiliated by him. Li Chenglong said indifferently, even if you don't say it, I know the answer to this question. It's nothing more than someone leaking information for you. What I'm interested to know is, where is that person right now? At this moment, Li Chenglong's eyes were filled with chilling, killing intent. With his wisdom, he didn't need Mount Puguan to answer. He had already figured out the key point and was even more sure of who the problem was. Jun Changkong. There was no other person who could do this except for Jun Changkong. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned. Since you've all come here, it's nothing more than a life and death battle. What are you waiting for? Come and fight. Suddenly, her white robe fluttered in the air. Sword light flashed, and the sword chi suddenly cut through the void. One person and one sword radiated light in the air. This girl was obviously angered by the other party's pretentious attitude. Each of you is condescending and looking down on us. Do you think you're so great? Do you think you have the situation under control? Threaten? I don't accept it. Let's make a conclusion after the battle. Let's see if you can kill us first, or if I can kill you all. This was Zhuo Xiaoyan's character. She never accepted threats. His usual cold persona could freeze his heart and lungs, seal the world in ice, and make people feel lonely at the top. No one could tell, but when something happened, this kind of straightforward personality would unconsciously show the extreme side of his unyielding nature. The main purpose of Mount Puguan and the others' trip was to issue a letter of challenge. However, they had been miserably schemed against before. It was rare for them to reverse the situation. Naturally, before issuing the letter of challenge, they had to threaten them to the greatest extent to show that they had already grasped their weakness. At the same time, if they dared not to do as they said, they would attack the people around them. This was a further threat. But Pu Guanshan would never have thought that this dazzlingly beautiful young girl, who was supposed to be a smart person who could judge the situation, would actually have such a fiery temper. He didn't even have time to threaten them. Without saying anything, she directly rushed up. What the fuck is the point of fighting here? Even if we can win, it's not in our interests. The two Dao Alliance Sky Swords furrowed their brows when they saw the sudden change in the situation. We just came to show our faces. We didn't say we were going to fight, right? They didn't know that Zhuxiaonian had just been taught that as long as there was no feeling of being pressured from all sides, she should just be reckless. It was also because of this that Zhuxiaonian was unprecedentedly confident in her combat strength. Currently, she didn't feel that she couldn't resist at all. Of course, she wanted to be reckless. Wait, Mount Puguan yelled. Then he asked again, where's Xiaoduo? Where's Xiaoduo? Zhuxiaonian had already rushed up to him. Stop shouting. Don't call for Xiaoduo. I can decide anything about him. It's no use looking for him. He doesn't have the final say. Below, Li Qinglong and the others almost spat out. This sentence really made them. Cough, cough, so surprised and envious. Of boss's family status. Hearing this, Xiaoduo immediately rushed out. Wait, I'm here. If I let this girl continue, I'll lose my position in the family. He shouted anxiously. I can decide. However, Mount Puguan had already been sent flying with blood spurting out. Although Zhuxiaonian was talking, her attack didn't stop at all. The soul-snatching sword was fully unleashed. As the castellan of White Mountain City, Mount Puguan naturally stood at the front and bore the brunt of the attack. He hadn't recovered from his serious injuries yet. Facing Zhuxiaonian's full attack, how could he resist? He tried his best to resist and was sent flying. Do you really want to drag us all here until the end of time? What? What do you mean by this? Guanshana was confused. You want to vent your anger too? We want to vent our anger too. We have fewer people, and you have more people. So we have to work harder and fight 5 battles each. So what Xiaoduo said, or we can do as you said and fight 10 battles. After 10 battles, we will immediately fight everyone. So Xiaoduo raised his arms and shouted, you can do such a despicable thing, and you still want to act like a victim. We're even more pissed off. So, 10 battles is absolutely out of the question. You want to only fight 10 battles? The rest of you will be safe? Everything will be fine? You all don't look that good, but you sure are dreaming. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Since you are so indignant, let's fight with real swords and spears. After 10 battles, we will fight once and settle our grudges with 1 battle. So what Xiaoduo said coldly. Call out all of you who can still move. Are you angry? We don't even have a place to vent our anger. Everyone, let's use this opportunity to vent. This is the best way for a martial artist to handle things. Guanshana had never thought that Xiaoduo would propose such a method of battle. Xiaoduo would obviously be at a disadvantage if they were to use this method. No, they would be at a huge disadvantage. It was very likely that they would all be wiped out after the battle. Did Xiaoduo think wrongly? Did he say something wrong? Looking down, Jade's son, Gao Wu, and the rest were all stunned. Guanshanha suddenly felt that he was in a difficult position. Did you say something wrong? How am I supposed to respond to this? Above, Yin Piaoliu and the rest, who had been hiding with their folding fans, almost jumped up. This Xiaoduo might have amazing combat strength, but deep down he was a retard. It seemed that God was fair after all. He was given amazing combat strength, but he was not given a good brain. Say yes. Say yes. Yin Piaoliu could not wait to send a voice transmission to Guanshanha. You must reject this plan. Yin Piaoliu was sending a voice transmission to Guanshana, while Feng Wuhan was sending a voice transmission to Pu Guanshan. Their voices were full of urgency. Say yes. Say yes. Guanshana hesitated for a moment, then finally shouted, "All right. That's what you said. Let's do it." On the other side, Pu Guanshan also agreed, "All right. Let's do it." So Xiaoduo laughed and said viciously, "Pu Guanshan, you have committed a heinous crime. The day of the final battle will be the day you pay the price." Pu Guanshan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Xiaoduo and gloomily said, "Xiaoduo, you shameless dog, executioner whose hands are stained with blood. My entire family, old and young, died in your hands alone. You killed so many innocent people. Do you think you will have a good ending?" So Xiaoduo chuckled and spread out his hands. "Hey, old Pu, you're looking down on me. Not only did I kill your family, but 90% of the people in White Mountain City died in my hands. Old Pu, you probably don't know, but when the city fell, the blood splashed high into the air. It was spectacular. How do you say it again? It was a spectacle. Yes, it was a spectacle. It was breathtaking." Pu Guanshan was trembling. His eyes were wide open. "You?" So Xiaoduo chuckled. "If there's anything pitiful, it's that I didn't know which pile was yours. Otherwise, I would have helped you collect them. No matter what, it's better than them rotting together now." Pu Guanshan's entire body trembled. He hissed, "Xiaoduo, are you still human?" So Xiaoduo sneered. "I can't compare to you, old Pu. You've harmed so many lovers." What would their parents be like if they were killed by you? Now, someone killed your family, and you can't stand it? You can't stand it. So Xiaoduo laughed. "How much do you feel? Tell me. I'm not afraid to tell you that we are happy as much as you are sad." "How happy? How straightforward." "I didn't want to be reasonable, and I didn't want to scold you, but I couldn't help it. Are your family even human? Don't you care about other people's family?" So Xiaoduo laughed and rushed to the sky. "This time, I directly destroyed Baishan City and killed thousands of people. I admit that I killed innocent people, but I knew there were innocent people down there. Why did I do it? Because you people in Baishan City have never cared about the innocent." So Xiaoduo laughed happily. "Then why should I care about your innocent people? I did it on purpose. Let me tell you, Pu Guanshan, I did it on purpose. From the beginning to the end, I didn't plan to leave anyone alive in Baishan City. Even if there are sins, I will bear them. So what?" Chapter 9:17. Pu Guanshan choked. How could he be so vicious? Zhua Xiaoduo, you will get your retribution. Zhua Xiaoduo laughed. "I don't know if I will get my retribution, but I am sure that you will." "Ha ha. Pu Guanshan, I killed all your family members. Are you sad? Come and kill me. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. You don't have the ability. You useless piece of trash. Other than betraying, other than scheming, what else do you know? What else do you know?" So Xiaoduo laughed wildly. Looking at Pu Guanshan's crazy eyes, he said disdainfully, "Tomorrow, the final battle. Can you kill me? Do you think you can kill me? Pui, I look down on you. Idiot. Coward. Coward. You dare to attack me when I scold you." Puff. Pu Guanshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "Tomorrow afternoon, crying Ghost Cliff. So a Xiaoduo, victory, defeat, life, or death. This battle will be the end of all grudges." "Great." So Xiaoduo raised his head and looked at the direction of the wind. He laughed. "Tomorrow afternoon, crying Ghost Cliff. 10 life or death battles. One final battle. We are all men. There is no need to be so wishy-washy. Those who can come, come. This battle will be the end of all grudges." Pu Guanshan and the 2 Dao League fairies shouted at the same time. "This battle will be the end of all grudges." Guanshanha was too slow to speak. He quickly roared, his voice shaking the sky. This battle will be the end of all grudges." "Ha ha." So Xiao Duo laughed heartily. He turned around and landed on the ground. The moment he turned around, he sent a telepathic message to Guanshanha. "Find a way to hide your family." Don't let them go to the battlefield tomorrow. After you go there tomorrow, remember not to stand with the others. You can stand at the edge or near the front line. Guanshana's voice did not change. He had already remembered the instructions. In the sky, Pu Guanshan and the other three also turned around and left. Intentionally or unintentionally, Guanshanha walked in front of the four people. He looked furious and murderous. His eyes were bloodshot, and he could not live under the same sky. Just by looking at their imposing manner, they really couldn't wait to go back to pack up and head to the battlefield for the final battle. When Xiaoduo returned, the old principal of Jade Sun High School immediately came up to him. Little Zhua, your decision was a little rash. Li Chenglong quickly stepped forward. Haha, old principal, Zhua has a plan in mind. Don't worry. The old principal. Do you need any tactical arrangements, formations, and the like? There's no need for that. There's no need for any strategy to deal with those defeated and disorderly mobs. You think too highly of them. Nothing? Nothing. Everyone in Jade Sun High Martial Palace felt as if they were in a mess in the wind. It was as if they had fallen into a fog. Who would arrange the final battle like this? After finalizing the details of the final battle with the enemy, everyone went back to sleep together? Was this conserving energy, or was this a joke? If it was a joke, then it was a joke with all of their lives. Don't worry, Yu Moyin and Dugian were even more confident than Li Chenglong. They comforted the old principal. Don't worry, Zhua has always planned before acting. He will never fight a battle that he's not confident in. If he's not confident in winning, he won't even make an agreement with others. But where is the certainty of winning? The old principal was puzzled. It seems that you two know. Yu Moyin was stunned. I don't know. If you don't know, why are you so confident? Isn't this a matter of course? Yu Moyin's answer came from his heart. There was even a hint of doubt in his voice. Can't I be confident just because I don't know? What kind of logic is this? At this point, the old principal was completely speechless. Let's arrange for you to secretly practice battle formations and killing techniques at night. Don't cause more trouble for those kids. Sigh. I hope this was really confident and confident. The old principal frowned. Dugi Yushu and Luo Yanling were more confident in their daughter and son-in-law. They went forward to comfort the old principal. Old principal, you don't have to worry too much. Zhua Duo has already shown us too many miracles. I think this time will be no exception. The old principal chuckled. If this can be properly arranged and settled in one battle, I'm also willing to call him Zhua. I'll be sincerely convinced and impressed. The other two teachers beside him sighed. In this battle, we're at an absolute disadvantage compared to the strength of both sides. But we still have to fight head-on with the opponent. If we can still win, or even achieve a complete victory, the opponent will definitely lament that the heavens are blind. So what if the principal calls him Zhua? If we really win, I'm willing to call him Master Zhua. The other one snorted. Forget it. After tomorrow's battle, I think there's a 99% chance that you won't even have the chance to call him Master. You'll be shattered into pieces long ago. Even your soul will be shattered. The other person cursed fiercely. What you're saying, if I'm shattered, it's as if you can live well. The person from before retorted, didn't I just smash the windows of your house for a few months? Is there a need for such deep hatred and bone-deep hatred? Why don't you say that you stole my job title? Did I say anything? When you gave a gift, who did you give it to? Was it the principal? I already knew that the two of you were in cahoots. The two of you were the same pants. No. Are the two of you having an affair? The old principal, who was inexplicably attacked, was so angry that his face turned green. Nonsense! What does this have to do with me? Why is it suddenly related to this old man's head? Li Wansheng, what do you mean by this? Teacher Li Wansheng chuckled. Principal, I'm a straightforward person. Please don't take offense, and please don't blame me for suspecting you. Who doesn't know who you are? You're not a good person either. You're always protecting your old comrades. Do you really think I'm stupid? Anyway, tomorrow's the battle. I'll say whatever I want to say. The old principal looked at him dangerously. Li Wansheng, you should think carefully. It's not too late for you to apologize now. If Zwar really has a way to turn the tide, you've completely offended me. When you go back, you won't even be able to resign. Now, as long as you say a word and take back what you just said, I can still let bygones be bygones and be magnanimous. Li Wansheng was scared out of his wits. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that there was no hope for him to survive. His courage burst out again. Principal, you're actually a good person, but you didn't do a good job in evaluating me. I should have been promoted a long time ago. Now that I'm promoted, the next step is to become the vice principal. I'm young, strong, and capable. You were just worried that I would steal your position. So you used your position for personal gain and gave the title to him. I remember now. During that time, you often drank table wine. But how could you be willing to buy such expensive wine before? It must be this guy who gave it to you as a gift. Li Wansheng was proud. My guess is right. Principal, you're jealous of people with ability. For a powerful person like me, a great sage, a great wisdom, it's normal for you to dislike me. I've thought it all out now. Those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre people. I'm really not mediocre. The principal was so angry that his beard was blown up. Bullshit, Li Wansheng. The table wine I drank was given to me by my students after they won battle. At that time, they sent a whole cart of it over. You even helped to unload it. You bastard, slandering me. How shameless. Li Wansheng was proud. It's useless no matter what you say. Creating the illusion of a delivery. Isn't that easy? Those wine of yours must have been given to you by this bastard, Zhao Xiaocheng. Don't explain. Explaining is covering up. Covering up means it's true. If it's true, then the evidence is conclusive. He smacked his lips. That cart of wine, poor me. I only drank 2 bottles. Now that I think about it, I was drinking my own future. No wonder the aftertaste is so sour. The old principal took a deep breath. Li Wansheng, you're finished. Not only am I finished, but all of us are about to die. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Principal, I'll be the first to charge in tomorrow. Li Wansheng was proud. I've been sullen my whole life. I even had to cover my face and secretly smash people's windows. I've never done something like talking back to a leader in my life. Today, I've tried it. It's really satisfying. I've never thought that life could be so satisfying. I can't wait to do it 8 or 10 more times. It's never too much. Li Wansheng's face was full of reminiscence. The old principal was so angry that he was panting. Li Wansheng, I'm not afraid to tell you, kid. Before coming here, I've already reported you to the higher-ups and promoted you. Li Wansheng waved his hand without hesitation. You'd better leave it to Zhao Xiaocheng, who's in a relationship with you. I don't care anymore. After saying that, he raised his head and walked out. It's really satisfying. Although I know you're not that kind of person, I've never talked back to a leader in my life. Now that it's finally time, I have to have some fun, right? Even if I have to throw a bucket of shit at you first, this feeling of slandering others is really too satisfying, too satisfying, too satisfying. Even if I've let you down, there's nothing I can do. There's no one more important than you here now. As for the vice principal, I can't talk back to him. If I get beaten up by him before I die, it'll be too much of a loss. It's better to talk back to the principal. It's more satisfying to talk back to the leader. When I'm at the King of Hell's palace, I can recall in my life that I was also a ruthless person who talked back to the leader of my unit when I was working in a certain unit. No, it's cruel. Angry, right? Tomorrow, I'll die alone. He couldn't help but write a poem proudly. I've been weak and bullied all my life. Needless to say, before a battle of life and death. Today I scold the principal to my heart's content. Tomorrow I'll laugh at King of Hell. What a good literary talent. Li Wansheng sighed and suddenly felt that his literary talent was soaring. Chapter 9:18. Luo Yinling looked at the old principal's pale face and said worriedly, Old principal, this bastard just wants to talk nonsense before he dies. Don't be angry. The old principal snorted and said, I know this bastard just wants to disgust me. But can't this bastard disgust me before he dies? Why does he have to find me? Now, I have unlimited hope that Xiaoduo is really confident. Yes, I'm Zhua. Luo Yinling was speechless. If we can go back alive, I'll kill him. He dares to slander me for having an affair with a man. I'll make sure he's in trouble. The old principal was furious. Luo Yinling and Duga Yushu were speechless. This bastard actually forced the old principal, who had been fair all his life, to use his power to avenge private grudges. He even wanted to do that. It wasn't easy. Now, Luo Yinling even had a little bit of hope. On the other side, Jade Sun High Warrior was practicing the battle formation. On the other side, Yin Pialiu was completely excited. Mount Puguan, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhua Xiaoduo is looking for death. Gather all the capable fighters in White Mountain City as soon as possible. Everyone go. How can we not take revenge for the destruction of our family and the annihilation of our family? Go, go. Yin Pialiu encouraged. What's wrong with getting injured? It's just a little injury. Don't tell me you've lost your will to fight. This is a chance to make a contribution. Let me tell all of you. Although you still don't understand what this battle means, I can tell you that as long as we fight this battle well, it won't just be a matter of revenge for all of you. It's about making a great contribution, and your future is limitless. Yin Pialiu's face was red. When this is over, I'll tell you the details. Everyone, today's battle will determine your future in the Tao League. Yin Pialiu said loudly, I swear to the great Tao of nature that I will never betray you. Following the heavenly oath, the entire White Mountain City was in an uproar. Fight! Fight! Revenge! Kills with Xiaoduo. Kill Jade's son Gaowu. Killing one is enough. Killing two is worth it. Kill them. Yin Pialiu's face was flushed red. He laughed out loud and said, Count the candidates. Gentlemen, tomorrow, we will finish this battle in one fell swoop. The head count was out, including the injured. The number of people who could participate in the battle was 3,142. This was the result of counting all the heads. At this moment, Guanshana's wife rushed over. Old Guan, quickly go and take a look. Our dad seems to be in danger. Guanshana was shocked. He hurriedly apologized to Yin Pialiu and left in a hurry. After a while, Guanshana came back with a bitter expression. He mumbled, Young Master Yin, I know I shouldn't have asked you to do this. But, can you? Yin Pialiu heaved a long sigh. Deputy City Governor Guan, I know what you want to say, but can you hold on a little longer? After today's battle, we will return to the Tao League immediately. By then, I will ask for the Golden Core Fate Soul for you. I only need 1 day. Brother Guan, I really don't have it now. Yin Pialiu's face was filled with pain. Guanshana's father-in-law was quite powerful. He was at the peak of ethereal returning realm. If he had his full combat strength, he would be of great help in this battle. However, Yin Pialiu could not give him the Golden Core Fate Soul now. There were hundreds of injured people in White Mountain City. If Guanshana gave them the Golden Core Fate Soul, the situation would be out of control. Who would give it to and who would not give it to? Wouldn't it cause a huge uproar? Yin Pialiu did not dare to take this risk. The only choice was to give them all away, not to mention that he had already said that he had used up all the golden cores he had. Guanshana's face became more bitter. Zhua Xiaoyan snorted. But it is also possible for the opposite side to reverse the wind with the power of Flying Cultivator. There is no need for a Flying Cultivator. A Divine Reigning Cultivator or a Mystic Returning Cultivator can do it. It does not require too much power. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded. In order to avoid a situation where the wind is against us, we need to use your Xiaoduo. At this point, he suddenly felt a toothache. He could not help but roll his eyes. Every time this name was mentioned, he had the urge to roll his eyes. Xiaoduo, Xiaoduo. Why does this name always remind me of my second brother? What do you want Xiaoduo to do? What do you plan to do? Zhui Xiaoyan pretended not to see Zhui Xiaoduo's reaction. After all, he had a similar reaction whenever Xiao Duo was mentioned. She had gradually gotten used to it. Let create a constant north wind. It must ensure that the north wind does not reverse when the battle starts, Zhui Xiaoduo requested. Definitely not a problem. Zhui Xiaoyan agreed without hesitation. If this was any other place, Zhui Xiaoyan would not have dared to promise so confidently, given the large number of flying cultivators on the other side. But in White Mountain, that this was the Ice Spirit's super home ground. If the Ice Spirit displayed its power here, it would be at the level of a dominator. Even if Skysoar realm experts worked together to resist, they would not be able to suppress the Ice Spirit's control. There was no possibility of a reversal. Zhui Xiaoduo stood in the wind and snow. He stretched out his hands and assumed the posture of a ruler. With an indifferent and lofty tone, he said slowly, "Nian Mao, today, your husband, will show you how strong I am. With a smile, I can turn a strong enemy into ashes." Zhui Xiaoduo pretended to be cool. The so-called strong enemy is just blowing away dust. He pressed his palms down slowly and said in a magnetic voice, "I can destroy them with a flip of my palm." Zhui Xiaoyan snorted. Looking at this guy who was addicted to showing off, he couldn't help but want to give him a kick. But thinking about it, in order to show off in front of him, this guy had put in a lot of effort to show off his charm, but she could not help but feel a sweetness in her heart. She said softly, "Yes, little doggy is the best." Zhui Xiaoduo immediately broke his facade and said bitterly, "Don't call me little doggy, okay? You can change it to my husband is the best, right?" Zhui Xiaoyan blushed and smiled. Okay, my husband is little doggy the best." Zhui Xiaoduo's expression became complicated. She called him hubby and then puppy. This feeling was a little strange. Let's go back. Zhui Xiaoduo, who had been thinking about this problem for a long time, said decisively. Since he had already seen the terrain, he was naturally more confident. Victory was in his hands. Everything was under his control. With the arrival of the two, it was equivalent to the beginning. The old principal and Long Yuxing, everyone came to check out the situation. Only Li Qinglong did not come. He pulled Xiang Bing and hid in the tent to sleep. Just as he said, he was particularly relieved. Was there a need to see the scene? There would not even be a chance to make a move. What was there to see? Li Qinglong felt that his role as the strategist was not useful at all. Besides being relieved, he was also a little disappointed. Swollen, are you really not going to see the scene? Xiang Bing was a little worried. See what? Li Qinglong rolled his eyes. There's no need to see. But how are you going to arrange the troops later? Arrange what? Why don't you tell everyone about your strategy and tactics? Say what? Li Qinglong, get up. Where do I get up? Noon came quickly. On this side, all the teaching staff of Jade Sun High Martial Arts were as if they were facing a great enemy. All of them had already written their wills and carefully put them away. Then, with a heroic face, they rushed out with a surging spirit. They only felt the blood in their chests rushing, and their bodies were full of murderous intent. Step by step, they walked forward with a heroic demeanor that said, "The wind is blowing in the cold White Mountain, and the hero will not return." In this battle, they did not have any thoughts of returning. In this life, at the end of today, they had no regrets. Among them, Li Wanxing walked at the front. His steps were firm, and he was especially spirited. The snowstorm hit him on the back. He raised his head to the sky and roared, full of vigor and vigor. At this point in life, what more can I ask for? In my life, I've never abused my power to avenge a personal grudge, but this time, I'm going to bend the law for personal gain. What can you do about it? The group was getting closer and closer to Crying Ghost Cliff. Everyone's chatter became softer and softer. From afar, they could already see the black mass of people on the opposite side. At this time, the enemy had already gathered all their forces and were ready for battle. Jade Sun High Marshal and the others stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the three teachers came forward. Li Wanqing took the lead and winked at him with a guilty look on his face. Ahem. Principal, I just wanted to satisfy my lifelong regret. I really don't have any other intentions. Please don't take it to heart. Actually, today, I really wish that a higher-ranking leader was here so that I could vent like this. I'm about to die. I understand. The old principal rolled his eyes. My rank isn't high enough. I'm sorry. Another teacher said, Principal, please don't take it to heart. I'm just using this rare opportunity to vent. Haha, old principal, we're all going to the Yellow Springs together. There's no distinction between us. We're just venting. We're not really targeting you. Smile? Wouldn't it be better if we just smile all the way? What's that saying again? Right, smile all the way to the Yellow Springs together. Yes, principal, smile. Ha! Han Wan Kuei turned his back. Damn it. After scolding me for so long, you actually want me to smile for you. How could you say something like that? You're too talented. Why didn't I realize that you were all so talented? On the opposite side, Pu Guanshan stepped forward. His voice was fierce and majestic. Little dog, Zhuo Xiaoduo. Today, it's a battle of life and death. We're even. Zhuo Xiaoduo stepped forward. Let's fight. Why are you so loud? Pu Guanshan's lips trembled. Can't you be loud in a battle of life and death? In the pugilistic world, when life and death were decided, which one of them didn't shout with all their might? Howling and shouting? When it comes to you, Zhuo Xiaoduo, in a battle of life and death, you have to speak softly and gently. Zhuo Xiaoduo, my White Mountain City lost more than 10,000 lives. It's a blood debt. Let's fight. Can you stop talking? Zhuo Xiaoduo said impatiently. I'm not a patient person, and I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Hurry up. Who's going to fight the first battle? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Pu Guanshan was speechless. This is the first time I've seen such a battle of life and death. This guy is so impatient, as if he's in a hurry to reincarnate. On the other side, Guanshana roared and stepped forward. His voice was like a thunderclap, shattering the snowflakes in the air. Castellan, I, Guanshana, a volunteer for the first battle. I have no regrets. Guanshana jumped out. His voice was fierce, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. His aura alone was far stronger than that of the Castellan, Pu Guanshan. Yin Piaoliu looked at Guanshanha with admiration and said, Deputy Castellan, be careful. This meant that Guanshanha was allowed to fight. The original plan was for Pu Guanshan or a fairy from the Tao League to fight under the name of White Mountain City's consecrator. However, since Guanshana volunteered, they had to give him face. Especially, in an exchange of words with Zhuo Xiaoduo at Pu Guanshan, it could be said that his side was completely suppressed. Guanshanha took the initiative to ask for a battle, and his momentum soared. Just this insight alone was enough to be praised. Yin Piaoliu made up his mind. It would be best if they could win the first battle. Even if they couldn't, he would be happy to take Guanshanha under his wing and nurture him. On the other hand, Pu Guanshan's performance was terrible. Don't worry, young master, Guanshanha said heroically. I don't know if I will live or die. I hope I can meet young master again. Yin Piaoliu took a deep breath. His expression was solemn, and his emotions were sincere. Brother Guan, I will wait for your triumphant return. With a wave of his hand, everyone from White Mountain City shouted, We will wait for your triumphant return. We will win this battle. We will win. Guanshanha laughed loudly. He shook the purple cloak on his body and walked towards the center of the field with an aura of no regrets. At this moment, he was really awe-inspiring. He might die this time, but Guanshanha was not afraid. His expression was calm, and his aura was as majestic as the mountains and rivers. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. He was full of vigor, and his attitude was upright. Guan Shanhe is really a character, Yin Piaoliu said to Feng Wuhan. Not bad. Feng Wuhan's face was full of praise. Guan Shanhe and Pu Guanshan brushed past each other. Pu Guanshan said in a low voice, Shanhe, be careful. Guan Shanhe ignored him and walked past. His purple robe fluttered. In Pu Guanshan's eyes, his expression was filled with a solemn determination to die. Pu Guanshan sighed and said, take care. At this moment, Guan Shanhe had already walked to the center of the field. He flipped his palm, and a sharp sword with a cold light appeared in his hand. At this moment, Guan Shanhe flicked his sword and roared. Snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind blew. In the eyes of others, Deputy City Master Guan looked like he was indifferent to life and death. With his back facing the crowd, Guan Shanhe secretly winked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He made a flattering expression. Chapter 920. Facing the wind and snow, Guan Shanhe said loudly, I, Guan Shanhe, learned martial arts when I was young and became successful when I was middle-aged. I have traveled to Baishan City with my whole family for the sake of brotherhood, friendship, and loyalty. Today, I will fight for Baishan City, and I have no regrets. The arrangements for my family have been made. I, Guan Shanhe, am here. May I ask who is the one on the other side? Guan Shanhe's voice was majestic and sonorous. In the ears of the people of Baishan City, it was full of solemn and stirring, and the resolution to fight to the death. However, in the eyes of Zhuo Xiaoduo, it had a different meaning. Young Master Zhuo, I have prepared everything on my side. My family has been arranged properly, and my own people have come out. Now, what should we do? What's the follow-up? This was the real meaning of Guan Shanhe's words. Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced at Zhuo Xianyan. Zhuo Xianyan silently nodded, and her bright eyes looked up. Her meaning was obvious. The ice soul was ready. Now, we are waiting for you to give the order. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed loudly. Guan Shanhe, although there are many flying cultivators in Baishan City, only you can barely enter my eyes. In this first round, I will personally play with you. As he said this, he jumped out. Immediately, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his posture was dignified. It was as if he was waiting for Guan Shanhe to attack. Following Zhuo Xiaoduo's appearance, the howling of the north wind became fiercer and fiercer, and the wind and snow became more and more violent. Xiaoduo stood in the wind and snow with a leisurely attitude. His elegant voice resounded between heaven and earth. His voice was filled with magnetism. Just by listening to his voice, it made people involuntarily have a subtle feeling that he was a young master of the secular world, a handsome young man. My surname is Zhuo. My name is Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo said calmly. After so many days of fierce fighting, everyone should be familiar with me. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I'm Zhuo Xiaoduo, nicknamed Iron Fist Young Master. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Naturally, I have some attainments in fist fighting. Everyone from White Mountain City raised their eyebrows. Iron Fist Young Master? You really have the guts to say that since you came to our city to cause trouble, have you even used your fists once? Other people's nicknames might not be wrong, but your nickname is definitely wrong. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo paced slowly and said, I'm also very regretful that things have come to this point today. After all, this is a battle of life and death. Death is inevitable, and will only add to the sin of killing. Zhuo Xiaoduo was talking, but he didn't stop walking. His posture was leisurely and confident as he walked with his hands clasped behind his back. Not only did he cross the mountains and rivers, but he also gradually approached the people of White Mountain City. But you may not know that I have another identity. Zhuo Xiaoduo said compassionately. In fact, I'm also a physiognomist. I study the physiognomy of all living beings. I don't dare to say that I'm compassionate, but I have some compassion. Just now, I was startled and found that your side was full of killing intent and dark clouds. I really can't bear to see that. Pu Guanshan said lightly. What? Masterswa, do you want to read our physiognomy before the battle of life and death? You want to show us the right way to escape death? Ha ha. This is a battle of life and death. Master Zwa, you've helped us escape death, so your death is coming. Don't blame me for not warning you. Zwa Xiao Duo almost wanted to clap and cheer in his heart. Pu Guanshan's cooperation was excellent, and he praised him well. I didn't expect this guy to be so eloquent. I admire him. Therefore, Zwa Xiao Duo said seriously and reservedly, I really can't bear to see you like this. I want to say a few more words. Just treat it as a warm-up before the battle of life and death. It's fate that brought us together. If I don't say a few words, it won't make sense. Pu Guanshan had never thought that Zwa Xiao Duo would actually take advantage of his joke to take advantage of the situation. I don't believe you can read physiognomy at all. Can't you even hear the sarcasm? Zwa Xiao Duo laughed out loud and said, Since I've already said so much, it can be said that I've made my point. To put it bluntly, whether we are enemies or friends, since this is a life and death battle, why don't we play a harmless game before the battle? He laughed and said, Guanshanha, what do you think? My suggestion has delayed your death by quite a bit. How are you going to thank me? Guanshanha laughed and said, I think you're the one who's going to die later. Zwa Xiao Duo laughed wildly. Victory or defeat, life or death, it's all up to the heavens. Then we'll both die later. Let me read the physiognomy of my enemies first. With just a few words, even Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. How did this turn of events happen? How did it suddenly come to a decision? A decision? How did it come to a decision? Fuck. This turn of events is making me anxious. He had only heard about the so-called godly turn of events. But today he had seen it for himself. This was definitely a godly turn of events. On the other side, Yin Piaoliu was also interested. He suddenly remembered that Zwa Xiaoduo's information did mention that he was a physiognomy master. The profession of physiognomy master was extremely rare in the 3 continents. There was no real physiognomy master at all. There were only Qi scholars, Qi divination masters, and Feng Shui masters. Physiognomy master was an ancient profession that only existed in legends. But Zwa Xiao Duo was a real physiognomy master. He had a good reputation and had many classic cases. Yes, the fact that Zwa Xiao Duo had the physiognomy divine ability was no longer a secret in the eyes of the upper echelons of the 3 continents. However, it wasn't a rare technique to be able to peek into a person's fortune or misfortune. For example, the Great Flood Shaman and the Star Soul Great General Dongfang both had similar abilities. Yin Piaoliu and the other 3 were naturally familiar with the information of the people who were listed on the human favor token. With regards to Zwa Xiaoduo's tricks, he had long heard of them. At this moment of life and death, he unexpectedly came into contact with them. He couldn't help but feel a little interested. Since victory was in his hands, there was no need to rush to make a move. Maybe they could even get some extra rewards from Zwa Xiaoduo. Yin Piaoliu was the first to speak. Brother Zwa, I don't know what's the point of your physiognomy. What can you tell? What's more, how long would it take for you to look at all of them one by one? Brother Zwa, today is the day of the final battle. Do you want to fight another day? So Xiao Duo laughed and said, My manifestation technique has already reached the peak of perfection. I can see anything as I wish. I can see anything. And I don't need to spend too much time on it. I can see everything very soon. It won't delay today's battle. Yin Piaolio laughed and said, That's great. Brother Zwa, why don't you take a look at my face first? How's my fortune? Zwa Xiaoduo chuckled and said, My fortune-telling is probably just a game in everyone's eyes, but to me, it is a serious matter. Everyone here is a profound cultivator, so you should know one thing, and that is that the heavens will exist in the unseen world. In the unseen world, the heavens will exist forever. Yin Piaolio nodded and said, Maybe ordinary people don't know that there is God's will in the dark, so they just swear and make their wishes. But cultivators like us know that there are too many mysteries and too many unimaginable things in the world. The way of heaven has its proof. It is never a lie. So Xiao Duo agreed. Since you can understand it this way, then it's easy. Because fortune-telling is also costly. Especially since today is a battle of life and death, there will be a large number of casualties. It will be difficult to escape this calamity. Therefore, I have decided to let everyone take a look at the past life and present life before the battle. I hope that everyone can give a certain degree of reciprocation so that this will not be a waste of my kind intentions. So Xiao Duo cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. He then said loudly, "Today, be it enemies or friends, we will fight to the death. If I die in your hands, I will have no regrets. But if you die in my hands, I hope you can walk the path of the Yellow Springs without any worries. People's lives are predestined by heaven. Today, heaven wants you and me to end each other's lives. This is fate." So Xiao Duo laughed and said straightforwardly, "So, as a physiognomy master, I can communicate with yin and yang to see the power of 3 lives. I will take a look at your past and present lives. This is the fate of our battle to the death." Hearing that, many people in Baishan City started to think. A few people nodded lightly. Yes, when it came to a battle to the death, there was no need to talk about hatred. It was nothing more than a fight to the death. After today, you won't see me, and I won't see you. That's all. This was Xiao Duo. Although cruel and merciless, had a heart of steel, and looked like a bye-bye with bad intentions, he was really an open-minded person. You really can't judge a book by its cover. At the back, many teachers in Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy were stunned. Dugi Yushu felt his face twisting. He turned to look at the old principal and saw that the old principal seemed to have understood something or felt that it made sense. Now, Yin Piaoliu had his eyes on Zhuo Xiaoduo's interspatial ring for a long time. He knew that people like Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was a peerless genius, must have a lot of good things on them. And for a genius like Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was very likely that he would have the same interspatial ring as Yin Piaoliu. So, if he could coax Zhuo Xiaoduo to take out his own interspatial ring, it would be the best result. And because of this consideration, Yin Piaoliu took out the golden core of the Great Way. With this as bait, Yin Piaoliu didn't believe that the Xiaoduo wouldn't be tempted. And I won't die no matter what. But as long as Xiaoduo took out something good, I couldn't take it back. It's all mine. So Xiaoduo snorted and said, "Now we're talking about my fortune-telling money. How are you going to pay for it? It's not about my bet with you. What do I bet with you?" So Xiaoduo sneered and said, "If you don't let me show it to them, then I won't see it. I'm kind enough to give you a piece of fate and spend a lot of energy to read your fortune. This is already a great sacrifice, okay? And you wanted to take out something to bet with the fortune-telling money you should give me? What kind of logic is this?" Yin Piaoliu was dumbfounded. "You won't take out anything?" So Xiaoduo said sternly, "Brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Haven't you heard that reading someone's fortune is a big deal of peeping into the secrets of heaven and revealing them? Have you ever heard of the saying, man's life is destined by the heavens? Since it's predestined, I'm revealing it in advance. Isn't that revealing the secrets of heaven? I've already paid the price of revealing the secrets of heaven. You want me to pay a bigger price? What kind of logic is this in the world? I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. I want to see the past and present lives for everyone. Why do I have to take out something to bet with you before I can do this? Don't tell me that you don't pay for your fortune-telling. You're looking for someone to do something for you, but you don't give them anything. Do they have to give you money to do it for you?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of disdain. "Brother, you're not stupid, are you? As soon as he said that, the people on both sides pondered and had the same feeling. That's right. When people come to read someone's fortune, they have to consider the problem of fortune-telling. Yun Piaoliu actually wanted to use fortune-telling as a bet? Is this kid stupid? On the other side, Li Chenglong almost burst out laughing. That kid was so pathetic. Boss coaxed him to bet first and then asked him to take out something. Now he was stingy, but this guy couldn't take back what he took out. Oh, you bragged for a long time and took out something to bet. Then you turned around and said, I don't want to bet anymore. Ask yourself, who could afford to lose face like this? Maybe others could. For example, Zhua Xiaoduo. They could put their face back into their pockets. Or Li Chenglong. If he wanted to help the enemy, how could he? Even if he lost face, he couldn't possibly help the enemy. But Yun Piaoliu was a disciple of a big family. He would never do such a disgraceful thing. Yun Piaoliu said angrily, You're the one who asked my brother. What's the bet? You're the one who said that. So Xiaoduo said, Of course I asked. Whether my fortune-telling is accurate or not, isn't that my bet? What else do you want? He suddenly realized something and said, I understand. You want to bet on whether my fortune-telling is accurate or not. That's fine too. You give me this great Tao golden pill as fortune-telling gold first. Then I'll take out something else to bet with you. That's fair and reasonable, right? Yun Piaoliu's eyes widened. He was suddenly confused. How? How did this great Tao golden pill become a free gift to you? Why? Chapter 922. So Xiaoduo spread out his hands and said strangely, I really don't understand. What are you talking about? Think about it yourselves. Isn't that right? Then everyone started to recall what Xiaoduo had said to Yun Piaoliu in their minds, including Yun Piaoliu himself. Then everyone suddenly realized that what Xiaoduo said was the truth. Every word, every sentence, there was no discount at all. This golden core of the great path was really divination gold. There didn't seem to be any twists and turns in this. Could it be that they were thinking too much? Even Yun Piaoliu himself was stunned. When did I fall into his trap? Why can't I figure it out? Why can't I remember clearly? Li Chenglong, who was at the back, was expressionless. In fact, he was laughing so hard that his intestines were cramping. Do you think that Zhua is always unreasonable because he's not eloquent enough? He's just too lazy to talk. Zhua always believe that if you can fight, don't talk too much. If you have to fight sooner or later, then don't talk too much. This was Zhua's style. He was unreasonable not because he couldn't win the argument, but because he didn't think it was necessary. However, this style could be changed by interests. For example, he came here today for a reason, and that golden core of the great path. That was enough for him to pay for his appearance. If anyone really argued with Zhua, they would be confused when they fell into his trap. Today's incident was the best proof of that. This was the conclusion of Li Chenglong and Zhua Xiaoduo's argument every day. Even I, the military counselor of the generation, found it hard to argue with him. He lost more than he won, and his winning rate was questionable. Let alone you guys. Now you're all dumbfounded, aren't you? Yun Piaoliu felt that his head was in a knot. After a while, he finally understood. He said angrily, This great Tao golden core divinatory gold is only paid if you can see it accurately. How can I get it to you now? So Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, Yes, you're right. If I see it correctly, it's mine. That's how I understand it. Didn't you just say that the Jindan is free and independent? It has to meet the current standards of all the people before it can reach the standard? I agree, but now you want to take out something else. What kind of logic is this? Yun Piaoliu was speechless, so Xiaoduo interrupted. As long as I'm right, this great Tao golden core will be mine. Wouldn't I be an idiot if I took out something else to bet with my item? I've already told you that I love reading, and I've read a lot. I won't read anything that isn't Qidian's official website. You can't fool me. Yun Piaoliu was speechless. Behind him, Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer lowered their heads. Gao Qiaoer sighed softly. This is the young master of the Tao League, right? You're so honest. You just admitted it. Such intelligence, such brains. The so-called young master of the Tao League is just SOSO. Li Qinglong almost laughed out loud. But you have to be alive to take it. Yin Piaoliu said fiercely, whether I'm alive to take it or not is my business. But this Jin Dan is divinatory gold. That can't be changed. Zhuo Xiaoduo insisted. Yin Piaoliu was losing his patience. He had always prided himself on his wisdom. But today, he didn't even realize when he had been tricked. He couldn't help but feel angry. Cut the crap. Let's see the fortune. Zhuo Xiaoduo followed his advice. The one who pays is the boss. I'll listen to you. Who's first? Me first. Yin Piaoliu said angrily. Your fortune. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and looked at Yin Piaoliu's face. When he was about to say something, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly looked at Yin Piaoliu's face carefully. Because Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that although Yin Piaoliu's face was covered in blood, there was vitality flowing on it. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt his hair stand on end. No matter how much he hoped that Yin Piaoliu and the other three would die, he still spoke the truth. However, the result and the current situation made Zhuo Xiaoduo extremely depressed. He couldn't stop thinking about how to kill them. Should he use the big hammer? No, his luck didn't change. Should he use Xiao? His luck didn't change. That earth hairdryer? This was the battle strategy he had decided on. At most, he would create a narrow escape from death. The result would still be the same. After a long calculation, Zhuo Xiaoduo could only sigh in his heart. Big families like the Tao League, which had been standing for tens of thousands of years, really protected their direct descendants well. It was extremely strict. Yin Piaoliu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. All four of you are. Zhuo Xiaoduo's fortune-telling method was really unique. To think that he was able to pinpoint the four of us so accurately without a single mistake. Of course, we won't die. Our names are in the token of humanity, and we have divided souls to protect us. How could we die in a battle of this level? What about the others? Yin Piaoliu said, You said you've seen all of us. But how long will you take? Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, What a coincidence. You have a total of 3,142 people. Except for the four of you. The rest of you have the same fate. Everyone's face is covered with evil spirits. Death is everywhere. The gate of hell is open, and the road to the netherworld is smooth. All of you will die an unnatural death. No one will survive. He turned his head and said, Oh, there's an exception. It's Deputy Governor Wan. His face is very strange. It's actually the face of rebirth after death. Well, this person is pure filial piety. He has kindness and the protection of the heavenly way. He also has the support of nobles. So he has 30% more chances of survival than the others. Yin Piaoliu was even more amused. You mean, at most, only 5 of the 3,142 people can survive? Yes, you used the word at most very well. Only 5 people have the possibility of surviving. However, I dare not guarantee that they will survive. Regardless of whether it's a 9 out of 10 chance of death or a chance of rebirth, it's still a crisis. Disaster awaits at every step. Zhuo Xiaoduo said cautiously. Ha ha. Funny. Funny. Feng Wuhan said angrily. So you're here to scare people. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I'm just saying what I see. It's always been like this. I never lie. As for whether I'm scaring them or not, we'll know after the final battle. Either way, the golden core of the great Tao will belong to us. What's the point of discussing whether it's accurate or not? It's meaningless to try to win a battle of words now. Feng Wuhan nodded fiercely. Good. I'll wait to see your physiognomy. It's always accurate. Zhuo Xiaoduo said to Yin Piaoliu, Now that the physiognomy is over, you can give the order. Yin Piaoliu was still unwilling to give up. He said, What if it's not accurate? Zhuo Xiaoduo was annoyed. He said, If it's not accurate, you can do whatever you want with me. Yin Piaoliu was suddenly energized. A gentleman keeps his word. Can't go back on it. Good. You're a straightforward person. I'll give the order now. Yin Piaoliu opened the jade bottle. A ray of light shone, and a golden elixir slowly rose from the jade bottle. As if it had its own consciousness, it stopped in front of Yin Piaoliu. The body of the golden elixir was shrouded in clouds and colorful lights. Great Tao Golden Elixir, listen to my command. After this battle, if the divination is correct, and everyone except the four of us and Deputy Castellan Guanshanha are killed, you'll belong to Zhou Xiaoduo. If it's not accurate, fly back immediately. If the others act rashly, explode immediately. Now, you'll wait on the side of the battlefield for the result. The golden elixir bounced up and down 3 times, as if it was nodding its head. Are we sure we heard wrongly? The wind is too strong. What did you hear? I'm still analyzing it. It's definitely not hum. But what is it? At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was in midair, had already pressed the button of the earth hairdryer. A gust of black gas floated out silently. Along with the howling northern wind, it spread towards the opposite side, like mercury flowing through every opening. To ensure that it worked perfectly, Zhou Xiaoduo activated the earth hair dryer 4 times in a row. Puff, 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 puff. Like 4 gusts of black gas, they blended into the vast snowstorm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The gust of black gas was like a peerless, ferocious beast that let out 4 big farts in a row. The northern wind howled. Xiaoduo continued to hover in the air, gathering the gust of black gas around him. He was ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Pu Guanshan was standing at the front of the Baishan city camp. Looking up, he stared at the sky with a vicious expression. His hand was holding onto the last remaining sword, and he was gritting his teeth that the faint black fog was mixed in with the heavy snow. Pu Guanshan, who was at the front, was the first to bear the brunt of it. Pu Guanshan only felt a little itchy. He could not help but frown. But after that, he felt even more itchy. Subconsciously, he stretched out his hand to scratch it. In the end, he actually dug out one of his eyeballs. He only managed to let out half a scream before his jaw was already rotten to the point that it fell to the ground. The northern wind blew. His head was gone. His neck was gone. His shoulders were gone. His chest was gone. In half a breath's time, his entire body was blown into ashes by the biting cold northern wind. The famous Pu Guanshan of the Baishan Mountain actually melted just like that whoosh whooshed up behind Pu Guanshan. There were people who kept saying so itchy. However, these 2 words became the last words of this person's life. Yin Piaoliu and the others suddenly felt something strange. They also felt itchy. However, they had luck on their bodies and supreme treasures to protect them. It could be said that they had resisted the attack of the earth hair dryer to the greatest extent. However, when the warriors instinctively turned their heads to look, they saw a tragic scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. As far as their eyes could see, all the people of the Baishan city, as well as the flying guard beside them, flying sky guards. Originally, they had all lined up neatly, ready to fight. However, they did not know why. But suddenly they all rotted, collapsed, and turned into ashes. That's right. They were still alive a moment ago, but suddenly their faces started to rot. As the biting cold northern wind continued, their heads turned into ashes and disappeared. Then their upper bodies turned into ashes and disappeared. Then their entire bodies disappeared. And then the snow on the ground was gone. Yin Piaoliu and the others were dumbfounded and terrified. It was as if they were in a nightmare. They saw themselves falling down silently, landing on the ground. Then The ground slowly turned into ashes and disappeared from beginning to end. It only took a dozen seconds. The four of them were originally standing on the thick snow on the ground. Now, they were standing in a deep pit, and this pit was still getting deeper and deeper. After a while, the faces and bodies of the four people started to rot as well. That the earth hairdryer was too powerful. Although Yin Piao Liu and the others were protected by supreme treasures and luck, they were only passive defenses. It was already commendable that they could last until now. Ah! Yin Piao Liu screamed. He hurriedly took out his folding fan and fanned himself and the others. Feng Wuhan also hurriedly took out a map and spread it in the wind. With a flash of light, it covered the four of them. Chapter 924. At this moment, a light swooshing sound was heard. A folding fan and a scroll flew towards Xiaoduo with a strong aura. They were fighting Xiaoduo on their own accord. Good treasures. Xiaoduo's body spun rapidly. He used the most powerful Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, and then used the Yin Yang Sun Moon Hammer again, and then used the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer again, and then used the Yin Yang Sun Moon Hammer again, and then used the Yin Yang Sun Moon Hammer again. Boom, boom, boom. However, the fan and the scroll resisted stubbornly. No matter how hard Xiaoduo attacked, they were still able to hold their ground. They were indestructible and unbreakable. Xiaoduo exerted all of his strength to chase after the two treasures, suppressing them until they were on the verge of collapse. Little White was the first to come out from the hammer in his left hand. The white and tender little gourd nodded, and the fan disappeared. The little black gourd and little wine shook gently, and the picture disappeared as well. Bite and Gio immediately turned their hammers around. What happened just now happened in the blink of an eye. Except for Xiaoduo, no one else saw it. However, it happened so suddenly that even Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. Damn, I almost broke it. You two came out and stole it. In fact, Xiaoduo was not the only one who felt that. Everyone present felt that. The world seemed to have stopped. That wonderful feeling was real and not fake. High up in the sky, a strange consciousness instantly flew far away that they could not understand. The will of the heavenly axiom wanted to take away the treasure's luck before this kid smashed them. However, the two gourds overstepped their authority and took it away first. What? What should they say? How could something like this happen? It had to be said that the whole world seemed to have stopped for half a second. Then, Xiaoduo brandished his twin hammers and viciously smashed down on the heads of the four young masters, whose heads were already half smashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A shadow appeared on each of the four young masters. How dare you, kid? The illusory figure appeared, but before it could make a move, before it could even see the figure clearly. I've been waiting for you. Xiaoduo turned on the earth hairdryer at lightning speed and pressed it twice in front of his face with a piu-piu sound. He was afraid that the opponent's cultivation level was too high, so he only sprayed it twice. Therefore, the first earth hairdryer was used up. Xiaoduo was afraid that it was not enough, so he secretly used the second one. In order to achieve what he had today, he would not hesitate to use up all the earth hairdryers. However, the reality was that he did not need the second one. Ow! The four phantoms looked up and screamed, "Who are you?" Suddenly, a whirlwind of the four illusory figures floated in the air and then slowly collapsed. They grabbed Yin Piao Liu and the other three and soared into the sky. Just you wait. No one knew the cultivation of the four shadows. They were able to resist the earth hair dryer and escape with the others. However, the black smoke from the earth hair dryer was so strong that it could even corrode the shadows. Even Yin Piao Liu and the others, who had treasures to protect them and golden elixirs to protect them, could not escape from the earth hair dryer. By the time they were taken away, they were already rotten beyond recognition. Rotten flesh fell off their bodies, and their bones were sticking out of their heads. Even if they could survive, the scars on their bodies would be hard to get rid of. This was not an ordinary poison, but the ultimate poison that was carefully developed by the non-poisonous, which to destroy the world. The flood which banned the use of this poison because it was too insidious and vicious, being sprayed with it. Zhuo didn't know whether Yin Piaoliu and the others were dead or not, but those 4 divine soul phantoms definitely couldn't recover. No matter whose soul shadow it was, the main body would probably suffer a heavy blow because of this. At this point, the White Mountain City was completely wiped out. There were more than 3,000 enemies, and not a single one was left alive. On the opposite side, the snow-white White Mountain Range was turning black, collapsing, and turning into powder. Then it turned into a huge pit. The entire process was still continuing. All the trees and whatnot were all turned into powder in an extremely short period of time, turning into fine dust. So Xiaoduo suddenly thought of something. He rushed up to look for them, and his heart ached as if it was being stabbed by a knife. Space rings. More than 3,000 people, at least 3,000 space rings, and none of them were left. None of them were left. All of them turned into dust. So Xiaoduo was heartbroken for a long time, but he had to give up. After a long time, he finally recovered from the heartache. He leaped out of the pit and stood on the snowy ground. He said, "After going through untold hardships and planning layers, we have finally won this decisive battle. We have won. Brothers, teachers, we've won. We've finally won." But for a long time, no one answered. Xiaoduo looked over curiously. He saw that all the people in front of him had their eyes and mouths wide open. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. There was also fear, horror, shock, and astonishment. In short, a lot of negative emotions were gathered in one place, staring at him blankly, looking at the opposite side, looking at those big pits, looking at the dust floating in the air. Even Zhuo Xiaoyan and Li Chenglong were frightened. They were scared out of their wits. This is too horrible. He just waved his hand, and more than 3,000 people on the opposite side were gone. Chapter 925. Recalling Zhuo actions, the old principal couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He used all kinds of words and hints to make the other party not only agree to this plan, but also work hard to prepare for it. The other party was afraid that they wouldn't have a chance to take revenge, so they brought out all their people and all their combat power. Little did they know that this was exactly what Xiaoduo needed them to do and hoped that they would do. Then the scene in front of them appeared, and the most ridiculous thing was that this wasn't done by Xiaoduo alone, but the other party took the initiative to propose a decisive battle. This way, they wouldn't suspect anything. After all, it was the other side who initiated the decisive battle, while the other side passively welcomed the battle. No matter what, even if there was a conspiracy, it should be the other side. But who would have thought that Xiaoduo would turn the tables on them like this? A large part of the Whitehead Mountain had now turned into a black ravine. Not to mention the people, even the Whitehead Mountain, which had been stained white by the ancient ice and snow, had melted down a few hundred meters in an instant. But was this a tactic that a human could use? Xiaoduo's gang, Jade's son High Marshal, and the other unknown third party had also witnessed this scene. The group of 4 in midair was trembling all over. These were 4 top experts. 2 of them were from the Northern Army, and the other 2 were from DOT, but these 4 top experts were all scared out of their wits. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. What the hell? What kind of tactic was this? How could they send us to protect this kind of guy? If it was really about protection, who should be the one protecting who? Fortunately, we were afraid of being discovered and stood high up. Otherwise, if we were hit by that gust of wind, Will we still have any? I'm afraid we would have turned into powder and disappeared. It was too dangerous. If we were a little lower, if we were a little farther from the front, wouldn't we be gone? Otherwise, when a person died, it was often said that they were gone. This time, it was a performance that surpassed the textbook. Everyone was shocked. Only Gao Qiao, and the others, who had seen it once in the trial space, were slightly more normal. But their faces were still as white as snow, and they were trembling in fear. This kind of thing wasn't something that one could get used to after seeing it once. The truth was, each time he saw it, he was shocked, and each time he saw it, he was frightened. Dugi Yushu and Luo Yinling supported each other and finally felt some strength in their legs. They walked over shakily and said to Han Wanke, "Old principal, it seems that this matter has come to an end. It's over." The old principal's voice trembled. "That's right. It's over." "It's over? Suddenly, he was stunned. It's over. At the side, Mr. Li Wansheng was completely dumbfounded. With his mouth agape, he muttered, "There's nothing left." "AI," the old principal said kindly. "Speaking of which, we're quite lucky." "Teacher Li, what do you young people call this? Lying down to win?" "Yes, it's a lying victory." Teacher Li was on the verge of tears. "I don't want to win without doing anything that I actually want to die. Moreover, I want to die even more now." The old principal didn't hear a reply for a long time. Hence, he turned his head and smiled kindly at the dumbfounded Mr. Li Wansheng. "Teacher Li, this matter has come to an end. It's over. We can go back now." When Li Wansheng heard that, he instantly went from being shocked to being in a different state. He directly stiffened. He was just muttering subconsciously just now. He didn't even think about who was the one who answered him. He only had one feeling now. In the past, I didn't know that our Jade Sun High Marshal had so many talents. When we go back, I'll use the rest of my life to celebrate for all of you. Many more people followed in Li Wansheng's footsteps. Their bodies were stiff, their lips were pale, their legs were trembling, and their lower body was anxious. They would piss their pants at any time, and their bodies were yellow and white. Among them, those who confessed their crimes on the way here, and those 3 who went to kill were actually not that bad. But those 3, including Li Wansheng, clearly knew that they were going to die and wanted a vent. This was too pitiful, using the words as if their parents had died to describe this kind of depression and despair that came from the bottom of their hearts. There was also a deep sense of regret, especially the other 2. They were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Why were they so cheap at that time? If Li Wansheng wanted to die, then let him go and find it himself. Why did I join the fun? I didn't confess my crimes on the way here, and I didn't offend anyone. In the end, I just wanted to vent my anger and feel better. In the end, it was a tragedy. Originally, I was the most comfortable. As long as I didn't say those words, when I went back this time, how happy would it be to hold a cup of tea and watch those fellows get cleaned up? It was the kind of pleasure that I could drink when I thought about it. But now, it was great. They had become the most miserable among them. Those who were usually very mature and prudent recovered from their shock one by one. Looking at those unlucky fellows, they were all smiling so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. Serve them right. Nothing good happens when people are happy. Don't you know this old saying? They let themselves go too far. That's right. Serves them right. They should be punished. Those fellows are usually not good people. When I go back, I'll ask my wife to prepare some dishes. Everyone, bring a few bottles of wine to my house to celebrate and watch them get cleaned up. It's so satisfying, ha ha ha. Thanks. I won't go to your house. Your family is vegetarian. Every time I go to your house, I have to bring my own wine. After I go there, I'll eat a table of vegetables that are so vegetarian that my stomach turns green. You're so stingy, and you still have a nerve to say that you're treating us? Where's your shame? That's because we're treating you to wine. You only brought out a few vegetables, and it's the kind that ordinary people eat. There's no spiritual energy in it at all. How dare you say that you're treating us to wine? Am I that kind of person? You are, the group of people said in unison. In the midst of the celebration, the wind suddenly blew in the sky. In an instant, the north wind of the entire Whitehead Mountain turned into the south wind with a boom. Ice Spirit immediately went into the spirit-snatching sword and didn't come out. Was a great master here. The four people in the sky all looked serious and quietly landed. Whoosh! An old man in a white robe, white beard, white hair, and white eyebrows suddenly appeared in front of the group as if he was an illusion. As he walked, the south wind in the air became more and more violent and more powerful. It was as if this person's thoughts were mixed with the wind and clouds in the sky, whistling and howling. The person stood in front of the group. His eyes were tired, melancholy, and as if he had seen through everything. He looked at the group of people and said softly, "Who is Zwishauduo?" Zwishauduo was stunned. Zwishaunian stepped out and stood in front of Zwishauduo. She said lightly, "Old man, why are you looking for Zwishauduo? No matter what you want to talk to him about, I can make the decision." Zwishaunian said calmly, "It's the same if you tell me." Li Qinglong laughed and stood beside Zwishauduo. Chapter 926. Your Tao League is in big trouble this time. A total of 8 flying cultivators are secretly targeting the number 1 person on the favor token. Yunichin, is our Star Soul continent still in an alliance with your Tao Alliance continent? His voice was as sharp as a blade. Yunichin, are our Star Soul continent and your Tao Alliance continent still allies? Over the years, many geniuses from your Tao League have appeared. Other than the Umno Alliance targeting your geniuses, have our astral souls attacked your people even once? We allowed your Tao League to produce geniuses, and we even helped you protect them. But what did your side do? Why can't you bear to see a genius appear on our side? Tell me, how many times have you made a move? The two of us have been watching everything from above since the very beginning. Do you really think the Tao Alliance can get away with it this time? Yunichin lowered his eyelids, hiding his tired eyes. He said softly, "Lord Saberguards, this old man has remembered every single word you said. But as for what happens in the future, it's not up to me, nor is it up to you. You can only report the truth. I think that's the only thing you can do. As for what happens, it'll depend on what the higher-ups do." The Saberguard said, "I don't want to deal with it either. I'm just curious. Why? We're in an alliance, but you've tried to harm our people again and again. Can't you bear to see a martial arts genius appear on the astral souls? Is this how the 7 big shots of the Tao League teach their descendants? Then what's the point of our astral souls being in an alliance with your Tao League? You didn't participate in the war, and you acted as if the Umno Alliance didn't exist. You came to assassinate a genius on our side. After failing to assassinate him, you still have the face to ask what kind of poison you used? Where's your face?" This Saberguard's words were as sharp as knives, each of his words drawing blood. Yunichin sighed softly. "The truth of this matter is clear. Our Yin family will not shirk our responsibility. Besides, I'm not here to deal with the sneak attack on the geniuses." Yunichin said sincerely, "Everyone understand how you feel, and I know what you're thinking. No matter what you think, what you do, or how you let the higher-ups suppress the Tao League or anything else, it's all up to the higher-ups. How about it? After all, both of our families are in the wrong in this matter. As for gaining the upper hand in terms of momentum or theory, these are not things that we can do with our status." Yunichin was very calm, even as if he had seen through the ways of the world. He frowned and asked, "Is that okay? I'm here this time to ask little friend Zwa, what kind of poison is this? How could he be so domineering? What kind of method can be used to resolve it?" The guard laughed out loud and said, "You're from the Cloud family of the Tao League, a family with hundreds of thousands of years of history. Can't you tell what kind of poison you've been poisoned with?" Yunichin was not angry at all. He lowered his white eyebrows and said indifferently, "I can't tell. He looked at Xiaoduo with indifferent and tired eyes and said, "Little Francois, please enlighten me." It turned out that he had already recognized Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, "You've really stumped me. I really don't know what kind of poison this is. This thing was not originally mine." Yin said, "Then may I ask, who is the original owner of this thing?" Xiaoduo looked troubled. Yin frowned and said, "Little Francois, please enlighten me. My 4 juniors are in urgent need of treatment. Please understand, this is a task given to me by my family." Xiaoduo said, "I really don't want to say." Yin said, "The 2 treasures that belong to the juniors are now in the hands of little Francois." I just went with the flow, or rather, I was the one who was manipulated. Speaking of the planning of the whole thing, that person had a high status and a noble bloodline. We have to give him face and listen to his commands. And of course, that poisonous thing that can spray poison was given to me by him. After he gave it to me, he went to work on it himself. I didn't understand at first, but later I found out that for some reason, your side proposed a final battle. And this thing is used for final battles. To be honest, it's not very useful in individual battles. As for the subsequent situation, even I was shocked, including everyone on our side. Everyone was shocked by this poison. Fortunately, it was only a one-time thing. If it could be mass-produced and become a conventional weapon, that would be really scary. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of sincerity. He sighed and said, "What I said is the truth. The truth. Of course, I already knew that the thing he gave me was highly poisonous. I also knew that it had extraordinary effects. If not, I wouldn't have dared to act rashly. But I really don't know what kind of poison it is. Also, to be honest, today is not the first time I've seen this kind of poison. No, it should be said that I've never even heard of it." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of shock. "Look, if you look carefully, even the mountains have been corroded. It's directly turned into ashes. It's really too scary." Yin looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with tired and empty eyes and sighed softly. Then, "Can you let me see this kind of poison again?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. "Elder, this kind of poison is too dangerous. I only have so much on hand, and I use it all in one go. Only the empty shell of the spray was left, and I threw it away." Yin sighed softly. His body floated out smoothly like flowing water. He directly floated to the place where the black hole had become and carefully waved his hand. Some of the powder floated into his hand, and he pinched it. Then Yin palm started to turn black. A black line quickly spread along his meridians and ascended. Yin did not resist. He allowed the black line to go through his meridian, acupoint, tsuza, and shoulder well. It suddenly turned and went along the Jade Hall, Tanzhong, Zhonghuan, all the way to his Qi Si. When the black line was about to reach his Dantian, he suddenly channeled his energy. The poisonous gas immediately reversed its original path and returned to his hand, forming a bulge. He used his fingernail to scratch his skin. A black gas came out and instantly disappeared without a trace. Yin face was slightly pale. He said, "What a powerful poison." He raised his head and closed his eyes. He carefully sensed and thought, could it be sky-burning poison? Sky-burning poison? No, not all of them. There are all of them, but there are others. But why would such an extreme poison appear here? It shouldn't be. So Xiaoduo could not help but be shocked. This guy's cultivation was unfathomable. This was not strange, but he could actually gather the poisonous gas and even infuse it into his own meridians to test the poison. Although so much time had passed, and the poison must have weakened a lot, the level of risk of doing so was still abnormally terrifying. High status, noble bloodline, planning the overall situation, facilitating the final battle. Yin frowned and said lightly, "Since little Francois has something to hide, I won't force you. I'll go back now." The sword guard's voice was as sharp as a blade cutting through the air. "Brother Yun, please tell the higher-ups of the Tao League that we don't want this to happen again. Even this time, I'll report it to the higher-ups. We'll wait and see how they'll deal with it. Yin said lightly, no matter how they deal with it, it's not up to us. I don't care about it either. We're just waiting to be dealt with. In other words, we're waiting to take the blame and be responsible. That's all. He floated up. His white clothes, white robes, white beard, white eyebrows, and white hair instantly disappeared into the wind and snow. A faint chant could be heard in the wind and snow. There are 5 tastes in life: pain, regret, hatred, and regret. Looking at the past with white hair, fate doesn't matter. You've turned into white clouds, and I've followed the passing water. Asking 3 lives in front of God, there's no one left in my heart. His voice was indifferent and ethereal. Gradually, it disappeared. After going back and forth, everyone present felt an inexplicable sense of loss in their hearts. Chapter 9:27. The man in green sighed and said slowly, back then, our generation was the #1 genius of the Tao League. Now, it doesn't matter anymore? The guard said lightly, if you had his experience, you wouldn't care either. Ha! Fortunately, I didn't. Fortunately. The man in green smiled. Another saber guard sighed and said with sorrow in his heart, that matter was indeed too tragic. Xiaoduo heard that there was gossip and couldn't help but prick up his ears. His face was full of curiosity. Xiaoduo's thirst for knowledge was especially strong when it came to such matters. His learning ability was excellent and his memory was off the charts. The guard in front glanced at him and couldn't help but smile. He said, it's nothing good. Don't ask. Another person said, don't talk about it, don't talk about it. It's too tragic. Okay, then we won't talk about it. The others nodded. He said as with Xiaoduo, don't ask. We won't tell you even if you're eavesdropping. Next time. So Xiaoduo said bitterly, why are you guys so arrogant? When it comes to important matters, you stop talking. Tell me. The 4 of them smiled. One day, with a knife in hand, I'll kill all the cliffhangers in the world. So Xiaoduo said hatefully. Ha! Okay, I'll tell you. The man in green smiled. Instantly, the ears of Xiaoduo and the rest of the 20-plus people perked up like wolves. They were all focused. The man in green smiled and said, Yin was originally wandering the Jianghu, hiding his identity. He met a woman and fell in love with her. In the end, because he pretended to be poor, people felt that he had no future. So, the woman went home. Another person continued. Then, he went home to prepare for the wedding. Then at this time, that woman disappeared. A few days later, his father married a mistress. It's that woman. It said that at the wedding, Yunichin's hair turned completely white. After that, his father also felt extremely embarrassed and became a laughingstock. That woman was beaten to death by his father on the spot. And from then on, Yunichin was unable to recover from the setback. All the way until now. Is this extremely melodramatic and tragic story? All right, have you satisfied your curiosity? Xiaoduo rubbed his nose, feeling upset. Even though I know what happened and how it ended up, and it's a little thrilling, but you're too careless with what you said. He didn't feel the excitement of listening to a story. You might as well not have said anything. Xiaoduo complained. A good story has been ruined by you. The bearded guard then looked at Xiaoduo and said, let's not talk about those old vinegars. Let's talk about you guys. What's your plan? Are you going back immediately? Or? Xiaoduo asked respectfully and obediently. May I know who you are, seniors? The man in blue smiled and said, the 2 of us are tigers, and they are sabers. Oh. Xiaoduo was still confused, but his mouth was full of enthusiasm. I've heard a lot about you, and I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to meet you all today. Seniors, why don't you come down and have a chat? The scenery here is great, and I have good wine and a lot of Beast King's meat. These little things are not enough to get into your eyes, but it's just a little bit of my appreciation. Ahem. While you're at it, tell that story again. At the very least, add some details. It'll make the story more complete. The four people couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you won't go back immediately. Then, we'll stay, but forget about the wine. We can only stay in the dark. If we go out in the open, it'll be disadvantageous for you. As for the story, one of the guards smiled faintly, and his face was a little bleak. We old things, which one of us doesn't have a few baskets of stories? Every one of them is about life and death, and every one of them is soul-stirring. But these things are really boring to talk about. You guys, it's better if you don't listen. We hope that you guys can always maintain this kind of curiosity and gossipy heart. Don't be like us, talking about other people's tragic past like drinking water, tasteless and tasteless. With a smile, he looked at Zwa, Xiao meaningfully. Then, the four of them floated up and hid themselves in the air, disappearing from sight. Are they protecting us? Zwa Xiao scratched his head and was a little surprised. Are we so powerful now? Tisk, how immoral. Zwa Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, Can you not be so optimistic? This must have attracted the attention of the higher-ups. That's why they came. Do you think you can have 4 powerful bodyguards at all times? Didn't you see that the 4 of them didn't pay much attention to you? So Xiao laughed loudly. He thought to himself, They didn't pay much attention to me? I saw that they were quite kind to me. Li Chenglong and the others were immediately relieved. They had listened to the gossip, and their curiosity had been satisfied, especially the girls. Just by listening to these few words, they had already imagined a romantic drama about love and sorrow that could be filmed for 60 to 70 episodes. They all laughed and dispersed. Zwa Xiaoyan looked at the backs of the people leaving, and her eyes were gentle. She said as Zwa Xiaoduo, through telepathy, Damn, your brothers are really good to you. Zwa Xiaoduo smiled. They never say what they do, but they never hesitate when it's time to do it. When Yuni-chin came just now, everyone rushed up together. At that time, the 4 of them didn't show up to protect you. Zwa Xiaoyan said, but after it was done, it dispersed naturally. Everything was so natural. The fact that it rushed up together might not mean anything, but the fact that it dispersed naturally is very precious. You don't have to say that. Zwa Xiaoduo chuckled. You don't have to say that either. Zwa Xiaoyan snorted and said, Damn, you have to cherish it when it's time to do so. Zwa Xiaoduo nodded. Don't worry. His expression was a little serious, and his eyes were a little deep at this moment. But then he relaxed again. Some things didn't need to be said. Old principal, what are your plans next? Zwa Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others greeted old Principal Han Wankoe and the others. Since the matter here has come to an end, we naturally have to return to Gao Wu as soon as possible. The old principal said kindly, There are still so many students waiting for us over there. On the side, a dozen people looked hopeless. We don't want to go back. When we came here, we only wanted to fight to the death here. Now, we want to fight to the death here even more urgently. Only grandsons would want to go back. Well, old principal then, I wish you a safe journey. Zwa Xiaoduo smiled. If you have time, go to Hidden Dragon High School more often. Cough, cough. It's just that our principal Yi is a little serious. Our teachers basically don't dare to speak in front of him. The atmosphere is not as lively as here. I really envy your relaxed atmosphere. When they heard this, the dozen or so teachers almost couldn't hold back their anger and rushed up to beat this kid up. We are already so miserable, and this little bitch is still adding fuel to the fire. The old principal's knife-sharp eyes swept across everyone's faces. He turned back and said with a smile, The reputation of Hidden Dragon High School is well known in astral souls. If you have time in the future, you must go to Hidden Dragon High School to learn. Compared to Principal Yi, I'm not qualified to be a principal. The old principal sighed. Li Chenglong came up. He didn't use telepathy, but lowered his voice and said, Old principal, I have one more thing to ask. Speak. Ours we usually fights with fists and swords. We don't easily reveal our trump cards. Before this, no one knew, including us. Li Chenglong said, This is the life-saving trump card of our brothers. Old Principal Han Wan-Kuei suddenly understood. The teachers who were eavesdropping at the side also had a look of realization. Don't worry, Han Wan-Kuei said solemnly. We will definitely keep Zhu's matter strictly confidential. If even half a word of this leaks out from Jade Sun High School, I, Han Wan-Kuei, will lead all the teaching staff of Jade Sun High School to commit suicide as an apology. You're exaggerating. Li Chenglong was a little embarrassed. We just need to keep it a secret for a year and a half. Don't worry. The old principal's voice was as loud as a bell. We'll definitely do it. Then he frowned and said, the 4 from the Tao League are not dead yet. Li Chenglong smiled. Those 4, even if they're not dead, they're crippled. The credibility of their words is still unknown. Besides, we have ways to cover it up. Good. The old principal laughed suddenly. This was the first time that Li Chenglong and the others saw Zhua Xiao's trump card, but the brothers tacitly did not say anything. They also did not show any surprise. They suppressed their shock and curiosity. This matter could not be exposed. Then we'll leave now. Han Wan-Kuei turned around, his face already dark. He shouted, take those 2 scum and leave. These 2 teachers who betrayed Jade Sun High School and colluded with Puguan Mountain Baishan City were not immediately executed. After all, there were still many follow-up matters that needed to be explained to the officials. The 3 teachers who went to exterminate Jade Sun High School still needed the testimony of these 3 people to clear their names. Thus, the 3 of them in Jade Sun High School could be cleared. Otherwise, it would not be good to give the impression that the teachers of Jade Sun High School treated human lives like grass. After all, this was a place that taught and educated people. The reputation was still very important. Regarding this point, the old principal had already considered it clearly. The old principal took the lead and left. Li Wansheng and the others' faces were dark. They had nothing to live for. Their footsteps weighed 1,000 pounds as they left. Many people who passed by Li Wansheng would fiercely slap the back of their heads. This guy was so deceitful. For a moment, the sound of slapping could be heard. Li Wansheng followed with a heart like dead ashes. He did not resist. Dugi Yushu and Luo Yinling stay behind. They looked at their daughter reluctantly. You too. Let's go directly to Blackwater from here. We don't want to give up halfway on our original training plan. This time, there's no need to let the teachers follow us. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.